The kingdom is crumbling, right in front of everyone's eyes. Nobles are ripping into each other, and it's pure chaos. In a forgotten village, one kid kicks off the craziest plan, starting to make bricks from scratch to survive for a castle. As armies thunder after crowns, relentless, he starts laying down the foundation while safer by the time the nobles clocked him, and the poor freaks finally made it to the stage. That poor farmer already owns the land right under his feet. Nations don't get conquered. They get engineered, like someone designs a weapon with borders. Engineered from mud to a full-on monarchy. Narky, come on, let's see what you've got. This story kicks off with R, the protagonist, already on edge. So touchy it feels like one wrong word could set everything off. He hit the ground and thought, wow, I guess I really adapted to Earth after all. That town's inn is built from bricks he personally made. So yeah, that's why he flooded the entire inn with his mana. Then slammed in implanted memory retention so nothing could slip away. Tension slammed into his brain, and then he rebuilt the inn's layout from scratch with pure, reckless skill. Magic crackled, and his whole risky experiment to recreate the inn actually worked. Success. Then, years later, one day, the protagonist suddenly realized he couldn't move. His head swam with fog, and the MC suddenly burst into tears, terrified he'd somehow been in an accident. Right then, everything changed. At that exact moment, a gorgeous girl named Mary burst into the room. She closed in on him with a soft smile and asked if he was hungry. Then Ars couldn't help thinking, wait, is this gorgeous lady a total nurse, so he's stuck in a hospital room, because the lights are out and everything's pitch dark. The room was pitch dark. Then Mary flipped the light on and boom, everything blazed bright. The protagonist spun around, scanning the place, and suddenly understood. This wasn't a hospital at all. He screamed even harder, and Mary yanked him into her arms to hold him tight. Trying to calm him down, the protagonist suddenly realized he slipped into a brand new world. Nothing like Japan, nothing like the one he knew, and straight up found himself in a place where magic was real. Mary pressed him close to her chest and urged him to dig in and enjoy every bite. Swallowing his mother's milk, he felt like his own body was moving without him. Magic wasn't just real. This young lady was the one who brought it into his life as his mother. Once Mary saw he was full, she tucked him in and sent him to bed. Then the protagonist stretched out and started thinking. Getting reborn into this world was the greatest thing that ever happened to him. He started a brand new life as a kid, even though he still didn't know his name. MC was Ashira and Mary's third kid, and it wasn't until he hit 6 that he'd finally be able to receive the. At a naming ceremony hosted by the Holy Church, Mary walked beside him through the streets, and locals kept staring and blurting, "What baby? Is this Ashira and Mary's third child?" Right then, unease started crawling into his gut. No matter what, he couldn't stop wondering if magic was real. So lying in his bed, he stared at everything around him and started to figure it out, based on what he saw. He glanced around, and the room was pitch black, like something sucked the light out of reality. Maybe they used magic just to conjure it, because right there, that's when he saw. He watched his mom do it, and that was the huge clue. Magic wasn't rare here at all, so he knew exactly how to. He flicked his arms and legs and boom. He vividly imagined he could command the elements, while his heart pounded out of control from. The moment he sensed he could master every form of magic, he just had to cast it, right then and there. Reaching out, the protagonist tried to summon light, but it flat out refused to answer, and Ars threw in a few more desperate attempts. But he tried anyway, and it got him nowhere. Then rage snapped into his face, and he burst into tears, crushed by the insult. Mary stormed up to him, grabbed him in her arms, and demanded to know what went wrong. Because in his head, it felt like his magic attempt had totally failed, and he was a total loser, so MC decided to flip his whole life around. First, he had to watch his family and see what happened when he unleashed magic, then hunted the secret behind it, and each time his mother came up to him like clockwork. The sky flared with summoning light as the protagonist stared, completely locked in. She stared hard, then flicked her finger through the air, breathed out the word light, and unleashed energy from her hand that suddenly lit up the whole room. The protagonist suddenly clocked it. Some strange energy was pouring out of her, like it had been happening right in front of him all along. It turns out this kind of energy was the key to magic. So Mary grabbed him, and he immediately started blurting nonsense. He tried to say something to her in his baby talk, and she cooed, "Aw, you really do love talking, do you?" And right then, the protagonist realized his voice. His vocal cords still couldn't push spells out yet, but he knew the power sleeping inside him would wake up fast. And so he sharpened his focus day after day, pushing it into the kind of power that only time can forge. 3 years later, ever since he devoted his days to mana training, and now he still couldn't use magic. And then his stomach roared with the unmistakable hunger growls. Hunger hit him. He finally got it. Not only could he never use his power, but his body wouldn't stop craving more, and it all came down to the reason his family was so broke it hurt. Watching him clutch that worn knapsack, his mom grabbed him and demanded where he was headed, and he told her. He stormed into the backyard fields, and poverty was crushing him day by day. Even though he was just 3 years old, he still had to start growing his own food right away. And he had to start today, right now. When he finally arrived, his mind raced through mana like it had options. Mana inside his body, mana outside it, even the air itself. He could breathe in that external mana and fuse it with what was already inside him. So once he understood it, he started mixing those mana types in his own body, step by step. He forced it through every inch of his body. And that's when his mana suddenly started flowing under control, effortlessly, at just 3 years old. But none of that magic is going to work until he gets a real name at the naming ceremony when he turns 6. And when everything suddenly sparkles, the protagonist realizes he can only pull off basic life magic like light, fire, and water. Those were the only spells his parents ever knew, the kind you learn by accident with everyday magic, nothing deeper. And he'd already been through so much. He was even halfway through the story when it got cut off. Countless blunders started the day he learned magic as a kid. Now MC sat on the ground, pressed his hand to it, and finally felt it answer back. The energy he needed was flowing from its surface. Hours shut his eyes, focused hard, and took a deep breath. Slowly, he linked the mana inside with the mana outside through his lower body, yanked it up to his chest, and spread it through his limbs, without even raising his hands off the ground. Then a thunderous rumble hit, and he pulled it back out as the mana slid over every inch of him, and the rumble kept swelling until it shook the air. After that, the protagonist finally understood. One slip and he'd miss something. So he moved with calm precision, drawing mana in slow, steady circles around his body. External mana is like light gas floating in the air, still suspended, still hanging there and then. But the purified mana inside him twisted into a thick, sticky liquid. Then he clutched the wild, overflowing mana in both palms and dumped it all into the earth. Then the ground buckled, trembling hard, and something started. Rage bubbled beneath his skin, and he forced himself to steady his breathing. He can't let his focus slip, not for a second. He's tried this route before, and he remembers exactly how fast it can go wrong. Before that, he'd toss a spell carelessly, and the mana that was supposed to stay under control would start surging wildly. Now he pictured it the same way he did with his own mana, because deep down, it had to be. Calling it an exaggeration is useless. The whole field stands or falls on the soil, and soft, fluffy ground feels warm and packed with nutrient-drenched soil from his grandmother's village, packed with every fertilizer he needed. Lay ready in a field just waiting to plant the next step of his plan. Bright sunlight bathed the ground, fresh soil sat neatly tilled. Weeds were already gone, and that rich, earthy smell hung in the air. Earth beneath my feet, warmth spreading through me. Now I'm imagining it all. Honestly, you could hear those pop-pop sounds exploding through the air the air, and his sweat poured onto the ground. Then, out of nowhere, everything lit up with sparks, and our eyes went wide because it looked like it was about to explode into something. He blinked in shock. Somehow he'd pulled it off, because right in front of him a cultivated field sprawled out, the earth soft, loose, and fluffy underfoot. He leaned in and felt the warmth. then stared at the garden beds and clocked them, about 10 meters long, which, yeah, wasn't ideal, but that wasn't the point. Even though they farmed, they still got forced into punishing weeding. The ground was choking with weeds, terrible for planting, and not a single farming machine was anywhere in sight. The tech around here was scarce. This world felt half-baked, but somehow he pulled it off, because the magic was actually simple. And for the first time since he arrived, it finally clicked. This right here is his first step. The protagonist felt his strength drain away. And then he realized that using energy only made things worse. It's going to take a ton of sweat to pull off. But the MC still dug in, deciding to start planting vegetables even as the food situation stayed grim. Poor farmers tossed their livestock and called useless veggies to the rescue. Then he planted them evenly, spacing each one out just like the next. In just 20 days, 20s are fully grown root veggies. Mature fast, look kinda meh, taste even worse, and honestly, nobody's opinion changes that. He's stuck there, and now he has to grab something to eat. Honestly, up until this very moment, his reincarnation had him feeling pretty miserable. Incarnation. Hunger clawed at him non-stop, and he kept barking orders to himself. Do it fast, do it clean, no wasted time. He shoved every root vegetable into the ground. One by one, he poured water into the soil, then let out a deep, heavy sigh. Come on, trying that as a 3-year-old is brutal, and even watering drinks up all the energy. In the end, 5 days had already screamed by since his first shot at magic, and every single one of them. He battered the soil with his hands, trying to make it answer. And just like that, the ground started to give way. So on the 5th day, the protagonist stared in shock as flowers burst into bloom, promising a huge harvest. Even though only 5 days had passed when it should have taken 20. This all happened way too fast, and the moment it did, it screamed something's wrong. But no one could fix it now. He'd already pulled out a 20. When the protagonist crushed it, he jerked back in shock and blurted, "Wait, what?" Wow, there were asterisks, so many of them it felt endless, like a whole bunch stacked on top of each other. And out of all that chaos, just a handful of edible fruits ever managed to sprout. He kept growing, and right here, there were only about 10. He picked one, washed it down, and took a bite. Then his face twisted because it tasted absolutely disgusting, and that was that. And that's how the farm's revival kicked off, right after they pushed those improvements through. In the dirt, he started breeding. Like the protagonist already clocked, his vegetables kept growing faster and faster, way faster. Most 20s ripen in about 20 days, but his came out in just 5. In his past life, the food he ate was pure heaven, fresh, delicious, and downright beautiful. Beautiful, but breeding takes forever. Still, there's something there, isn't there? Something here that doesn't match the normal world, like magic crackling in the air. With the root vegetable still in his hands, the protagonist blurted out, "I don't even know much, but fresh veggies are sprouting like crazy." So he seized the moment, hoping he could boost their growth and make them ****ing better. Their flavor, but still, how was he supposed to pull that off? Later that night, when Mary said goodnight, MC just sat there, totally lost in thoughts about breeding. Reading, he suddenly remembered a crazy tale about green peas. Once, they even counted the folds in 1,000 pea pods. With these findings, the mystery of heredity finally clicked. This was Mendel's breakthrough. Ours hit Hill's law and realized he didn't have those 20 varieties to crossbreed. So he spun off on a detour as his first move. He studied every one of the 20 varieties, then sprinted to his garden the very next day. The protagonist dropped into a seat among the beds, pulled out a couple of vegetables, and clocked the roots. Just like that, not only roots, but there were tiny differences. Some blooms were pitch black, while others flashed with a faint purple tint. Some were tiny but scattered in huge clumps, white blooms with a flash of yellow. And he had to compare every last detail. Everything, right down to the taste, felt wrong, like every fruit was disgusting, until the protagonist finally. He sorted everything by species, split the field into 6 clean sections, and then launched into crossbreeding. He split everything into separate parts for different species, because he didn't just do it for fun. He started the whole scheme to feed himself. From now on, this was his daily ritual. And then it hit him. These vegetables were pure magic. The spell he forged fuses internal and external mana, and the moment he unleashed it, it was a messy blend of mana. And if he pushed it any further, his internal reserves would get wiped clean. And if it happened, he'd be totally cut off from magic. So tell me, how would he even make it through? So how's he gonna refill that internal mana? Easy. His mana regions on its own, bit by bit over time, but not as fast as he wanted. MC figured that out the hard way, living on nothing but root vegetables every single day. So he figured this out. If he kept stuffing himself with these veggies every day, his mana would. It would have regenerated way faster, but it still took a while before the results started to show. So he never noticed it at first. So here's the big question. What fruit would make the Storeman the fastest? And yep, all 20 of them do it in their own wild way. Different, the flavor stayed nearly the same, and Hours figured he'd handle it later. Because it all kicked off like it was no big deal. He started with simple curiosity, then fell in love with chasing something new every single day. Now all he had to do was find the one kind of variety that could restore his strength the best. Would need to sift through all 20 varieties and nurture the one that's most beneficial. After all, even he had mana limits, if he was remembering right, so he couldn't just sort every type willy-nilly. Types of rice. The seeds were dunked in salt water to test which ones would sink. Then the 20 seeds, however, everything sank in. With a heavy sigh, the protagonist decided to stop chasing the moment and just widen the field for now, because these thoughts were draining him. He didn't even close his eyes as he laid out his plan, but at first, concentrating proved painfully hard with them wide open. But he'd already gotten used to it, and now he was ready to fire up his magic. Magic hit, and the protagonist suddenly felt his heart start trembling in his chest, and the world suddenly smeared into blur, so he barked at himself, "Focus." He gritted his focus, and poured the purified mana straight into his eyes. And once it happened, pure amazement hit him like a tidal wave. It was like a blue flame, suddenly roared to life right in the middle of the field. The protagonist crept closer, and wild delight sparked in his head as he thought that. He just knew asterisk. And then blue flames started spitting out from the 20s, right as the blue bits of the roots literally boiled away into nothing, vanished into thin air. MC's realization sent a chill crawling up his spine, and some of the fruits started vanishing all by themselves. Knowing that the bluest fruits are probably the ones he should grab, probably restored the most mana. So yeah, those wild blue flames were packed full of mana. Hours snapped his fist in, and he hoisted it high over his head, basking in that rush of pure victory. After that, he kept staring, locked in, and refused to let his focus slip. He poured his mana into his focus. And right then, the protagonist realized something wild in a tight cluster of 5 or 6 fruits. Yeah, the biggest one had the most mana, so he took another bite. And instantly the disgusting taste hit him again. That disgusting taste never faded. Day after day, he kept digging into his research. And even at 5 years old, he was still uncovering brand new things. Eventually, the protagonist stumbled on a species that could refill a huge amount of mana, but it didn't happen overnight. When he poured mana into his eyes, the world around him snapped into focus, turning everything into a blur. Vivid blue swirled in his head. Every lesson on that color and its magic pumped him up like nothing else. And one night, right as sleep started to drag him under, his mind snapped awake. What if he could catch? He poured that mana into other parts of his body. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner, when his thoughts were supposed to work wrong? But now he had to crash and sleep. Then the very next day, he dove right back into his research. Before, the guy had only been dumping mana into the soil, but now he could pull mana into his power and keep it locked inside his body. Legendary strengthening magic, so with it, he could water his vegetables on the spot and even stretch the reach of his fields. Which meant when he concentrated power into any part of his body surged with wild upgrades, and he couldn't help wondering, could he crank his strength even higher part by part? So if he could boost digestion, what happens to all those internal organs? Does it mean the mana he'd need to process food would skyrocket? When he tried it, it didn't just work. It skyrocketed his absorption, And the moment he saw how much he could take in, MC practically erupted with joy. It felt like he'd poured years into mastering his magic, like he'd been training non-stop for so long. And then one day, he'd soon be gone for good. And then, just a while later, they stood there and watched their father off as he left. Mary's voice cracked. She wiped at her tears and asked. She demanded her husband take care of himself and come back safe, sound, and unscathed. Ashiro stared at his son, grinned, and leaned in to tell him. And just like that, he shoved everything else onto him, or slammed into them like a tidal wave, swallowing everything, until it wipes out almost the whole village. Workforce. The protagonist always believed this world's tech was way behind, and he could almost blame the war for it. Back in calmer days, villagers would huddle together and start working the fields day by day. Because the village had plenty of land, and what you could grow depended entirely on how much of it you owned. No wars included. So the story of that fall, the field stayed untouched, and that single win sparked fresh technological breakthroughs, lifting the whole world into real prosperity. The protagonist rushed to reassure his mother, insisting she stop worrying, because this wasn't the first time his father had disappeared. So he heads off to war, right? Everything's supposed to be okay, because the cultivation magic he forged is the key, the one thing holding everything together. Because taxes rose with how much land you owned, his fields hit a sweet spot. He got a real edge. MC couldn't shake his worry over the tiny military gear the war survivors brought with them. Most had only dragged out pitchforks and axes, which were barely weapons at all. And after all, this was war. These people were. People were just cannon fodder. Most wouldn't come back alive, and unplowed land was worthless, so they'd lose everything anyway. Ours decided it was time to pump up his military power, and sure enough, his past life left him with plenty of baggage. He just wanted to live, not slaughter anyone. And in that kind of world, the basics are weapons, armor, and most of all, money, because there's never enough. Even when folks try to do their best, their neighbor stormed over and asked their mother, "Would you trade your harvest for my potatoes?" The protagonist shuddered as this barter system turned out to be pure misery. Then Mary nodded and agreed to her neighbor's offer. With his shoulders slumped, the hero realized village life gave him zero chances to earn a single coin. Trading vegetables brought in nothing at all. So when the truth hit, he had only one move left. When MC floated the idea of starting a trade, his mother lit up instantly and blurted, "Then why not make sandals?" Straw was perfect for weaving, she basically said. "Let's do this." He piled on every kind of footwear, shoes, sandals, boots, ankle boots, so he could grab whatever he wanted anytime, right? And still, the protagonist couldn't stop thinking about his family, could he? Meanwhile, he just knew this wasn't the most efficient way to do things. A wandering merchant shoves their wares from town to town, and every stop turns into a cutthroat price battle where they've got to talk numbers down fast. They've got to turn this into a total win, cash in their pockets either way. Yet for now, this was a seriously solid start. They braided a few different kinds, and our crew headed straight to the local market. Then a merchant named Kale swooped in, picked out a product, and handed it to him. He held up the sandals and basically gushed, "These are amazing." The protagonist shot back, "Mom taught me to weave them." And then he kept practicing every single day. Then the buyer snatched the shoes and paid him just 6 Warren copper coins, while the MC stared, stunned at his earnings. He finally clocked the real truth. This wasn't them getting played by the merchants at all. The sandals were just priced way lower, but it was way worse than he ever imagined. At these prices, he'd never scraped together enough for a weapon, so the protagonist snapped his grip onto Kale Bai. He tugged at the sleeve of his robe, swallowed his nerves, and begged for permission to finally ask the burning question on his mind. And he complied, stunned that such a scrawny kid could somehow pull that kind of strength out of himself. A few days slid by, and our protagonist, dragged into it by that restless merchant, finally dug up the market price they'd been hunting. He ditched shoes for something totally new, and from what he'd learned, he was sure it would turn into a gold mine. After stockpiling everything he needed, wood included, MC dove straight into experimenting with magic mushrooms. The merchant basically told him the whole truth. He even showed him what a mushroom looks like, then said it's the magic kind. Growing mushrooms is a brutal challenge, so they're rare and good luck finding them. The protagonist stared in amazement, thinking, wait, don't experiments like this cost a fortune? So do the real man or the restorers even exist? The guy looked way too familiar, like it might have been a shiitake mushroom playing dress-up, and the merchant finally shoved him a sample, eyes sparkling as he grimaced, after tasting it, "Doesn't it taste amazing?" And the MC's reaction, totally not what he expected. Expectations crashed. When he took a bite, the mushroom tasted painfully bland, and now, with a special kit in hand, he even grew his own mushrooms. This stuff sprouts on nutrient-packed wood mold. And yeah, magic mushrooms. Rooms spring up like shiitake, and then the world bursts with brand new colors. If we can recreate the mold to thrive, and you can grow mushrooms too. So ours took the logs he'd readied and found out they were already bone dry. Turns out, that was a real blessing. Until a local resident showed up and demanded logs from him. The protagonist tossed him some wood, then stacked the logs like he meant business. After that, he fought hard to grow the mold, but it never took, so he ended up consulting himself. If it were that easy, everyone would be growing mushrooms, period. But life never gives you that kind of shortcut, and he knew it. So he started thinking about how to create the perfect dryness and just the right humidity. Got it. So what does he do now? If it's a magic mushroom, then it has to be packed with mana. If that mushroom drinks up nutrients from the tree, doesn't it basically steal the tree's mana too? Then why not just blast those logs with his mana instead? Before anything else, he decided to test different amounts of mana, because his life was already bursting with events. By day, he tended the fields, then at night he infused mana into logs and crafted sandals in the dark. After a moment, 3 wild mushrooms popped up on the logs like they'd been waiting for him. The protagonist was buzzing with ideas. If he wanted to cash in on this, he had to grow even more mushrooms. Even that merchant only had a tiny handful of items. And yeah, it was nowhere near enough. After a bit, his mother snapped that there was no more space in their house, and even the logs were piled beside the straw sandals, and harvested crops stretched across the land. MC realized he couldn't cram all of that into some tiny storage room anymore. So he decided he needed an entire separate building. When he casts magic to raise a field, he literally lifts the earth and carves out planting beds. And that same trick can build a whole building too. He's about to tap a brand new power inside himself. The magic of a builder. And this isn't some dumb daydream. These piles of earth can turn into top-tier building material. For real. Yeah, the rules of magic say it's brutally hard to conjure anything out of nothing. Like this example right here. Earth magic pops up all the time in games. Then purified inner mana gets scooped into the palm and used to make stones for throwing. And the punch of that throw lives or dies by its speed. So picture this. Picture the whole journey from the first spark to the final result. Right now, that dream is actually within reach. Yeah, it's awesome, and it's completely useless when it comes to carving stones. One throw, and the whole thing just fizzles out. He's got to have some kind of special. He tapped into earth magic, and the best part was how he spent his mana, because it lets him use what's already there. They exist, then drop to the ground and start thinking. Thought, fine, he'll try. He knew it was all he had, scrape up dirt and make it work. He's tried everything, but it's just not happening. Still, honestly, wouldn't it be nice if he built the warehouse himself? He had to rely on earth alone. The protagonist let out a heavy sigh, because if only he could turn earth into metal, this whole mess would vanish. And just like that, he dove in, running through the same old tricks like he always did. But this time, when they tried to spread the mana, disaster struck. Wrong Earth absolutely freaked out at his influence. And the protagonist, he trembled so hard it scared the life out of him. Darkness crashed over his vision, and his body went limp as he blacked out. He crashed to the ground and stayed there until late evening. Then the ants started to swarm and croak, crawling over his body. Then the MC snapped awake and saw his. He looked up and saw his mother and brothers crowding over him, faces full of worry, while a crushing, pounding headache throbbed through R's skull, and it was crushingly heavy. Mary told him he'd been out cold for 2 full days, and he couldn't shake the fear that his own lack of magic knowledge was what knocked him unconscious. Magic felt totally drained, no spark left in the air. He'd managed to piss off everyone, and his mom snapped at him hard. His help wasn't wanted here. The protagonist told himself it was time to hit the hay, and that the magic he'd carried from the start wasn't just magic. It was something next level. Magic surged through him, hardening his body and supercharging his magic power. His magic moved with his every motion, but then he somehow stayed alive when his magic power vanished, and even though he understood why, this wasn't some stupid, random blunder, because that hit drained every last ounce of him. So when he stumbled back to the exact spot he blacked out, he stared at the crater in the dirt and thought. The damage from his failed spell barely left a mark, and that magic, of all things, would have never drained it. It all boils down to area and volume, like having a giant field versus a huge building. So yeah, he basically burned through around 10 times the magical energy it would take to forge a whole field in one single instant. He needs to drop the whole building plan and, shift to something else before the idea crushes him, because he's about to do that instead of pushing his magic into crafting sturdy building materials. And once he kicked off the project, the protagonist couldn't help grinning at what he'd started. He kept succeeding. Then, after he'd churned out a massive pile of bricks, he declared loud and proud that architectural magic was a joke. He refused to quit, and from that moment on, he started pushing himself harder and harder. The brickmaking magic finally kicked in. After a while, MC started laying the building in place, then finished it and had hours critically judge whether it was either a clay warehouse or some kind of box, and the second you saw it, you knew no real builder ever touched it. He just stacked bricks on top of bricks, one after another. Somehow, the building still held, and that wasn't even the start. This was only him getting warmed up, because he was already planning to use. He can use only earth magic, but he's got totally different goals. And as soon as he steps outside his practiced field, he shoots a look at the abandoned spot that once claimed him and won. He'd stepped onto his ancestral field, and instantly realized just how ugly everything looked. That field was pure dead weight, just a useless leftover, the legacy of their ancestors stretching and growing year after year. Years had gone by, and now it had turned into something unthinkable. Plus, he couldn't ignore it anymore, not even when it usually didn't bother him. The road was so jammed that not even a tractor could push through. And once his plan was finished, then the MC grinned, convinced the village field's strange look was something to secretly brag about. So he yanked out every stone and stump and cleaned the place up until it shined. Now he could tap into the full arsenal: cultivation magic, enhancement magic, even brickmaking magic. So yeah, he could use them all. Hours. R muttered under his breath, but the field cultivation magic felt weirdly drawn out, since only he could use it. So what's the point in naming them when calling each one out doesn't make a thing happen? And yet he still kept going even as his actions. Well, he renamed it soil improvement magic, and every time he used it he'd crack up, because he always acts like that. He slipped and blurted out its name, and somehow that one word was the exact spark that made everything click. Our blades bit into the earth, and the moment our hands touched the ground, his magic roared to life. Magic sparked, and in an instant the whole land warped into a massive well. The protagonist stared at the endless field, rows of crops stretched out so neat and straight they almost looked unreal. And the moment he saw it, pure amazement hit him. The moment he cast the spell, it snapped into action. Yet no matter how hard he pushed, he tried to muscle through it with sheer imagination, and nothing clicked. This was supposed to be the convenient part too, but he'd already managed to master new magic, though he never saw it coming for himself. He watched them cast spell after spell, and loved that magic finally had a real name, yet that part wore him down a little, because he had to lock in, concentrate hard, and picture the whole process like it was happening in his head. It drained him for real, but he swallowed it, no complaints, just grit. Hours fired the soil enhancement and clocked that there were roughly 10 meters on each side. Magic lets you forge duplicates so perfect they're basically twins. It looks like they used to grow rice right here. Every bed is basically the exact same size. If you cast magic without a spell, you can even shift your cultivation zone. Just know the mana drain changes depending on where you cultivate, but spells drink way less power. So how in the world did he pull them off in the first place? Maybe it was because he muttered it under his breath every time, then let out a heavy sigh right as the protagonist declared, "The trial begins." Staring at the ground, he muttered a spell, then summoned a brick out of thin air, and the protagonist kept that routine going all day. And even when night swallowed the room, even in his sleep, he kept chanting on for months. Later, during one more wild shot at making bricks, he finally cracked it and pulled off the first real success. He cast the spell and forged bricks all the same size and weight, and the whole batch came out perfectly. But here's the weird twist. It works just like Pavlov: feed the dog, blow the whistle, and suddenly it triggers the response, making the dog's mouth water like crazy. Because spells are basically keys, unlocking magical power, and he just uncovered a whole new one. Possibilities opened up. So Ars snagged a brand new spellcasting technique, and he knew exactly what he needed next. He had to flip the rest of his magic into this mode too. Only trouble was, the villagers might not take it well. Staring at the giant pile of bricks, the protagonist finally snapped back to reality and realized he'd gotten a little too carried away. And when his mom saw that, confusion hit her hard like, "Whoa, you went way too far with this, didn't you?" But if it were meant for dishes, they'd have slapped it to work right away. For them, the protagonist blinked in shock, totally thrown off. How come it never hit him before? If he could make brick, then he could whip up dishes too. Same idea, just a different stage. And after a while, he piled dishes on Mary, handing everything over and blurting that these are brand new rice bowls, and this one's perfect for bean soup. Then, when a dish is busted, he fixes it right there and Mary cracks up. "You're kidding, right?" Of course she's thrilled. Those dishes are incredible. She ate no more, thanked him for the help and the MC. It was time to trade more for better. And he was desperate to make his mother smile, even though his father's absence had left her heart heavy. He didn't even realize he'd basically cursed everything. Every dish he'd ever made had turned the dull color of clay. What if he tried making a snow-white cup? Then once the protagonist finished his plan, his mother lit up with pure joy, swearing she'd never seen dishes this bright and pristine in her life. Before that, the protagonist gifted her a brand new snow-white porcelain set, and when she reacted, he grinned like he'd hit the perfect note. So pleased it was unreal. Apparently he could. Mary kept staring at it, amazed by the materials her son had given her, though it felt like a crime to use something so special now. So she thanked him again, and MC finally made up his mind. He was going to make something cool now make her smile. And boom, it turned into a brand new creation, a porcelain cup etched with floral patterns. Mary was thrilled too, and this time he even drew flowers, so thank him. Ours was crushed. He could clearly tell he had zero talent for drawing, yet he refused to give up. Then he realized he couldn't keep chasing porcelain. He had to try something else. He'd heard sea sand could work, and this time he figured he'd make it happen. Before this, the protagonist had been using something like that every single day, until his mind wandered to an oblong. It was a long, rounded, light-feeling, medium-thick shape, totally transparent, and in the end he forged a brand new product. He picked up a glass tumbler, and then the hero started forging rare, previously unheard-of items that nobody had ever seen before, seen by the inhabitants of this world. He even started hawking sandals and magic mushrooms to anyone who'd listen. He counted his first win, 14 copper coins, and the protagonist slumped thinking, come on, just a few more copper coins. So he had to crank up the magic mushroom cultivation fast. Right then, Kale called out and told him everything about the mushrooms, and the MC's face lit up, thinking this was going to be he was seconds away from selling the dishes he just cooked, when the merchant demanded more, and ours immediately answered the call. The man told him straight up that he'd honestly love to buy bricks from him. So the merchant clocked the protagonist's total shock. Astonished look and all. So you mean they just built that little house right next to them? Honestly, it's gorgeous, and now the wagonist looked totally stumped like, I don't build houses, and Kale's jaw dropped. Maybe he meant that warehouse. That brick building is a warehouse, yet he's still going to track someone down and demand they sell it to him, and the MC shot back. It was. He didn't even need to. He'd built the warehouse himself, and it was still overflowing. So the merchant just stared, stunned, and pressed him again. Again, he built it all by himself, my friends blurted out. But he didn't stick with that at all. He started cranking out clay pottery instead, and then he just stared at that gorgeous merch like, look at this, go on buy it. He traded pottery for a brickless future because he still needed bricks, and he promised he'd buy the pottery later. Then the protagonist yanked him by the sleeve again and blurted, no, don't let him talk like that. He said he wouldn't hurt him, but the way he talked screamed fear. The merchant flinched and blurted that he was terrified, so he begged him not to do it. Eventually, the protagonist guided him straight to his warehouse. Then Cal stepped inside and stared, stunned by how perfectly everything was set up. How did you pull this off? He asked, and the MC answered, it's a secret. Then the merchant snapped, all right, and promised he'd buy that insanely beautiful dishware with the bricks too. He dropped 5 coins in our hands and said, that's the cost of everything, and it leaves the protagonist absolutely stunned. 14 coins, just that, nothing more, and he snatched them up instantly. The merchant grabbed him by the sleeve again and snarled, this is straight-up robbery. He fumed that since the buyer was a child, the guy thought he could swindle him with no consequences, and that kind of treatment was never okay. Kale snapped back, but then it hit him. He wasn't flexing, he was just shopping for dishware, and MC blurted, why's it so cheap? Those things are worth way more, so maybe he should. He asked if he should peddle that dishware to the rich, and the man shut him down cold. No matter how gorgeous it looked, it wasn't worth splurging real money on. He tosses a fortune into it, then buys it all for the villagers. Merchants like him roll through town, hawk their wares, and join in the bidding. They've got a clean shot. No rivals, sadly. He only trades with a single merchant in the village, and that's it. He figured no matter how amazing the product was, selling it would be a nightmare. So he had to invent something that would have lured every other class to buy it. Only there was no internet and no newspapers in this world. So the best ad was basically an upscale pitch for first-class tableware to a first-class family. But how would he even spread an ad like that? The protagonist strode up to the merchant, then basically told him there was probably no point asking. Cal blinked, because the moment those words left his mouth, his whole vibe flipped. Then he laughed. He burst into laughter and told us not to lose our heads. He was totally done with this space stuff, but next time he blurted, I'll buy everything I need. Then he promised, next time I'm coming back with 10 times more. And by the merchant's very next visit, the protagonist had. He kept his word, and the merchant just gawked, staring at that towering pile of bricks in pure disbelief. Bricks piled up as he shouted that it looked like he finally kept his word. He churned out a whole bunch, and the protagonist reminded him, you promised you'd buy everything. Kale burst into laughter, shot him a look full of respect, and said, we've known each other for once stop treating him like a kid. Because right then, a dragon burst out from behind the building, and the MC yelped in pure terror. What kind of monster is this? Isn't it a monster? Kale asked, like he finally got it, because this is his first time. When the protagonist spotted a dragon with a rider, his jaw dropped. He blurted, wait, is that a riding dragon? Dragon? Kale blinked, and his voice dropped. This one wasn't like real dragons, it was something else entirely. It's one of those service beasts, and the protagonist's jaw drops. He's caught thinking about eggs like, wait, what? A service beast hatches from an egg, bursting into the world ready to serve. Raised by humans and put to work every day. An egg like this ripens by soaking up the magical power of its owner. So service beasts always bow to their masters, or the ones who created them. And yeah, It really depends on what happens at the end. That egg thing is quietly gulping up all the energy it can get, and the creature inside keeps shifting and morphing based on the power of whoever owns it. That's exactly why these rare, wild beasts are worth their weight in gold here. While lost in thought, the protagonist didn't even realize it, but somehow every brick was already stacked in the cart. MC heard the praise and felt it hit his chest. Then he snapped his eyes back to the harnessed dragon again, and everyone thought a beast like this, strong, tough, and fearless, would be worth a fortune, because its raw power is exactly why people can't get enough of it here. And man, this one looked absolutely jaw-dropping. He pointed out the other steeds brimming with raw power and the birds that could soar higher than anything, then asked Kale if a beast like that was going to cost a fortune. Kale said yes, and even this dragon could fetch a fortune because it could be. Ours thought, sure, bricks are flying off the shelves right now, but nothing says I'll keep this going forever. So he planned to hold some back and sell them later just in case. In that moment, nobody knew what would crawl out of the egg. Yet somehow, he just knew he was about to hit pay dirt and snag the luckiest ticket of his life. Ticket? The protagonist practically buzzed with excitement and sprinted up to Cal, begging him for an egg just like that. Now he was desperate. He needed a beast like that, period, so let him have it. The merchant muttered the no. That was the last straw. He slapped down a name and pinned a sum equal to every single coin the protagonist had earned. In recent years, honestly, there was nothing else he could do, so he handed Kale everything he had, down to the very last coin. Later on, the village men who had marched off to war returned home. Ashira came back too, while the protagonist was knee-deep in the garden, yanking fresh vegetables. His younger brother burst in and bolted straight to their father. The commander leaned in and asked the little boy if he was a She-Ra, then shot back, "Is Mary's fourth son your father?" Father did a great job. He waved them off like he owned the moment. Then the man slipped away, and Mary blurted, "Well done." Then she snapped, "They've got to buy something for the holiday," and spun around, turned to the MC and asked, with a straight face, if he can spot you some money, right? Ours, totally rattled, blurted that he had nothing else to offer her. Then the woman cut him off with a sharp snarl, and the rest got swallowed. He blurted out in shock, how could this even be possible? Standing there in front of his mother, his awkwardness hit like a brick. Ever since he was little, she'd backed him in everything, cheered every crazy dream, and pushed to make sure he didn't go too far. He just couldn't stop himself from stumbling. He dragged himself into hard work, but the moment he tried to plant radishes, she cut in and warned him that even if he pulled it off, the dishes tasted kind of bland, and she knew they could do better, until the woman finally spotted what he was hiding. With a bright smile and a spark in her eyes, she told him, "Go on, plant a ton of radishes," and then added, "Pick any spot you want." He was all in on it. Then he threw himself into planting the entire garden with radishes, like it was his mission. And even then she didn't scold him. She just smiled and declared their child was a genius, and by age 5, he marched up to his parents and declared he was going to make a fortune. She backed him up, because he was insanely smart, and she'd already told Ashira that he was still barely a kid, yet he'd already locked in his dream, becoming a merchant. And even grown-up magic mushrooms, he'd sometimes just stop mid-thought like something inside him was about to snap. He scared them at first with his non-stop persistence. Then he took it to another level and built the whole warehouse himself. He remembered the look on her face when she praised his dishes like they were pure magic. How his mother kept thanking him over and over, like she couldn't stop. He kept blurting that he'd become so gifted. And now she stared at him like he was about to vanish into the ground from sheer shame, because he had to finally tell her where all his money had gone. Mary snapped after hearing him. What was he thinking? She couldn't wrap her head around it. He'd poured every last coin into that magic thing. Egg, he didn't even ask her. He just kept going, clutching the egg in his hands, and the protagonist shot back instantly. She's wrong. If the beast hatched, they'd rake in more money than ever. Easy, right? His mother shot that idea down fast, saying if it really worked that simply, everyone around him would have already been rich. Back in the day, Dropping money on something like that felt like pure gambling. So everyone had to be warned about what could go wrong, because she'd heard stories of shady vendors cheating customers by passing off ordinary eggs, bragging they were rarities. Hours practically buzzed with excitement. He didn't realize the odds were that brutal. Fine. He'd make that merchant regret it, and his mother she wouldn't let out. Light up. He said he wanted to save money. And that's why she let him jump into trade in the first place. She wasn't about to tolerate someone being reckless with cash. And even when he tried to defend himself, everything was apparently fine, because he'd earned it with his own hands and he was free to spend it however he wanted. He did what he pleased. Mary snapped, flared with irritation, and yelled at him, "Do you even get what you're saying? That money is from selling sandals. The whole family made them. And you know she forbade it." He shut him down flat, refusing to let him buy whatever he wanted. The brothers just stared, quiet, locked up tight with tension, while the protagonist begged her, "Please, just this once." And she actually caved. "Let him learn to save already." "No way," he barked, voice hard, and the protagonist, fighting back tears, realized his always sweet mother had instantly become a terrifying. Was it the sandals fueling the trade or his precious bricks? He was the one who had to make and sell those bricks, no way around it. So he ran the whole hustle in secret, squirreling away a little cash, but first, the egg. He slid it into a bag woven from radish stalks, so he wouldn't have to risk breaking it. And the beast could gulp in magical energy, then keep it right there, close by, safe, while he tended the egg with the other. Everyone else has powers too, but each magical energy hits in its own unique way. Raising the egg by himself would be a nightmare. It looked like that egg could gulp up everything it needed, until you realized it was still empty inside, and it hadn't even gotten the energy yet, not with that thing just having. Maybe it's finally payback. He snatched the egg, shut his eyes, and unleashed a magical injection. After a while he jerked when the sky suddenly darkened, like the magic had been gulped down clean. Sure, it worked, but he still had no clue how much power the egg would demand. MC leaned in close, eyes sharp, and whispered, "Please, let him take as much as he needs." So, Hours kept a close eye on his brand new pet every single day, pouring all his energy into it. Until one day curiosity hit him hard, and he started wondering whether he should secretly build himself a house. His mom told him, "Don't waste money." And it wasn't because she hated anyone. It was her way of drawing the line right here. Jumping into the war is pure heroism, and right away he started earning money to buy a real sword. Because as the youngest son, he had to make it happen, no matter what. Either he grinds through his whole life as his father's assistant, or he fights his way into freedom. And if he's doing that, he better grab something far bigger than assistant. While he geared up to handle his business, the protagonist made a big decision. This wasn't just about a simple sword anymore. He couldn't shake it. People were right. If you want to do good, you've got to move fast. So he paced through the village, thinking it all through. Was hemmed in by a fence, and beyond it the forest rolled on for miles. Then when peace finally settled in, people swarmed through and cleared this spot, cutting down the trees were chopped, and the village rose from the ground. Then, over time, the fields got smaller and smaller, just so everyone else could follow the crowd's opinion. Opinions flew around, but one truth hit hard. That land past the village still belonged to no one, so whoever finishes it claims it as their own. So when he finally arrived at the site, he spun in place, eyes blazing with anticipation, and wondered, so where should he go next? Where should I build a house? Wait. First, the protagonist flips the switch and activates his enhancement magic. Let him grind without stopping. Then MC. Then he dove back into the roots. Using magic again, he obliterated the entire root system down to the last thread of the area he needed and thought, "That's it." The roots snapped under the trees. Wait, they just couldn't hold them up anymore. The protagonist, once more, cracked open his magic and threw it into action. He slashed through the trees in the spot he needed, then stopped right there. The protagonist thought, so far, everything's falling right into place. Plan in place. At this pace, he'd have everything figured out in no time. So he yanked out every unnecessary tree, and now he could finally move with full confidence. They start building the house with total confidence. Ours even fires purification magic to level the ground. And honestly, that power is insanely good. Perfect, he'd only fired it off a few times, yet the results blew his mind. And yeah, he'd have to break into a fresh sweat again to recreate the bricks for the house. And he can't stop wishing for real magic, something that could snap an entire house into existence in the blink of an eye. He refused to risk blacking out again, especially right here. And then it hit him out of nowhere. Maybe he didn't have to build the house after all, because the magical energy he used was tied directly to the size and surface of what he was trying to make. Creating, yeah, it's just a guess. Still, when he starts building a place, a ton of energy is bottled up on the inside. This is way more dangerous than anyone realizes. And then it all boils down to something shockingly simple. He's got to raise the whole building step by step, starting with the bricks he just made as the foundation. The protagonist finally started using magic. He pressed his palm to the ground, shut his eyes, and pictured it. He pictured himself laying the mortar, squeezing each brick in tight, one after the other, until every seam felt locked in place. And that would be the first wall. Once everything was done, the protagonist stared at the building with weary, resigned eyes, because deep down, they already knew it was just another box, same nightmare again, and he'd have to build the roof and slam in the doors himself. It even looked like tofu, and then. So the MC secretly built a whole house deep in the forest. Then, after a while, Ours popped open the egg and stared, then realized it had swollen bigger, the blue sinking into a darker shade, like something monstrous was about to burst out any moment. Right then, his mom burst into his room and told him they'd be out the door soon. Our protagonist grinned and told them, "Don't worry, I'm already on my way." And this year he'd turned 6, and once that day hit, they'd throw him a baptism. At last, the day exploded into reality. Every last member of the family finally marched into the village church for the baptism ceremony. Mary took one look around and realized the room barely had anyone in it. Maybe 10 people tops. In her past life, that baptism ceremony was exactly the grand, heart-racing kind of moment. But now it's the naming ceremony. Everyone's finally packed inside the divine hall, and the moment is about to begin. A priest named Paul raised his voice and demanded total silence, like nothing could speak another word. Dead silence filled the room. Then he snapped, "All right, let's begin the ceremony." With bated breath, the protagonist realized. This time, the magic would be his, and he couldn't sit still as excitement burst out of him in nervous little fidgets and a shaky, thrilled sigh. Mary had to grab him and hold him back, telling him, "SHH, be quiet," while the priest went on, imagining what it was like back when people once had to live, cowered in the shadows, hiding from monsters, but later they cracked the secrets of magic, and their power exploded. They saw their power jump way up, and the ones who couldn't take the monsters on solo banded together, united in shouting the call too. Colonies exploded across the map, clawing into new territory, because magic was the secret engine behind humanity's insane, rapid rise. So ours impatiently thought, "So we're finally at the naming ceremony asterisk," but Paul kept going, telling him that during this ceremony, regular people don't just watch. They receive their magic, while across the room the protagonist sat there, visibly nervous. The priest grinned and told him, "All right, now I'm gonna walk you through the process itself, so you'll have to hang tight. This church takes in the believers first, and only after that the owner gets handed a list of names. The whole system runs on give and take. Everyone plays their part. Hand over a name and boom, the owner claims you and you're blessed with magic too, only for good." The priest stared down the protagonist and demanded, "Do you swear you'll never use that power for evil?" He swore it. Paul cracked open the sacred book and said, "Good." The MC blinked. This book looked insanely fancy. Could it be made of sheepskin? And when they name someone, do they pull from some secret name dictionary? The priest studied the book, shut it with a final thump, slid it back to the table and laid his palm on it. Eyes closed, he stretched his other hand toward Paul, and with a thunderous voice he proclaimed, "The third son of Mary Sheeran. He's named Paul, the Holy Father of this church. From this day forward with the name Ars, may he live with honesty and never be bought. Live like this and you'll be shielded by the one who gave you that name. Paul started chanting the spell, while the protagonist fidgeted in panic, bracing for what came next. About to unleash the magical power, he leaned in and confirmed it was real. Energy was pouring into his palm. Then a blazing, glowing oval snapped into being in front of Paul, and right after it, a magic circle lit up with swirling symbols. The protagonist, stunned, those symbols, and then it hit him. He'd been handed magic that could preserve memories. Something snapped into place in his mind, and he couldn't help wondering what would happen if he poured that magic straight into his own head. Memory preservation was ridiculously useful, but the priest was already making. A brutal surge spilled out through the magic circle, blasting straight toward the MC, and he felt it in every single cell of his body, like the circle was sending him some kind of message. And that's how Ars got his name and his magic. And when he traced back his very first spell, the glow, he realized it had to be meant for something more, for everyday use. The technique hit with the same power and lasted the same amount of time, whether it was a total newbie kid or a grown adult. An adult. He trained until his muscles burned, trying to sharpen his power and level up his magic, but nothing moved, not a single bit. So he realized he could level up his fire magic just by perfecting the technique. And the moment he landed his magic, he started believing it would unlock even more powers. Besides earth magic, he hit a wall. There was nothing he could pull off yet, until he tossed that idea aside Pastor Paul's magic circle. And then, right there, something else called to him, because he could finally peer into the depths of all the magic. Magical powers run wild in this world, and our protagonist immediately slammed his plan into action, only for it to blow up in his face. "Huh," he muttered, scratching his forehead in pure confusion, because he'd thought this through for days he tried, but nothing made sense. MC was wrecked, sleep-deprived, with a storm of thoughts creeping through his head every night. Our hero sat down and dug in, breaking everything down piece by piece, starting with the brutal truth. He couldn't read those symbols at all, ancient or modern, and what was he even supposed to do with that? Because all this time all he cared about was food and money, and honestly he couldn't even manage to write his own name. Right then, a sharp crack split the air as an eggshell broke open. Magnus sprang up, heart racing, dying to know, wait, is this really happening? I can't stop wondering what happens next. The shell took forever to load, and I'm on the edge of my seat waiting for it to fire. It took forever to crack open, and the MC just sat there, burning with anticipation, impatiently biting his nails, wondering if he should step in. Then finally, the very tip of the shell split with a brutal crack, to tiny fragments, shattering open the truth, revealing a magical reindeer-like creature with horse features stepped into view, letting out a soft, soothing sound. And our jaws dropped as we stared like, no way. The beast burst out of its shell, then rose to its feet like it owned the world. He sent shockwaves through the story, because the protagonist could already. He didn't just wait. He summoned the beast right to his side. He leaned in and shouted, "Valkyrie, come on, let her come to him. She's got this." The creature inched forward with nervous, hesitant steps. He stepped forward and let out another soft little sound. The protagonist grinned and gave Valkyrie a warm head pat, laughing like they'd just won the whole world. Watching these creatures fight for survival with everything they've got is honestly mind-blowing. Incredible weight. Now that I think about it, she looks like a reindeer but with these horse-like features. She's got that pedigree, body all strong and built, except her mane is way too long. So when she grows up, can she actually carry cargo? Valkyrie. Then bam, she started chomping her own eggshells, those crunchy pieces snapping between her teeth, and the MC blurted, stunned, "Wait, is that normal? Is it normal for her to do all this? Also, what does she even eat?" The animal's look shifts depending on how much magical energy is coursing through it. It feeds on the energy it steals, and its shape probably shifts too. Because with a riding dragon, you can bet it's munching on meat. A broke guy like him could barely afford to feed her meat every single day. There were countless times it became a real struggle, And then the story took off from there, and the cases kept piling up. The owner straight up couldn't provide for the beast. But then, what if Valkyrie starts demanding milk? He can't do a thing with magic. None of it works, and the beast keeps grinding its shell to pieces. Hours brought her the 20 he'd grown near his house, and Valkyrie tore into it like she'd been starving. The protagonist grabbed the moment with both hands, then, stunned, blurted out, "Wait, you actually like it." He figured it had to be a herbivore, and somehow, he dodged the whole food problem. Problems hit hard, but he leaned in and told the little one not to worry. There were plenty of radishes waiting. Let her dig in and eat as much as she wanted, because then everything snapped into place. Suddenly, Valkyrie locked eyes with him, then climbed straight into his arms. Arms? The protagonist's eyes went wide. Wait, what in the world is wrong? Wrong with her? She curled up at the edge of his shirt, sinking into a deep, sound sleep. Eventually, MC stared at her in shock, and his heart melted at how insanely adorable she was. Then, in just 10 days, Valkyrie exploded into the powerful thing she'd become, leaving us utterly dumbfounded. So fast, he told her to grow, sure, but at this pace he'd totally sell her. He didn't even want to give her a name, because if he did, he'd get too attached to the creature. But deep down he already knew it wouldn't hold up. The protagonist picked a special name right on the spot, because Paul had warned him that magic was a gift straight from the gods. But it felt like the magic program had just been. A magic circle had been etched into his mind, and now he was itching to use it, this time to finally name his beast. If everything went right, she'd finally cast magic herself and have her own water. But what if she chugged the local stuff and got wrecked, sick, or died from a brutal stomach bug? Sure, it was small, but water magic was still better than nothing. He was a little scared to cast fire magic, because if anything went wrong, he swore he'd crack the mystery somehow. And standing right beside that creature, MC paused like a breath held tight, trying to figure out what name could possibly fit her. He had no clue how to pick good names, or even how to draw, but he still refused to stop and decided to try it himself anyway. He flashed back to that association game and started scrambling for answers. Unicorn or bicorn, white king or bicorn. Then it hit him like lightning. He would name her Valkyrie. Her snow-white mane blazed like liquid silver, the war goddess from legend. And the moment she appeared, it was like a sacred, otherworldly spirit had stepped right in front of him. And he asked if that name fit her, and Valkyrie nodded so hard with approval that it left her completely stunned. She raised hours back. Turns out she understood some human words. He told her and she was about. He was sharp as a razor. After settling in nice and comfortably, the protagonist kicked off the naming ceremony, already having mastered his magic enough to use it without a single hitch. And this time he was going to move with extreme care and absolute precision. Now that he sparked energy, there's no stopping what comes next. He poured all his magic into a single point, and keeping it steady wasn't easy for anyone. Then he focused harder, clenched his will, and He started chanting the spell, and a blazing oval began to form inside the altered. His altered aura swirled and warped, slowly shaping itself into a blazing magic circle. Then the protagonist snapped into thought, realizing that casting magic beyond his body was way harder than he ever expected, because the magic's power fought back, trying to summon a magic circle hiding deep in the mind. Then everything surged like the blood suddenly sprinted straight to his brain. The blood. Valkyrie's veins felt like they were about to snap, and then, at last, a real magical oval flared into existence, its symbols blazing as its light spilled over her. MC blasted out a heavy breath and shouted in pure joy. He'd done it, but that was his absolute limit. He shot his palm forward at the creature and, with a bold breath, announced its name. It Valkyrie. Then the magic snapped out of existence, participated, and the protagonist crumpled to his knees, so worn out that he swore this turned out tougher than he ever imagined. He stared at the creature, way more stunned than he'd ever imagined, like the odds were bending in real time. If this didn't work, then he'd blown his shot at the goal, and the protagonist let the breath out, defeated but not broken. Organis pushed Valkyrie to try it. Valkyrie nodded like it was a no-brainer. Then MC realized what using it could mean. Stoking a fire inside the house was downright dangerous, but staring at that beast, he couldn't help admiring her. Valkyrie was smarter than he was. She focused, slammed her front hooves, and blasted a blazing fireball. A ball hovered above her body, and Ars stared in stunned wonder like, "This is straight-up magic." Then he burst into a happy leap, yelling at her with pure excitement. "She's insanely smart, and she's absolutely crushing it right now, so let her. Let her try something else." Valkyrie unleashed every spell she had, one wild magic after another, one blast after another, fire, then water, and finally purification. But the magic's manifestation stayed exactly the same, unshaken and unchanged. The protagonist froze. Then the animal slammed its front hooves, and boom, bricks started erupting from the ground. He couldn't even move, just staring like his brain short-circuited. It felt like pure magic, building bricks, shaping gardens, and even leveling up the soil, but it was. At a glance you can't quite tell, but it's clearly pouring magic into him, powering up his body from the inside. Kids blessed in that church are only allowed one kind of magic, so why did the Valkyrie have the spell he himself invented? Did the magic circle glitch, or did he mess up the censure ritual? The MC let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. He had a million questions and zero answers, so he took a bold leap, pressed his hand to the ground, and triggered one of his skills. With a flash of skill, he forged a cup out of thin air, then thrust it toward Valkyrie, and he asked her straight up if she'd dare to try making it with magic. She let out a puzzled little sound, like a flat-out refusal right when we realized, oh, so that's how it is. Valkyrie can. Only spells can trigger magic, like when he levels the ground. He first tweaks the earth's size, then pours out magical power scaled to that exact size. Valkyrie's landscape leveling magic can stretch to 10 meters, and if she performs the rite of naming, that power gets transferred. But the owner of the name, he could only swing magic that got triggered by spells. But the right to name things worked in a much more methodical way than any divine favor. So that's why he couldn't fully master light magic. Right then Valkyrie barreled up to him and asked, "Are you satisfied?" The protagonist flashed a grin, rubbed her mane with gentle pats, and spilled the whole story. Everything felt perfect until he started worrying. Would he even have trouble putting her up for sale? After all, she didn't just use her own magic. She could command his too. All right, he had to think it through bit by bit. Then, later, when Kale finally showed up, he grilled the merchant and asked if a service beast could use magic. The merchant looked totally baffled and said that it could. He'd never even heard of something like this, so yeah, probably not. The protagonist was convinced that coming from another world was the real jackpot in all of this, the special demand for bricks kept coming, because the merchant had trekked far and wide and still couldn't find a soul who'd ever heard of it. Cal stared at the thoughtful MC, utterly lost, thinking, this has to be real. Magic beasts might exist, but they're probably so rare they might as well be legends. And then, Cal just kept staring, bewildered, as the moment snapped forward. He grilled him, asking if he really meant it, and turns out the egg had already hatched. Was he right? Yep. Hours told him it was true, and his beast could too. He also lugged heavy loads, and the merchant burst out, all smiles. That's incredible. So could he show it to him? The protagonist hesitated for a split second, but honestly, he wasn't even that worried. He'd warned Valkyrie to keep magic hidden in public, but Kale wouldn't let it go. So he finally snapped and told him to hold up while he went to grab his beast. When the MC brought in Valkyrie, the merchant practically lit up and blurted, "I've never seen anything like her. She's wonderful. She can haul cargo with ease, and on top of that, she's drop-dead gorgeous. And that's the white stuff, the rich love it. Talk about perfect timing." The protagonist snapped, furious because this beast isn't for sale. Kale blinked in shock. Why would it be a no? Didn't he come here to cash in on this from the start? He drawled, and yeah, it was true. Because he'd already wrapped his heart around her, and for now, he wasn't letting her go. He admitted to himself that he wasn't just calm. He was scared she'd use his magic. And if he was being real, he wanted her all to himself. And yeah, Turns out she's a service beast, but she understands every word he says, and her strength is on a whole different level than his, because whatever he's about to do next, it's going to hit like a bomb, make his life easier. So he wrapped his arms around Valkyrie's neck and stroked her gently, as if that comfort could settle everything. Kale shivered at his touch, blurted out, "Then they struck a deal. He'd get 5 more amazing beast eggs and then he would. And he'd hand them over to him, yeah, for safekeeping, but never for free. He was a businessman and he was about to make sure that mattered because he was giving them too. He'd listen to that, and with magic in his hands, he'd summon the beasts, raise them for him, and then grab the hatched ones like trophies." The protagonist blurted in shock, "So you're trying to grab all the beasts for yourself, huh?" And Kale told him. They finally clicked, same language, same feelings. After all, it wouldn't be that hard for him to bring them along, and yeah, he'd need patience at first, but once he got going, after that he'd be showered with everything he needed, because they'd been close for ages, though the protagonist cut himself off as he needed to clear things up, so he started laying out the details. If he'd taken big losses, he had the right to rip up the contract, and he alone would decide how many animals to raise and exactly when to sell them. At purchase and sale, they'd hammer out the price, then he'd raise the eggs and sell them to him. When it came time, he'd hand over the magical eggs with 0 cost. The deal ran for 1 full year, but if the time stretched or shrank, they could tweak the terms. MC summed it all up in his. Honestly, it didn't look so hopeless, at least not now. The merchant stared at him, shocked and impressed by how sharp his business sense was. And the protagonist, he made up his mind on the spot. Starting today, he'd raise magical eggs. Why? Because in their isolated little village, this was the best way to rake in money. He burst out laughing with pure joy. Come what may, he was going to see it through. He would throw everything he had into it. Valkyrie surged in beside her master with her sound. Kale gasped in shock. And when the merchant and the protagonist finally split, Ours leaned back and wondered. We've got to pour magic into every single egg. Valkyrie let out a snort and pressed her muzzle to the eggs, sniffing them loudly like she was trying to crack a secret. Out of nowhere, she snatched one into her mouth, and the protagonist let out a terrified cry. "You can't eat that," she gasped, dropped the egg in pure shock, and it crashed onto the floor. Eyes squeezed shut, the protagonist blurted a terrified gasp. Did it break? Then he finally looked at the egg. Thank every god. It was still perfectly intact. But Valkyrie lay there beside his wares, her belly pressed against the. Ours stared at her in shock. "Wait, you really want to hatch these eggs yourself?" Valkyrie nudged them with her nose and started chattering in her own wild language. The protagonist's amazement exploded out of him, bigger than anything he'd ever felt before. She could push magical energy into the air with a spell, so animals and eggs could soak it up already. He cut Valkyrie off, snapping, "Wait, that's not right. Because if they absorb magic from different people, their looks would totally change. And if it wasn't him raising them, what was even the point? He spotted several darkened eggs and realized 3 had already gulped down her magic. Now they had to nurse them together. But slicing up and distributing that power was going to be a nightmare. MC steadied his hands and handled the power right. Then after a beat, he jabbed a finger at the 3 dim eggs and said, "Valkyrie, take these." Valkyrie was the one he trusted, and he told her to look after them well. The MC let out a laugh because that memory just hit him. Back then, way before everything went wild, he'd once found a puppy, and his mother snapped at him so hard it stung, demanding, "So tell me, who's going to look after it now? Can he actually do it himself?" That's a mountain of pressure, and the real question is, can he handle it? Right now, he's completely unsure. He figured if he hauled it home, he could save it. But the moment his parents opened their mouths, he froze. Then, with pure stubborn resolve, he decided he'd definitely take care of it, and they let him keep it. He still fed and walked it himself, but his parents footed the bill for the food and grooming supplies, vaccines, and top-tier vet care. Then it hit him. They were right, and caring for a living creature. It wasn't easy. After a while, every last animal finally hatched, and it worked. But then something wild showed up. The ones raised by Ars were a little bigger. They all looked like Valkyries, and the first stage was already cleared. Then the protagonist cracked open the empty storage bins and checked them. Disappointment hit hard as the animals piled in. Every extra creature made the food vanish faster, so replenishing the supply. He'd have to grind for a while, because if he planned to launch a business, one single field just wouldn't cut it. So yeah, he had to blaze through the forest and expand the fields. He shouted for the animals to swarm after him and got right to work, picked one. Then the plan kept going. At the planting site, he decided to run everything the exact same way as before. He pried the roots loose and slammed the trees down. Once he'd pulled it off, tear them out, loosen the soil, and then pour in the soil improvement. Skills set up the beds, then checked every detail and lit up with satisfaction, because the field was finally ready. Every last animal trotted onto the field and unleashed their magic to supercharge the soil. And Hours gasped in pure amazement. What are they even doing? He hasn't named a single soul yet, so why are they already unleashing this power? Doesn't magic come with the name? Animals have their own rules, and Valkyrie started chanting spells in her. She blurted it right in his ear way too loud. He clapped both hands over his ears, eyes wide, totally baffled. So every animal born from now on gets magic powers. He should warn Valkyrie to stay off the spellbook. Then he swallowed the urge, pushed it aside for now, and kept tending the fields, and then it hit him. Width could be measured in domes. After a while, he finally stared. He stared at the new field and went, "No way." It looked like an overgrown forest. It was so massive it must have started out as farmland, but once they kicked off the new land development, the people vanished and the population collapsed. As he pushed through the overgrown mess, he slowed and thoughtfully rubbed Valkyrie's neck, realizing the forest stretched for miles. Plenty of room to make things bigger and grow the number of fields. No one in the village, not even the headman, would stand in his way. Because if he wanted to raise beasts like Valkyrie, he'd have to push the past wider. Pastures spread out, making everything balloon in size. Yet the moment the field widened, they got yanked farther and farther from home. So the protagonist had to ask his creature one thing. Would she give him a ride, safe and sound, for the journey ahead? He realized she wasn't exactly a horse, but he'd still need a saddle. Stared at the stirrup and peppered his father with questions. Ashura looked genuinely confused, wondering why there weren't any crafts around. In this village that churned out stirrups and saddles for service beasts, the father stared at the scene and realized the animals still looked like something was off. Had already hatched from the eggs. He shot a question to his son, asking if he needed a cart, and Hours pointed out that getting animals to work, really work, starts with harnessing them. This place felt routine, until he told his father a cart is a must for the fields, then revealed his real dream. He didn't want wheels first. He wanted to saddle a service animal because someday he'd learn to ride. And yeah, he'd get drafted too, because those horsemen on horseback hit like a storm, far stronger than any poor foot soldier. That was the truth. With Valkyrie carrying him, he'd become a killer horseman, and even spin a rope from radish stalks. The protagonist flung it over his mount's head and snapped it into a bridle. And then he paused, thinking, even with a saddle and stirrups in hand, he'd finally learn. Because the protagonist made sure to tell the story like it mattered. He told her he trusted her with everything, and Valkyrie answered with a solid, confident sound. Hours knew. He had to figure out the right way to saddle a horse, until he hopped onto his own pet and realized it was way easier than he ever expected. After a while, told her, "That's enough," and she shifted aside so he could ride in comfort, and thanks to her, he finally rode without any. After that, the very next day, his whole body screamed with pain. Then the protagonist stared in confusion. What was going on with him? He'd written before, so why was this suffering hitting him now? Pain slammed into him. No matter how hard Valkyrie pushed to help, some things just wouldn't stop. To keep from falling, he planted himself on her, and the numbness surged through his body. He forced every muscle in his torso to fire and locked himself to the right axis, and the shaking finally calmed down. A saddle and stirrups would have made it easier, but he wasn't about to quit just because you don't have it. So he made a choice that day, and he kept at horse riding, training again and again. That same night, his older brother, pulled him aside and demanded to know what he'd been obsessing over every single night right before bed. He always mutters under his breath, so the MC snaps back, "What are you even talking about?" But the guy just shuts up, says nothing. Ars kept up his horseback training and started crafting a brand new magic, spells built for riding. When Mary burst into the room with their sleeping little brother cradled in her arms, ordered the kids to hit the bed, and the protagonist stared at his mother. He snapped into focus, and when he poured his magic into his eyes and stared at someone, a cold blue haze wrapped around them, like his power was boiling up from inside him and refusing to stop. Now the real question hit hard. How was he going to keep it from bubbling over like that? That's when the answer showed. To multiply his natural healing power and blow it up several times over, so any magic he used wouldn't just vanish. It would turn into extra healing energy. He'd known this for a long time, noticed the effect, but he hadn't cast a single spell on it. He snapped it on because it had a permanent pull, and land-clearing magic could wipe out a strip of land of a set width. And with brick creation magic, he popped out bricks every day that were the exact same shape and size, and the body-strengthening spell made him rock hard, strong and durable like stone for a while, until he cast the next one. If he cast that spell on himself, the boost would stick around for ages. Once, he even cracked a wall while rolling in bed, which basically screamed one thing. If he used the spell, the magic would last way longer, the effect of body-strengthening magic. That spell didn't quit when night fell. It even lingered through deep sleep, so he kept labor restoration magic working, and while he slumped into bed, he kept murmuring his meditation. With this, he'd be back to 100% by morning, and his muscle pain would vanish. Just imagine it. Fully restoring his body from right there in bed, like he'd been granted some kind of. Bite grumbled through his drowsy haze, still muttering under his breath, while the brave protagonist, now fully healed and confident, kept practicing the art of riding with zero shame. Later on, a while later, Kale swept in to see him, and the merchant just froze. "Wait. You're saying every single hatched beast truly goes through that transformation?" He expected just 1 or 2 beast orders, but his monsters were multiplying fast, way too fast. Then he stared out at the field and realized how massive it was, so the protagonist asked, "Is that really all?" And the merchant kept talking. "It takes about a month to raise them, so even if he's got a handful of eggs, they won't all hatch at once." MC stared in shock, wondering if that magical injection was the reason. He shot Kale a question: were they safe to sell right now? What would he even do next? Was anyone out there ready to buy? And the man didn't beat around the bush. Frankly, he had zero intention of selling them. Our group was stunned. Then one of us blurted, "Wait, does he want him to go trade?" Cal said, "Yeah, sure," but the truth was, they're about to hand them out for free. And the protagonist was right in the middle of it. Rage bubbled up. Maybe the merchant forgot. He'd shake his memory. He vowed to sell them, but now he felt his trust was shattered. He leaned in and soothed him, saying, "Come on, he doesn't get it. He's still just a kid." Then he paused like he was about to finish the thought, an offering for the nobles ruling these lands pulled the strings, and he'd already warned him earlier. No connections meant no way he could swing deals this huge. Before the rich could buy from him, he had to win their trust first, and the rich had. They ran their own businesses like it was their kingdom, and they clung to that monopoly so tightly that getting into their inner circle would be a nightmare. The protagonist shot him a look and reminded him. He'd said the exact same line the last time he sold him those dishes for basically nothing. Kale didn't even try to deny it. Then the man leaned in and said only nobles could lay hands on rare, priceless treasures. So for a merchant like him, no connections, no trust, this would be brutal, and that's why they'd lay it out like this. These beasts would be marched straight to the nobles, and that's the end of it, because a service beast you could actually harness. Here, it was worth more than gold. Everyone knows it. And on the battlefield, these beasts can turn into a game-changing strategic advantage. These beasts are being hunted like gold. Give one to a high-ranking official, and it becomes the perfect conduit. Kale pushed it back into place and said, "If they want those powers so badly, they can hand the beasts over to other wealthy families instead." The MC listened with full focus, then pressed him hard. "What do you mean?" Because the merchant insisted they couldn't ignore the nobles who were glaring at them. Seeing this whole setup from a social angle, the idea of selling these beasts as a strategic weapon to rival families would mean everyone involved was about to get trapped in a brutal bind, so Cal shot back. "Then I'll go to the nobles." He blurted out in shock, "Wait, will you go?" And the man snapped back, "Yeah, I'm going," then demanded he deliver that message to his dad. The protagonist stared in disbelief. And then, bam, Kale took him seriously and decided to bring him along to his patrons, so he finally tore himself away from their village for the very first time. And on the road, he and his father struck up a conversation with the merchant too. They traded talk for a moment, and before anyone could blink, they'd already rolled into the city. Then the allies stepped into enemy territory, and he stared in total shock at everything in front of him, and his mind raced. So this is what it means when nobles pack up and leave their home. They tore out of their home village in a dragon-drawn carriage, bumping down rough roads for a brutal 3 days. They finally reached the fortress wall of the city, and the protagonist lit up with pure joy, because this was his very first journey in his life. Of course, they weren't on a high-speed train, but it still made the trip worth it. He spun toward a merchant and told him it was more than worth the time. It was jam-packed. So Kale stopped by a half-built building and told me straight up that this chaos was why bricks were suddenly flying off the shelves. They decided to expand the city, so they tore down part of the fortress wall. And now it all had to be rebuilt from scratch, using the old bricks they had. But those bricks were running scarce. Ars watched as MC pressed him with a question. If he answered like that, the demand wouldn't drop, right? The merchant leaned back and mused. "So you're saying that's the play?" He then pointed out the problem. "The bricks are made right here, so hauling them from far away would kill the profit." Ars' eyes widened. "I get it. So yeah, if they trade this commodity, the profit won't be that great. Meaning they've got to kick off negotiations fast." The very first person they bumped into was the manager of the Fontana house, a young guy named Raymond. He spotted them in the granary square and flat out told them he was counting on them. Ours was not in. Raymond felt completely satisfied. At least now they'd be allowed inside. Only to realize, of course, commoners and merchants like them still couldn't meet the family's head. Raymond caught what he'd been told. "These service animals can be harnessed," and Kale shot back, "Yep. They're built perfectly, and you can harness them without any problems. They'll be over the moon if Lord Fontana accepts their gift," because deep down, the protagonist couldn't stop scratching his head. After all, the merchant bragged that he'd move beyond small talk and actually build ties with the upper class. So Raymond snapped his question to Kale, who was riding with him. They told him straight up that this was the Ars, the man who'd raised those beasts, while the other guy turned out to be the boy's father, Father Ashira. When the manager heard that, his jaw dropped and he blurted, "If it's really like that, we could raise beasts in huge numbers." Kale snapped, "That's right," and suddenly it hit. They weren't just random names, they were Valkyries. The protagonist froze, staring in shock at the nonsense he'd been spouting. About that, Valkyrie wasn't some species name at all. It was the name of his beast. The merchant leaned in and told Raymond they needed his permission to breed and sell their goods. He grinned and said, "We sell beasts like that." Then he leaned in. His own pet stayed right where it belonged. She stayed in the village, guarding the house, and he'd already decided. She was his friend, and he was never going to sell her. The manager told me, "All right, he'll hand me written permission later, and I'll make sure Mr. Fontana gets the word." Kale thanked him. MC snapped in surprise. So the negotiator. Cal told the manager the associations actually worked, but he couldn't shake the fear. Could these animals really be turned into fighting weapons? Raymond shot a look of pure shock. What did that even mean? The merchant leaned in and said the truth. Those horns were nothing but a hindrance. They were clearly made for something other than combat. No thinking required. The manager whipped around to his assistants, and barked an order to start sawing. Slashing off the magical beast's horns, the assistants charged in while our heart screamed, "Nope, run up there and stop them." His father snapped a firm grip on his shoulder, silencing him with a look, telling him to stay out of it, and the protagonist, Magnus, was rattled to the core. This creep was about to maim their animals for some pointless reason. For some reason, he clenched his fists and fumed with pure frustration. They wouldn't even let him speak a single word against it. With fury blazing in his eyes, he watched the manager's assistants mercilessly yank the animal's horns off. Later, while the protagonist was holed up in a hotel, Dad told him he'd done great, but MC just slumped on the floor, fuming. Those idiots. Who do they think they are, hurting his little ones like that? Ashira told him to wash up, and the main character stared at his palms like they were guilty, feeling as if his horns had been about. The tracker searched them out, but the animals wouldn't make a peep. Total silence, like a guide dog in perfect focus, especially during the first days when they had to stay quiet and not a single sound slipped out. They stay silent, like nothing can rattle them. Even if they accidentally crunch a burning cigarette underfoot, even if they slice their paws, they never whimper. No whining, no fuss. Since ancient times, dogs have been man's loyal companion. They gave it everything they had, yet people keep saying service animals are just dogs. So tell me, why would they go that far? So he did it, because ours couldn't stop the tears anymore. He clenched his fists hard, and his whole presence screamed that he was drowning in helplessness. His father snapped at him to calm down, and the protagonist blurted it out in pure despair. Didn't he ever feel bad for them? He barely blinked at the fact that their horns had been ripped away. His mind raced only to their health, because if the animals he'd handed them couldn't survive, what chance did they really have? It was insane, especially for a noble family, and then he paused like, what else? What else could he even expect? Would the animals drop dead fast if you hacked their horns off? He had no idea how long they lived, not a clue about the lifespan. These creatures, no joke. What a shame their horns got ripped away, but if he planned to keep breeding them, he'd have to dig deep and investigate every last detail. MC told his father. Ashira wore a tired smile and said so quietly that he wasn't calm at all. He was lost in thoughts about how utterly powerless the common people were. People were dead set against the elite. Ars stared at him, and in a blink of understanding she thought, my father, even though being uneducated doesn't mean he's stupid at all. My father has always had more depth than you'd expect, and even when he didn't have the words for it, he still spotted things from his otherworld knowledge that even he missed. As a kid, he pulled off a real win in farming, and yeah, people thought that was strange. Worse, some folks started resenting him because he wouldn't pay his taxes. The village headman even tried to strip him of his fields, but his father stepped in, broke it all down, and made him understand. He said he needed fields to breed his service beasts, and radishes were the key, because the wheat he grew in those radish fields wasn't enough. And that's where everything started to spiral into the next problem. Then there was it all came down to the poll tax and the land tax. At first, the nobles shrugged off the whole thing, saying they didn't care about raising service beasts or collecting taxes. But thanks to his father, they got permission at the same time to breed and sell them. So they got the deed to land, and the freedom to pay taxes in cash instead of wheat. Cal practically exploded with joy. Now they had real connections. Ashiro stared at his son and said, since we're in town, let's grab a few things, and I want you to explain why you're here. So while they're at it, they scour the surrounding area. Then the protagonist shoots him a warm look, smiling like he already knows what's coming and thinks, believing he'd finally found a father he could count on. Yeah, he was crushing life, grinning like the world was his as he wandered around. In that city, the protagonists frowned the second they saw it. There wasn't a single wooden building in sight. Maybe wood just wasn't meant for this place. His father shot back, yep, those wooden buildings can burn. MC went on, yeah, it could all go up in flames, and plus, there aren't even any windows. So these windows, Ashura warned him, light magic could seep right through and turn the whole place into flames. And honestly, we didn't need windows at all. Our guy just stared, baffled, because no matter how you cut it, everything was tied to magic, and his father erupted in laughter. He laughed and swore it all happened because God blessed him. Then the protagonist grimly thought about the life magic he'd just taken on. With a name, is this what God's blessing really looks like? Does magic actually belong to God? Then, he blurted with pure joy, pointing like he'd just struck gold. There it is, a window. And then his mind latched on. He figured those tough window panes would suddenly become crazy in demand. He decided his next big product wasn't just glassware. It was the real deal, and he could churn it out in huge batches by mixing magic with a spell. But then a bigger question hit him. What if people wanted it for buildings too? The father watched his son like he could already see the trouble brewing, and with a small smile he muttered that the kid was at it again, while the merchant just shook his head and said, "Seriously, this kid brings non-stop drama." "Drive," Asher shot back. "I know you can surprise me, and somehow, thanks to him, our village finally started to prosper. Yet just recently, everyone around him was dropping dead from a brutal famine." And Kale said, "They must have been starving for years. Year after year, people keeled over from hunger, and whole lands crumbled into ruin as war's flames swallowed everything from the very start. All-out war gnawed everyone down until people started clawing at food just to survive, and that desperate scramble nearly sparked a whole new conflict. Through it all, he stumbled on a bizarre plant, a strange kind of radish. It sprouted everywhere, even in dead, abandoned fields. And weirdly, it didn't taste all that awful. Yeah, sure, this root veggie wasn't exactly delicious, but it wasn't the worst either. It still wasn't fit for a feast, but thanks to the number 20, deaths from starvation finally started to drop. It got chopped down and turned into a winter lifesaver, used to keep food fresh, and it sprouted like crazy. He was so stunned when he ended up in a village tucked near the northern forest, right where radishes like these were grown. Most villages had already sunk into despair, and life felt unbearable, until this one village somehow refused to break. Tending this humble root crop was the whole reason these folks could survive where they lived, because they truly couldn't get by without it. He never had to worry about hunger, until the day he crossed paths with Ars, who stepped in and offered to buy his product. Kale nearly choked on his surprise, because this boy wasn't even old enough for baptism, yet he was sharp as a tack, and he kept peppering him with question after question, trying to find out if there was anything else he could sell. He could sell rings around anyone, so smart it felt too much for some lowly peasant. And as a merchant, he had to hustle from door to door. He swung the door open, waving radishes and a pair of sandals, and that tiny goofball instantly hooked him. So he started showing up north again and again, like clockwork. In that northern village, they kept hauling him in. Every time, our people grilled him for a full hour. Until just a few years later, everything changed. Now that he'd grown up, he cooked up something new. These were the very magic mushrooms he'd already dropped that hint earlier. This rare item would sell for a fortune, and suddenly trade could explode in that struggling little village. Still, it was wildly dangerous for a little kid to step into the forest alone, so he urged him to wait until he was older, but Eris swore everything would be fine. He'd be fine, guaranteed. That blind confidence of his, like it couldn't touch him. He'd seen so many young men get wiped out by the exact same kind of arrogance, so he put on an act like he didn't care about his plans and pushed for brickmaking instead. His stuff stayed top-notch, and buyers never stopped lining up. Demand. Then the protagonist leaned in and promised, "I'll make pottery for you." When Arsh swung open his wares, Kale froze. Every piece was dazzling like it couldn't be real. How did he pull it off? The kid started to. He told him it was a secret, then turned and bam, stared at that incredible dish like it was bait, because the boys were right there. The boy's real face finally showed, and you could swear he was born into nobility. Until the protagonist cut that story short and told him, straight up, it wasn't true. Then he blurted out, "This dish looks exactly like a family heirloom that's been passed down for generations." Then he shot down everything he said, straight to his face. Kale leaned in and guessed he must have come from a struggling noble family, maybe. Our family swore it was impossible, but we shut them down. Now that he's gone through the baptismal rite, he's set to keep blowing minds. And it all started with the egg we bought from him. This insanely beautiful, super rare beast, finally hatched, and right away he proved he was made of stubborn steel. Even with the boy already crafting bricks and growing magic mushrooms, his determination never wavered. He keeps hunting for something fresh, even though he already got the answer he was looking for. Someone asked why he was busting his butt to stack so much money, and the boy blurted that he wasn't shopping for toys at all. He wanted to buy a weapon, and then his story started. He must have been chasing glory on the battlefield to drag back his family's honor. Wait, no, that's not it. Nope, that's not true. Wait, could these really be his parents? Yeah, I don't think so. They looked way too similar, though. More like they were quietly raising a kid whose real family got shoved into hiding. But it still felt like pure nonsense. This tiny kid was destined to grow into someone great, and they were about to lay the groundwork. If he wanted a stronger bond, he'd step in as the go-between. And he had to keep that relationship strong, no matter what. To gain a spot among us, he had to win trust the hard way, before he even grew up. And at that exact moment, the protagonist barged in, cutting him off, and blurted out in shock, "Wait, did you really?" If he wasn't planning to snatch the goods from the merchant, then what was he even doing there? The merchant shot back that he'd go with him, and Kale locked eyes with the protagonist, grinning as he vowed to follow him anywhere, no matter what. He couldn't believe what was happening, and just like that, his whole life snapped onto this boy after just a little while. The allies finally settled into the carriage and rode in eerie silence, their only soundtrack the creak of the wheels grinding on and on. The second he saw them, his face lit up. He bolted straight into his mother's arms, shouting, "We're home." He figured that after a few non-stop days in the city, snagging every last thing, they finally made it back home. Then snapped up a saw to tear down the trees he'd cut while clearing the forest, grabbed a cart to haul radishes, and even snagged the socks his father had been begging for, and the protagonist just grinned. It felt like the money he'd earned was sprinting straight toward the finish line, right out of his hands. But this time was different, because now he'd cash in big, selling that service beef and walking away with a fat profit. Beasts, he snatched up the brand new magical eggs. Then the MC declared, "These are service beasts, Valkyries," and sold them for the same price as a riding dragon. The flock stampeded straight to his beloved and roared that he was back. He wrapped her in a hug, and a Valkyrie burst out with happy chirps, greeting her like a miracle. And the protagonist just knew it. Service animals like these could cash in a fortune like he's the only. Expensive cars, and now they had the go-ahead. But before he could start, he had to make one move. At Fontana's house, 3 animals had their horns ripped off, and Fontana was left needing to. He had to find out what would happen if he hit the move right now, because he only had 2 animals left, and he was about. He'd slice off one horn, leave the other untouched, then stare at the contrast, and yeah, that's how it usually goes. Treat service animals like living equipment, not like regular pets, because they're meant to do a job. He stalked up to the animal, puffed out its mane, and begged for forgiveness, then urged it to be smart. He took a deep breath, gripped the blade, and sawed off the animal's horns. Then just a few days later, reality hit him like a truck. Nothing had changed. The animal was alive and kicking, but sure enough, he drained his magic and lost every last magical power. The beast still hadn't tapped either his magic or its usual form, sure. It looked like he hadn't totally drained his power, but something felt off. He seemed. They just couldn't get it to work. Stuff like that happens to anyone. His father warned him that anyone who lost both arms in the war couldn't cast magic again, and the thought hit him hard. Now that I think about it, magic only wakes up when you cast the spell and shove your hands into the exact right positions, or it just won't work. This won't work, same rule here. If you cut off the beast's horns, it loses its magical powers. That's the truth, and now we know why. That knowledge would tip the scales in his favor, because like the merchant promised, a magic beast here is damn near one of a kind. And if there are, it could trigger massive trouble, Because if the Valkyries start raising magical eggs, you don't want to know what happens next. He'd barely managed to become the only producer of something that rare, especially with a horn missing. The horns. Relax. No one's lives are in danger, and those manes hide every secret. He seized the test beast by the neck, and it answered with a delighted roar. And with that, the protagonist clenched every ounce of willpower. Then he finally saw. He hunted down every one of the Valkyries' horns, yanked them free to sell to a merchant, and after a while Paul tracked him down and invited him over. Then the priest started talking. Paul leaned in and told him he'd done great. Then the MC shot back, asking if he meant the Fontana family's permission. Paul and they all nodded, yes. But this wasn't just about getting permission to trade service beasts, because this remote village had been weirdly normal, right up until then, except a book packed with strange symbols. So on rainy days, he trudged to that church just to crack the code, and he couldn't read, so the priest handed him the paper and declared, "This is your permission to use the land he carved out of the forest." The protagonist snapped. "It's all because of my father." He knew it, because paying that wheat tax was a brutal fight. Paul flashed a smile, joked about the tax, and then Ashira. Yet it wasn't really the taxes at all. Paul dove straight into the fine print and read every clause. The permit to own land in the northern forests, and the taxes and cash that came with it, felt suddenly real, and the MC went wide-eyed. What had changed? The priest had warned him, and now came a nasty question. After all that plowing, what patch of land had he actually covered? Hours asked. He asked if that was the spot where he'd chopped the trees down and wiped it all clean. Then the priest nodded and said, "Yes." He won't say when, where, or how much land he's claiming. So every single patch he's already plowed and every field he plows next is gonna belong to him. They can claim him as property, and the fact they let him pay taxes in cash means this land doesn't have to be some farm plot at all. Plus, the document doesn't even spell out how the land is supposed to be used. It turns out he can do whatever he wants now, so the confused protagonist blurts, "Wait, what does all this mean?" And the priest just grins and says he can finally become a giant landowner. Yeah, the protagonist just stared in shock at what he heard, then turned to the priest like, "Wait, is that really something to brag about?" Paul shook his head and shot back, "Oh, you think? Because that Fontana family sure runs these lands. They don't just swoop in and take everything. These lands still belong to powerful families who own parts of them, and the state steps in by granting special rights and handling the management. And the taxes the families pay, every last coin, are meant to raise the troops the protagonist demanded." And that's when he stared in confusion, wondering why they'd let him become a landowner, trading right. That should have been enough. Then the priest leaned in and told him he was the youngest son, like he'd never really meant to pack up and move to some other land just to service animals, and he might have been plotting to hand the land over, because the thought of that was genuinely terrifying. And then, besides, nobody expected a kid to plow fields as big as a whole family's land, right when they all came back home. It was like our neighbor S saying, "That's way too much power for a mere child." He'd never even clocked it. Somehow his whole life had shifted professions. And if that was the case, he'd just keep expanding his lands as far as he needed, and he would let them stare down at him. Because now he's about to carve out brand new lands for himself. He'd whip out magic and fell every last tree, call in the Valkyries, and have them haul every last one to the same spot. He'd level and pack down the cleared ground, then even. But no matter what he did, it wouldn't bring a single coin in. He'd found 4 ways to rake in cash: breeding Valkyries, growing magic mushrooms, churning out bricks, and raising radishes. Sure, selling Valkyries could rake in the money, but it wouldn't hurt to stay extra safe, because the demand for bricks was about. His resources might run dry any day, and growing mushrooms takes backbreaking work. Sure, he had land, but he couldn't handle it alone, so he'd have to track down someone to help fast. There was no way he could handle this solo. He needed a team to clear the land, harvest the crops, and manage storage, while the sales would still fall squarely on his shoulders as he focused on plowing. The land needed part-time workers, So the protagonist turned to his family and asked for help. Also, they were eating bean soup and white bread that night, and Bite happily told him he'd finally stumbled into the right place and he couldn't afford to forget who he was looking for. Then everything hit him at once. Confusion tangled in the protagonist's head. The older brother wasn't just asking around for anything, he wanted part-time work. No, that wasn't it at all. He was really looking for. But workers, fine, an older brother. That felt totally wrong. Bite just smirked and told him nonchalantly, "You can count on me." And the MC was left utterly baffled. Was it really normal for the older brother to work for the younger one? He spun around and asked his mother for advice, and Mary told the eldest son he was right. He thought me and ours would be a huge help with the wheat harvest. And then the idea hit. He burst into a grin and shouted, "That's possible." With a confident nod, the protagonist decided, "We'll do it. If my brother really wants it, then I've got nothing to lose." He kept fighting it, but he was always dodging homework. That's what gnawed at him. If he dodged at work too, he'd be forced to fire him. He stared at the thoughtful Bite like, "What are you cooking?" Oh, he had a plan. Bite blurted, "I'm already decided. Give me one Valkyrie." The nerve of it was sickening, because if anyone was riding, it was supposed to be him. MC thought, "Well, that's that," and told his brother back. He'd been riding the saddle a time or two, so he couldn't be clueless, but did he actually like it? Like the Valkyrie that much? Bite blurted out, "Of course. Heroes never miss, especially the ones riding in like beautiful princesses on horseback. Everybody worships men like that." So when the protagonist let out a heavy sigh, you could feel trouble still lurking right around the corner. So Bite started helping him in the field. Then he stepped into the warehouse, and his brother snapped that his secret hideout looked downright uncool, and it just got worse from there. It looked exactly like a prison. Ours snapped irritably, and out of nowhere he blurted that his domain was a prison with unbreakable walls, with him trapped alone inside. A lonely prison squats out in a huge empty field. Don't ever underestimate him. Then it hits the protagonist hard. He clenches his fists, stares at the place, and admits, yeah, it doesn't look that safe. He's growing every single day, and so are his. He can finally unleash his abilities, and the moment he's been waiting for hits. Architecture has always burned in his soul, and now his dream is right there within reach. Came true. He leaned in, stared hard at the inn where they'd crashed the night before during their trip into the city. The protagonist had every inch, inside and out, etched into his mind. Then he prowled through the building with magic, studying it like it was a map. And with that, he unleashed the magic inside it. Then used a razor-sharp spell, spreading that power piece by piece through the whole structure. He had the earth technique down cold, yeah, the real one. After that, this MC triggered a memory retention skill and locked that knowledge in his head for good. When we stared at the project, we froze, because it looked just like computer graphics. He'd trained himself to memorize every building perfectly, and the very first time he tried building one, his energy drained in seconds, like someone pulled the plug. Energy? He'd messed up the whole calculation. He grabbed the wrong amount of magic, and it wasn't just for the outside. It powered the inside too. Now he'd hexed the bricks and locked the whole building technique into his mind. No way was he about to waste the energy he needed for this. For the interior, then he could finally recreate something like an inn. When he tried to picture the magic circle in his head, he couldn't get it right from memory, so this time he finally remembered what the magical power felt like, down to its exact shape, so the rest would have been a breeze to set up. But first, he had to figure out how to make He stared at the bricks, then pulled out the magical energy he'd memorized, and finally, he had to turn that magic into, crashing into bricks and mortar. Then the protagonist snapped his eyes open. His eyes went wide with shock, and the realization hit him like a wave. There was no limit to it. He stared at the finished building, then burst out in pure joy, because it actually worked. That house-building experiment totally worked. And right in the city, the inn was squeezed right up against the other houses. So they widened the walls, built storage rooms for the harvest, and even carved out a stable for the Valkyries. The roof over every room has to be built by hand. And yeah, they still have to add the windows too. It's basically a copy of that building, and it's way safer than that old box. Sure, there are no doors or furniture yet, but he doesn't need luxury, not anymore. Crafting something built to last meant he'd leveled up for real. One day, this spot would be his true home. And then he raced back, burst through the door, and sprinted inside laughing as he yelled to what they were having for dinner. His mother beamed and said beans, white bread and soup, exactly like he'd hoped. At that exact moment, his father whipped around and asked for a minute, and the protagonist, staring at that worried look on his face, blurted, "What happened?" Ashura got pestered by lumberjacks, and later the MC showed up in Medlock where they said their hours arrived way earlier than usual. So was the wood for the mushroom growing already gone? The MC shot back, "Not really," because he'd been hearing people grumble that he'd been chopping down trees himself. Medlock was a lumberjack, an old friend who used to help him grow magic mushrooms. And when he finally spoke, the whole story shifted as he said, I got it, so that's why he showed up." The protagonist handed him a gift his father had given him, then leaned in and asked for his honest take on what was going on Medlock. After they poured the wine they brought him, the old man took a sip and declared it was delicious. MC shot back, "Yep," and admitted, "We bought it in town." But he didn't tell the old man that his father was still regretting giving that drink away as a gift because he'd really loved it. The lumberjack cracked, "Listen, this isn't rage. The lumberjacks aren't angry, they're just a little irritated." The protagonist shot back, "So that means they don't. If they hate him for chopping down trees, too bad. He's determined to keep expanding his territory, and he's convinced there's only one way to settle this mess." Medlock leaned in and warned him, "Keep your job from draining the lumberjacks' pay, and pick a spot where they can start chopping trees right away. Good news, there's another route." That little gentleman looked completely clueless about what really caused the problem hit hard. Then the protagonist snapped back, baffled, asking if it was truly all about the mess and inconvenience caused to the lumberjacks. Don't just swing axes for fun. Cutting and hauling trees is brutal work, and he breezes through it like it's nothing, with nothing but sheer skill. With his beasts, he pressed the old man again, asking if he was really bothering them, and the lumberjack shot back, "Nah, I don't think so." Even so, his actions still clawed at their professional pride, and MC blurted out in shock, "Yet he never meant any harm." Medlock leaned in and told him, "You were born to be a lumberjack, and that's how you'll live and die." He blazed with pride for what he'd done. Those trees were their bread, their treasure, and he couldn't help thinking he'd like it if. "So what, you hack down trees in the forest, dump them on the ground, and you expect everyone to just stand there while the fallen logs rot?" The woodcutters thought he was mocking them, and our guy stared at him tight-lipped, listening in tense silence. He stared intently, then said, "So that's it," and the woodcutter kept going. Continued, "On top of that, they're racing to expand the fields, clearing the forest to make it happen besides. So the nobles are giving orders, huh?" The protagonist realized this isn't their choice, it's theirs to obey, and that's why they. "So you're saying this is all just happening back in the village, right?" Medlock summed it up. "No one voices it openly, but you know some folks are still boiling with unhappiness, and he wants us too." The protagonist swallowed his sadness. His father had already heard about Medlock's discontent, and he'd warned him that. He warned him before the trouble snowballed. But he was so tangled up in his own mess that he never even clocked what was going on around him. The lumberjack clocked the thoughtful MC's face, and you could tell he was lost in his own thoughts. If a person makes a fix it immediately. This is the one thing you can't afford to delay. Finally, Hours leaned in and begged, "Can you help me?" He was done watching from the sidelines. He wanted the steering wheel in his hands, and he knew the force. Just outside the village, the land stretched so deep he feared that if he pushed any farther, he might never come back. Yet not a soul knew the exact. Still, he pushed ahead with magic and Valkyries, tearing the situation apart, like he was cooking up a disaster. Forests keep shrinking, and with every tree we cut down, the world loses its ability to hold onto moisture. worsening a brutal environmental crisis. The soil that feeds the crops is vanishing, and if things spiral out of control, these lands could turn to desert. And on top of that, the firewood supply could dry up completely. Then those brutal winter days hit, and the desert future becomes a real threat. It's impossible to keep going without firewood, the protagonist blurted. Then he snapped into action, vowing to build a forestry industry that would hire people to forge artificial forests, so they could also harvest top quality. He needed wood for his magic mushrooms. Problem was, he knew everything about growing vegetables and wheat, yet he had zero clue how to handle trees, so he begged the lumberjacks to help. And even as he kept clearing the forest, he leaned on those workers to protect it, because they loved it. Then all the discontent will disappear. So how does he like that? Medlock murmured, saying the power of nature is huge, way beyond anything humans can control, and the thought of the forest vanishing is almost impossible to picture. MC leaned in with excitement, but does he truly get how crucial it is to manage the forest? The law. The lumberjack stopped mid-action and demanded they let him confer with the others. Right then and there, the lumberjacks eyed our proposal with suspicion, but Medlock swept them over and got everyone on board. So for now, they agreed to watch the process. And then the rumor kicked off. Tales started whipping through the village like wildfire. People swore the northern lands beyond the gates were finally under his control, and the outrage hit hard. That outrage hit him like a punch. Who could possibly think that was right? It felt normal to him, and everyone else had swallowed it so fast. Quickly, so the protagonist handed forest management over to Medlock, and man, was he right. After a while, the old man hurried to gather the wood for him, then stacked every single log with careful precision. When the protagonist saw the mountain of it, he gasped in pure delight. This was material. While local carpenters carved gorgeous wooden doors and furniture for his house, he handed the field work to his brother. And to his shock, his brother didn't just work hard, he could manage people too. The protagonist couldn't stop staring, totally amazed. He rushed over to check the crowd, and when he spotted a man in one of the garden beds with a little boy, he demanded to know where Bite was. The boy snapped back that he was training service animals, and the protagonist couldn't believe how brutal that must be, so he fumed. Indignantly, he'd hired people to replace him, and that choice left a deep ache in his gut. With shame burning in his chest, he dropped to his knees, bowed to the man and the child, and begged them to forgive his brother. "Brother," the man shrugged and said, "no big deal, because the harvest would get split up among the villagers, and that's why they'd show up and help." Then he ruffled the boy's hair, like a small kindness that hit straight in the heart, and the boy was left grateful to someone like him, especially after losing his loved ones in the war, and to people like him, ours, who can't work the fields fully. He figured out that hiring was. He was supposed to get paid in cash, but nope, nothing came through. What a total scoundrel his brother turned out to be. So thanks to guys, now the protagonist could finally lock in, clearing the forest, breeding service animals, and tending magic mushrooms like a pro, while he stared at his working machinery, and realized this world was shifting, growing, and expanding right before his eyes. By then, the protagonist was already 8, and soon after the news hit hard. The fields were being wrecked. Bite told him they'd found tracks from giant boars, and Medlock added the sickening detail. There were tracks from 2 huge ones, and 2 small ones too. The MC blurted in shock. So they've been here before and still remember how radishes taste. And if there's no real danger, then why pay at all? Bite blurted at him, half lost and half panicked. Don't you get it? This is deadly dangerous. If this keeps up, everyone's going to stop working because of the boars. With their lives on the line, the protagonist froze in place. Once, back in a past life, he'd read the news about boars wrecking crops and draining farmers' livelihoods. Even with traps laid down, they still couldn't snare a single one. Medlock just stared, baffled, saying there hadn't been any reports of boars showing up lately. The protagonist finally clocked it. The answer was right in front of him the whole time. Because of that forest clearing, every bit of it was on him. And yeah, there are spots where the branches only get thinned out while the trees stay standing. But the forests don't stop there. Trees get wiped out again and again, and wild animals rush in looking for food, only to leave the giant boars who have already tasted it. This is about to turn into a nightmare later on, because as the forest's chief steward, he's forced to step up and deal with the mess, handle it for the sake of everyone who works here. Because the boars struck again and started tearing through the harvest, the allies crammed into the cart, and the protagonist whispered through pure horror at how massive they were, almost 3 meters tall. Bite stared up and saw it like those arrows just couldn't find their mark. The protagonist shot him a look, totally stunned. Wait, what was he even saying? Seriously, what were they supposed to do next? Do it. If he's anything like the heroes, he needs to smash these monsters. Bite told him to think for himself, and MC pushed the idea that it might be smart to rope the nobles into it. The lumberjacks snapped that they probably won't help them, something about those radishes, so Ours stared back, baffled. They wouldn't even help a little, he wondered, and the old man answered, trailing off mid-sentence. They tell them to F. To solve it on their own, the protagonist sank into a grim thought like, so that's it, no choice at all. Choice? He had to scramble for a solution. So he swung into the saddle on his beloved Valkyrie and charged straight toward the enemy. Kept its distance, and when the protagonist stared it down, he told the beast, all right, time to build a real strategy. Valkyrie agreed, and MC's heart sank with certainty. Way out there, they looked monstrous, so he'd have to charge in hard and strike before they overwhelmed him. Defeating them won't be easy. One quick swipe might work, but if their razor fangs catch you, you're finished. Of course you're gonna die. Then suddenly, the soft pounding starts and it's Ours, racing alongside the soft thump of his pet's heart. He soaked up every last ounce of that warm, living comfort. He jolted in surprise. She was waiting for him. He tried to calm down, ready to thank her, but she finally realized he was perfectly fine, clapped her hooves impatiently, then charged forward like she couldn't wait another second. In the nick of time, the protagonist barely managed to snatch. He yanked her hold tighter and tighter, just so she wouldn't slip and fall, and he stared at her unbelievable speed, completely blown away. With that kind of speed, Valkyrie can barely lock onto a target. So she lunges at the enemy mid-charge, right when the main character activates, triggered the shot, and let fly several rounds like a storm that won't stop. So, stoned simultaneously, he watched the attack slam into the boars. He couldn't stop thinking, what if I didn't cast the spell in time? But it worked perfectly, at least until the moment he failed to even get close to touching the ground. The punch barely lands and the enemies, shaken by the attack, he slammed back into motion, rushed it. Arsh roared at Valkyrie to run. We have to move now. She caught it in her own head and bolted toward. The protagonist spun around and saw the shock of what waited behind. Boars barreled toward them, and he couldn't stop thinking about just how insanely fast they were. And keeping that momentum going wasn't a walk in the park. It was a struggle to keep at a moderate distance from them, and he even picked up on that. Their eyes burned bloodshot with rage, and he grinned. Everything was sliding into place exactly like he'd planned, and then it hit him. His MC realized his deadliest weapon in this fight wasn't one big blast. It was the surge of power flooding his whole body. Then he snapped his gaze to Valkyrie as she launched into the sky like a rocket, and MC stared in awe like she was. As he moved and read his thoughts, his comrades' pride spurred their blistering flight, sending a few feathers scattering into the air to scare off a few nearby birds. Our crew stared down at the endless abyss they were soaring over. As the birds soared overhead, he grinned and realized, yes, they really were. Valkyrie landed on the far side of the cliff with effortless grace, and he shoved himself tight against her. He drew a shaky breath and realized, when you've got raw muscle power, the cost of getting even stronger hits totally differently. And Valkyrie just caught his eye, and then he surged to the very lip of the abyss, where his shattered opponents lay waiting below, before the story shifted back to him. Linus clocked it right away, just like he figured. There was no surviving a drop from that height, and with beasts that massive, rushing in recklessly would only get him killed. That's why he had to rig a deadlier trap. Yeah, he felt awful, but he couldn't back down. Sorry for the dead guys, but he still tore in and ate every last one, for which she even apologized. Then MC gently rubbed his pet's neck and told her they could go back, and Valkyrie nodded in agreement. So yeah, that's how it played out. So that's how our hero's first fight ended, and when he came back to his allies, their admiration exploded with joy. Bite grinned and blurted, "There he is, his brother." Medlock snapped, confused, "So did you beat them?" The protagonist started to answer, Now it'll all be fine, at least that's what he hoped. Then he'd have to go grab the meat, and Bite froze, totally confused, like, "Wait, what are you even muttering?" It wasn't just those wild boars. Other boars were tearing up the fields too, and the forest. After all this time, it felt inevitable. If they showed up again, he'd be betting everything. His little brother stared at him, and our MC froze, confused out of his mind. What the hell had he just said? Was he babbling nonsense or what? Ours had now turned into the giant boar exorcist, putting everyone to sleep with every word. The next day, the protagonist hit the training grounds hard, sharpening his shooting skills until they felt deadly. Charging those massive beasts up close was a death wish, so he had to use a longer range attack. And after he finally crushed several giant boars for the first time, he threw himself into. He drilled his magic attacks again and again, then blasted out a whole volley of stones like razor-sharp arrows, even while he was riding that Valkyrie, and yeah, the power was real. With every step, his strike lost power, but he could still hurl it a brutal 20 to 30 meters, because a spell would hit even better in a spot like this. But one shot wasn't going to do it. Laying a trap with a crack and then trudging out to duel a Valkyrie was a pain. He had to figure out a way to stop the devastation of the. He pushed into the fields, dodged any deal with the animals, and he didn't even have to kill anyone, because that was his best defense against. An enemy is basically a wall in disguise. Back in the village, it's wooden boards, but in the city it turns into a full-on fortress wall. So yeah, you've got to ring the field with defenses. In every quest, our ancestors leave wisdom we can tap into. And that's exactly why we have to build that wall. So the workers finally get peace of mind. Now you'll sweep around the field, starting at the forest edge, and then keep going as you move forward. Every step he takes, new cleared ground appears. First that massive pit carved for the boars, and now a hollow has suddenly opened up too. They say the big one powers the little one, so he's forced to build a bigger wall. One so solid he can survive a surprise attack from 3-meter-tall monsters. If it happens, he'll snatch extra time, slip out, and disappear. Then the protagonist couldn't stop picturing how it would all play out. Look, he'd already mapped out the thickness, because inside it could be packed with sand, and the structure would hit its absolute maximum, 5 meters wide. Then it all had to snap together in one piece. His fist clenched so hard, MC felt raw power slam into him, just like back when he built that guest house, because if he could make something like that, he could build something enormous and a F***. In a split second, we all got it. His land stretched forever, so we knew building that kind of wall meant we'd have to invent a spell, and it would take forever, and you'd have to keep hammering the exact same magic over and over, grinding out the same move over and over. He carved the exact conditions he needed. Brutally hard work, and mastering brick magic took him. Months dragged by. Sometimes he'd loop the same words again and again, completely unaware of it. And then, he mastered wall-building magic way quicker than he ever learned shooting spells. And that's when our protagonist pulled the exact same playbook here too, just like he did when he built the guest house. Because of that, the MC could copy the exact same magic perfectly. So the story could take off, and it would make his work easier. Now the spells hit like a freight train, touched the ground, then the protagonist started stacking that wall piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, the thing he'd imagined finally materialized. Then the Valkyrie showed up, and it hit him with a shock he didn't see coming. Valkyries who kept their horns could tap into his magic, one he earned after the naming ceremony. So what were the rules? Still, he couldn't believe his eyes. 5 beast heads stood in a row and started stacking a wall, somehow. How could that even happen? He'd left them behind for Valkyrie breeding, and the protagonist couldn't make sense of it as the plan kept. They did it, and it looked insanely powerful. The MC showed up with magic mushrooms and told everyone to take a breather and recharge. He had to charge their magical energy, but he didn't have a clue what to eat or how to prepare it to bring that power back. Yet he still held on to hope too. Our Valkyries dug in and gobbled every mushroom in sight. And when we saw that, we realized we'd been hours too late. They kept working, and bit by bit the wall shot up until it stood finished and solid. Then Bite showed up to him, and the protagonist fired off a question. What did he think of the wall? Didn't he think it was amazing? Thanks to the service animals, they had it all handled fast, and the guy shot back. It looks awesome, but where are the entrances and exits? The protagonist suddenly felt like boiling water had been poured straight over him. He blurted out, completely baffled, "Wait, how did he not think of that?" So what was he supposed to do now? He forced himself to breathe, hunted for an escape plan, and somehow found a way out. Bite lit the spark of an idea. Maybe they needed a special path straight to the entrance. And yeah, MC had been thinking the exact same thing. Right up. He'd already thought it through. So he decided to carve out the perfect road, making the commute effortless for working people to reach their jobs. All right, riding in a cart is loud as hell, and this way is quicker. So our group decided to build gates on the village side, and just out by the forest. Sure, that concrete and asphalt road is gonna look gorgeous, but it's starting to feel like it'll be a disaster. It costs a fortune to keep up, but somehow the roads carved 1,000 years ago are still standing, like the stone streets from the Roman age. Yep, built to last, because they were sealed tight with strong mortar, and it was carved from stone. Now you've got to dig that hole as deep as you possibly can. Pack it full of stones, scatter gravel everywhere, and dump in thick clay. And clay, then slapped on thick masonry on top. Hold the top with the center a hair higher. This little tilt will make the road. It won't soak through, and it won't split as easily. Just lay down a straight Roman-style road and build it clean. Even if the line drifts off the target, the air shift over 100 kilometers still won't be nearly enough to matter. So basically, it's a route carved by measuring magic. He didn't have a clue how long it would take, but at least he had his spells and the Valkyries backing him up. So it all had to be perfect, because he was itching to hit the road right now, and the protagonist, Greenest, threw up a pause, and his little brother Kyle, fresh from the naming ritual the day before, asked him. He stared back at him, asking what was going on with that deadly serious face. Then the MC froze, shocked he was even here since he never showed up this place. His brother just said, "I'm done helping around the house," and that was the real reason he showed up here. He and Bite always stumbled home super late, like work had them chained to their desks, and while hours stared at him confused, he'd been right all along. They barely said a word. Kyle pushed his question again and again, and now you could practically feel his mind racing. What was he thinking? The protagonist finally answered, and it all came down to the glass windows he made weren't selling a single piece. Then the boy blurts, "Are you talking about those smooth, gorgeous SL? Mom said those slabs were stacked sky-high in the warehouse, just crowding the place, and when the protagonist spotted them in town, he couldn't believe it. He'd expected everyone would want them. Locals basically never bought stuff they couldn't lay eyes on first. And in a world where people traded by swapping goods, that rule was as real as it gets. Even when the deal started to turn, nobody would burn their cash on shady stuff. But the protagonist still couldn't wrap their head around it. How could something good not sell right away? He blurted out, "Is there anything I can sell?" Kyle jabbed at the furniture and shouted, "I want that, that's beautiful furniture." He'd already been here once and it still blew him away, pure beauty. MC grinned back. Turns out it was carved by a lumberjack. And yeah, he actually liked the furniture, the wood smell hit him hard, warm and real. And come to think of it, none of those lumberjacks ever made or Medlock basically said they mostly sold felled trees, that was the whole deal. And honestly, I think it came down to the translation being a total mess. They tried to haul every last person in the village and move the furniture with insane care, so nobody would end up buying it again. Yet somehow it still had to make the trip to the city, all while being handled by service animals that could. Dragging a cart would burn money, but furniture, that's actually a solid plan. He should corner the lumberjacks and ask them about it. Kyle blurted that it would be awesome if they could sell it. The protagonist told him, "If you pull it off, it'll be your credit, Kyle." Hours waited all in his head. Then, he'd set out to build something even without magical powers. But this wild situation spiraled into an economic collapse, because there's literally no one else doing it. He's already pushed the farmland into bigger territory, and he's convinced this is the moment people can finally start earning real money. Now he's decided to make furniture, so he'll have to hunt down skilled artisans, set up a factory, and recruit workers. Maybe even launch his own company someday. Kyle bragged that his brothers were incredible, already smashing so many goals. Then the protagonist shot back that he'll learn it all soon. Kyle just shrugged and said he's still a kid, so let him enjoy the moment and play. Kyle added that he was saying that, and still, can you believe it? They're only 2 years apart, so he leaned in and dropped his voice as the younger brother told the protagonist, so he'd already taught Bite magic, right? That's why he couldn't resist wanting to learn it too. MC clenched. Kyle asked him, wide-eyed and stunned, "Wait, is that true?" And when he finally admitted it, even his mom got really upset back then, like learning magic had done something she couldn't forgive. He's never heard of that before, so what happened? Ars told him he was still growing brand new radish varieties right in that time. In a tiny field, his brother stormed in and started grilling him. He even snapped that he was way younger than him, but somehow he could hoist those brutal heavy objects with ease. Because at the time, he was training his full body strengthening magic, putting it to the test. Curiosity sparked, and he figured Bite was exactly the one who could handle it. So he stepped in and taught him how to. But magic, like boosting the soil and other tricks, was totally out of his reach. No matter how hard Bite pushed, nothing changed at all. Then he hammered his body into peak strength with relentless training, locking in those skills in a shockingly short time. And that's when his brother started picking fights with the village boys out of nowhere. And he had no clue why he was doing it. But the battles keep coming back to back. And now his brother has risen to the peak, untouchable, unmatched still. But some older boys stepped up to challenge him to a fight, while his brother stood unshaken and stayed the strongest. Neil couldn't stop admiring it. He said fighting was wrong. But the protagonist cut in, saying Brother Bite was just too cool, and honestly, he still hadn't mastered magic perfectly. Most likely that power came from his own massive, built-like-a-wall physique. Like the old saying, strength is strength, brains optional. He'd come home busted up, bruises blooming everywhere. Like some bigger, older enemies were hunting him, yet he refused to quit. Even after every loss, he still charged back into the fight, again and again. And that never-say-die moment ended up forging the skills that would shape his future as a soldier. Their mother even broke down, weeping and lamenting, asking if she'd really raised him so badly. Watching him shrug off every fight and treat housework like it didn't matter had brought her to tears. And by then he had wiped out every opponent he could face in the village. Kyle froze, because that was absolutely true. The MC kept going, and then he decided it wasn't worth teaching anyone magic. But when his younger brother begged for lessons anyway, he gave in and agreed to teach him. Kyle blurted, unlike his older brother, he doesn't charge into battle. He thinks circles around everyone, and he's insanely smart. Is that really true? The protagonist demanded, and he got the answer. Yes, it was real. Like this. There's magic you can master that sharpens memory, and with pure intelligence and razor-sharp calculation skills, Kyle will teach him magic that turns him into a genius. Kyle blurted, "Should we start right now?" And the protagonist finally realized he'd been holding back. Now it felt like he dodged that regret, until Bite started slipping after teaching him magic, though Kyle was a whole other story. He wanted his little brother to sharpen his mind more than his body, so he could finally learn how to read and count, and become a total first-class expert in his field. How amazing would it be to team up with someone like that? Right then, a young guy named Gran burst into the fields. He skidded to a stop, stared at the houses, and said, "It's finally here. So tell me, what's the man who single-handedly wiped out the giant boars Dane supposed to look like? After a while, Grant drilled into the protagonist, straight up refusing that kind of shape would ever work, even with a furnace. It wouldn't crank out enough heat, and the boy still hadn't learned how to build a thing. So he spoke to the protagonist, and only called him by Sir. Seeing how hard MC was trying, Graham figured he was finally close to scraping by with a passing grade. Then he told Hours, "All right, turns out they've got to yank out and reinstall that huge furnace again. Then they'll finally be able to test it for real, so yeah, that's what they're doing next. We'll make bellows." The protagonist slumped, utterly spent, crouched against the pinned to the wall and panting hard. He sank there in silence. Then Grant sprinted up, yanked him by the shoulders and demanded, "What's wrong?" He'd flip the lights on and keep going, because the protagonist couldn't build his way forward without them. Buried in exhaustion, he realized, just a few days ago, his brother had dragged home a stranger who suddenly showed up out of nowhere. Gran burst into the village, immediately clocked MC, and told him he'd roamed the world, then bragged that he'd built all sorts of incredible things. He rolled into their village to meet the lord who'd slaughtered the giant boars, and the three brothers watched him, suspicious and on edge, the whole time as if he might snap at any second. He was a complete stranger. Then the protagonist clocked his voice and the boy quickly explained, "This is just how we talk back in mine." On the edge of his land, the protagonist leaned in and asked if he just happened to be from the eastern provinces. Grant answered that he was, born and raised in the eastern lands. Then the MC pressed him again. Again, was this some kind of island nation? Grant blurted it out, stunned. "Not exactly an island nation, but there are spots like that. So what?" Arsh grinned and leaned in, asking him to. He told the guy his name, said the boars were basically wiped out, then offered him a look, right there in storage. The guy grinned, agreed at once, and thanked him. Then he leaned in and asked, "By the way, who's the honorable gentleman who wiped them out? I need to meet him face to face," the protagonist. Gran snapped his head up, eyes shifting, and blurted, "Wait, what do you mean?" "Yeah, he's fine. He's just a kid," the protagonist snapped back, then admitted he'd laid a trap and brought a partner with him. The guy looked totally lost, apologized, and said he'd only heard the boars around here were brutal, ferocious, and downright terrifying. Terrifying, right? How many villages did these monsters smash to pieces? MC nodded along. "Yeah, they were brutal, but honestly, they're just giant boars." Grant leaned in, stunned and like, "Wait, was it really worth dragging myself all the way here for this? Didn't you know these boars? That's exactly why arrows can't even pierce them, and why hitting them feels almost impossible." Hours finally swallowed his pride and admitted the boy was right. Then the kid kept going, saying the remains of those magical beasts could be in perfect stuff for forging something legendary. Those giant boar tusks could be hammered into a sword stronger than steel, and the protagonist practically blurted, "Wow, whoa, good thing he didn't just toss them aside." Gran then crisscrossed all over the place, hunting for special materials. He dug up the materials and forged a whole arsenal. Then the protagonist blurted, baffled, "Wait, can you really craft a sword from a boar's tusk?" Once the kid confirmed it, MC leaned in and demanded he forge him a sword, then promised to reward him handsomely for it, the whole thing rushing him to wherever it was leading. Straight to the warehouse. This kid bolted to the boar's tusks and the protagonist leaned in like, "So, how is it?" Gran brushed his fingers over the material and burst out, "Wow, this is incredible. I'm sure this is the fang of some magical beast, but it still reeks of magical energy, just leftover magic like scraps in the air." Confused, the protagonist demanded, "Remnants." The traveler said, "If you're going after a magical beast, do it right after you trigger this power. Once you turn it into a sword, that magical energy will be downright perfect." MC couldn't hold back his joy. He blurted, "So these fangs will make a killer sword, right?" The guy just laughed and said, "Yep, that's exactly it," then trailed off like he had more to say. He grabbed a sword from a magical beast, but they still needed the right gear and a catalyst, so he couldn't pull off your request. But turns out this village had 0 craftsmen who could build something like that. So my guy was completely baffled and straight up grilled the dude. What do we even mean by equipment and a catalyst? Ground snapped that both were non-negotiable, then insisted they must build a furnace tough enough to stare down extreme heat. A magical beast handed over a magical cage to act as the spark, and the protagonist just froze, confused as heck. He got the furnace, sure, but what in the world was this magical cage for? He started to talk about it before trailing off. He had no clue what that traveler meant. An organ, or even a piece of the beast itself. Something he had to use to pull out magical power from animal organs. They come in every wild shape and size, and they're not exactly something you can just grab. The protagonist stopped dead, then reached out and picked up the horns of his pet Valkyries, and then he grilled the guy, asking if these would actually work as a catalyst. Like, if this was exactly what they needed, then all that was left was a roaring furnace. He stared at the horns in shock, reached out to touch them, and blurted, baffled, "These are insanely rare, and they're worth a fortune." He wasn't 100% certain, but he could feel it in his gut. This would absolutely ignite everything as the perfect catalyst. MC clenched his fist in pure victory and roared, "Hooray! Hooray!" The guy immediately asked him if those horns were from the local service beasts, until ours confirmed Grant's hunch. He'd heard legends about creatures that could wield magic, and once the catalyst was yanked away, that magical energy could be tapped later to power everyone else. Yet he never saw it coming. He couldn't believe something like that would show up here. And when the protagonist blurts out in pure excitement, it makes you wonder, so are there service beasts that can? Graham admitted it was real, and then added that these beasts were worth a fortune. The protagonist was left absolutely stunned. Cale never told him any of that, so now he had to sit down and bargain over the prices. If Cale hid it on purpose, then he'd have to rethink what kind of future relationship they even had. Ask him what do they need next, he demanded, and the traveler snapped back. They were short on a ton of things, but a furnace was the one thing that mattered most. MC's eyes blazed. Then I'll build it myself. He's going to try it right now. Grant looked like he might drop dead from pure amazement at this kid. Ours was sure the bricks he made could handle hotter temperatures than anyone else's. So basically, he swore he'd built fireproof bricks. He just needed to run a few tests first. That's what he told himself. And then, in the end, he took what he could, collapsed against the wall in pure exhaustion, and Grant warned him that even if he lit the furnace, no proper wind meant it would die out cold, and the temperature would never climb, so they had to use bellows to blast in artificial air. The protagonist tried to squirm out of it, snapping that the bellows were made of wood, and that he was an earth magic specialist, until Grant snatched him by the shirt and snapped, "They won't turn you into a weapon." Then he pushed MC to do it together, and MC was about to wanted to vanish, to melt away. Because working with a creator like Gran wasn't easy at all. And while that was happening, Kyle stared out the window with a heavy sigh and sadly said, "I told him, my brother's still not here today, and he was determined to turn him into a professional." After that, we finally had everything set and ready. The ground rattled the protagonist's shoulders as he burst out, grinning, "This is incredible." Because at last he had forged a foot-powered bellows strong enough to feed that massive furnace. It was simply just a work of art, until the protagonist crumpled from exhaustion and begged, "Can I finally sleep?" The man shook his head hard, "Not yet." They still needed more charcoal to keep the fire burning. Now they had to build yet another furnace to crank out charcoal. And when MC shot him a confused look, the guy blurted out, "Yeah, burn plain wood and it crumbles into ash. But if you want charcoal, you've got to heat it in a sealed room with zero airflow. Ours must." With his last scraps of strength, he built a kiln, and Gran's boundless energy burst out as she shouted, "Yes, he's made a perfect furnace. This will crank out top-notch charcoal." The boy admitted he'd roamed everywhere, but so often he had nothing. No money, no tools, no way to make his ideas real, and he'd sobbed hard in those days. Now he swears the real key is simple: spark the first fire. The protagonist couldn't take it anymore. so he bolted as far from that boy as he could, screaming "idiot" in his head. Gran snapped at him in pure confusion, demanding to know where he thought he was going, while MC figured she probably wouldn't let him stick around much longer. Anymore, Hours sprinted home, then immediately crumpled to the floor like all the fight got knocked out of us. Floor Kyle blurted in shock, "What's wrong with you?" He hadn't shown up for days. After days of crawling on pure exhaustion, the protagonist finally dragged himself to his brother and begged him to go rescue their beloved Grand. And he said he wouldn't go anymore, okay? The boy stared back, completely baffled and confused as hell. He pushed on, because he was doing all of this for Gran, since one day he'd need to find the same thing too, find his calling in the future. Because if he trained his brain by helping Gran, he'd soak up everything in no time. Kyle could only look on with pity, wishing he could just bolt and escape. "Wait, right," the MC shot back. "No way he's going to build another kiln. And this village, it's loaded with a giant forest, and they've got mountains of wood, but not one single person can forge top-tier charcoal." That's what Gran said. "So tell me, if charcoal is worth this much here, so once we sell it, the profit's gonna soar. Get him here and make it fast. He's coming to help, he's just waiting, and our side is silently praying his brother makes it. He wouldn't drop dead from the traveler's stubborn grind." So once Kyle was shoved in as Gran's next victim, he slipped away and got out. After a while, the protagonist finally reached the fields, but when he hauled himself past that fence, his legs felt like they barely belonged to him. Gran leaned in and said, "Finally, you're back." Kyle pushed through and they'd wrapped up the job. The protagonist just muttered, "So that's how it is." Then he spotted his brother sprawled on the floor, and a sharp shout tore out of him. Why is he face down and not even moving? "Moving?" the boy snapped back, and he was the one who'd lit the kiln fire. MC dropped into a crouch over his brother, patted him on. He hauled the words out on his back and apologized, urging him to get some rest, and Grant fired back that this was one of his finest creations. He's convinced. Then the boy shoves the sword into our hands and tells him it's his pride and joy. And then the protagonist swept through the maze to study the weapon up close. He stared in pure amazement, and the pearl-colored sword looked downright dangerous in his hands. Seemed like it was glowing brighter by the second, and he couldn't believe how feather-light the weapon felt. Gran just smiled with satisfaction like, compared to a steel sword, this is way lighter. Still, that power lets it slice through enemies fast. The durability shows up right when it needs to, even if it only does enough. It doesn't harden on its own. Magic power keeps it solid. You just pass the energy along wherever it's needed, and then the protagonist swings the weapon. He stared at the weapon, stunned by how brutally strong it was, and Grant leaned in to tell MC and one more person the next piece of the truth. He blurted, "I wish I'd brought this," then shoved another weapon into his hands and said, "Here, this one's a sword." He forged a sword from the tusk of a baby boar. Hours shot up in shock. A dagger. Was it because he's still just a kid? Did he just need it to survive, just to defend himself? The boy told him, "Use the dagger for now." Confused, the protagonist blurted, "For now," and Gran finally explained why. That sword he forged from the fang of a tiny magical creature has a mind-blowing perk. Once it bonds to its owner, it drinks their magic and keeps growing, bigger and stronger with every surge of energy. Once it swells to the size of a giant sword, it hits even harder, so hard the protagonist just stared in disbelief. Wow, it'll keep growing for only a short time as long as one owner claims it. Then, later on, it can be handed down. It's been passed down from generation to generation, and its power just keeps climbing. So when the MC realized it was about to become it looked like a real heirloom, the kind noble families brag about having. Ours thanked the boy, already convinced this blade belonged to someone important. And he said that blade was the one thing he wanted more than anything. So Gran turned around and thanked the protagonist, while the protagonist stared at it in awe, thinking and that blade the boy forged carried this breathtaking elegance, the kind you never expect from some wandering craftsman, like it was meant for something more, the only chance to do something with everyone. A self-taught one couldn't pull off a feat like that. MC told him he'd be really glad if Gran stayed right here a little longer. Still, he had his fangs. Those could forge even more swords. Oh, and quick question. Does his blade have a name? Tradition says a weapon must be named after the one who crafted it. The creator. The boy beamed and said he'd be honored to have his invincible fang Gran named after it. Ars shot back. Gran's invincible fang, I'll cherish it. And that's how he finally got his first sword, then strode up to his brother, who lay frozen on the floor, and urged him to munch some magic mushrooms to snap back to his senses. Gran was absolutely stunned. When the protagonist showed him his supplies, the boy blurted out in confusion, "Magic mushrooms." Then he stared in shock, shouting, "So many!" As the protagonist eyed him suspiciously and demanded what he was so worked up about. Excited about it, Grant shot back, grinning, "There's no better catalyst on earth than magic mushrooms." And then MC just sat there, totally bewildered because this place sounded like a paradise for creators, and he thought he'd seen nothing yet. He kept rambling about stuff nobody could make sense of, and then he blurted, "Back in the old days, you didn't get harvests like this," before explaining that now he's turned a patch of land hemmed in by a wall into a magic-growing garden. All day he stays in the shade and the woodcutters hustle to help him grow mushrooms. By burying them in wood, these things keep coming back for years. So basically, in short, they're perfect fuel for forging weapons, but you've got to use them sparingly. Because when you're running low, they're your stash for. They kept soaking up magical energy, and when Grant snapped back, shocked but convinced he finally understood, he said they'd turn it into medicine to refill magical power. Still, Ars just stared, completely lost, and admitted he had no clue what to do with all that power. But he had no clue how to turn those things into medicine, so he just chomped them raw and boom, he was back to normal. Grant snapped in indignation at how primitive the guy was. Maybe he could whip up medicine for them, so the confused protagonist fired off, "Can you make it too?" And the one man flashed a grin and said that as their medicine, they'd also be the ultimate catalyst, and the protagonist, absolutely delighted. Grant burst into a laugh and said, "Of course, we'll help you and have a blast making the potion," then dropped into a crouch. Kyle shoved his back down in front of Kyle, slapped his shoulder and promised, "Master Kyle will wake up any minute and join us." Kyle only muttered back, No, he's not moving," MC thought, guilt stabbing him as he realized this is just going to wreck him and scar him for good. Trauma kept clawing at him more than joy ever could, so he told his brother, "Rest for now." Then he promised he'd come back later to see himself helping Gran. That's all it takes, he thought, just watching and remembering. Then he spun toward Gran and asked, "So, should we go paint our next masterpiece?" The boy grinned and nodded, fully on board. After a moment, the protagonist poured himself a dose of magic energy, restoring medicine straight from the teapot. He took a sip and swore it tasted like tea, and the whole medicine-making game was ridiculously simple. Dry the mushrooms, roast them, then grind them to powder. He ground it down to dust, stirred that powder into water, and boom, an instant healing, energy-charged brew was ready. He'd expected a wild potion, but it tasted just like mushroom tea. Grant swore it all came down to charcoal and that steady flame, and the protagonist leaned in asking what they'd cook up next with this fresh catalyst. Then they blurted it out. Then the plan snapped into place. They're crafting armor, and leather armor made from the hide of a colossal giant boar. And once the prep kicked off, Gran started soaking the hides in a huge container. Bran leaned in and started breaking down the production method. Oak and boarhide had to be soaked in a catalyst brewed from a medicinal decoction. Then the result would hit like nothing else. No question about it. Sure, this armor isn't powered by magic like a sword forged from boar tusk. But unlike normal armor, it'll hit harder and get stronger over time. And the protagonist couldn't help shouting in awe that he can do a ton with it. He knows so much, and it's a huge relief someone like him finally showed up in our village, Gran blurted out, half smiling, half embarrassed. Still, what could he even do about it? The truth hit him like a weight. Now he'd have to go days without sleep, and the protagonist sank into a gloomy mood. He's a good guy of F. Sure, so long as it doesn't steal his sleep. Because he's planning to pat himself on the back for coming up with a new meditation spell. Because if he crashed for just one evening, all that brutal fatigue would evaporate in an instant. Yep, if. Without that spell, he'd be dead from exhaustion by now. He never made it this far. MC finally grabbed the product, checked it over, and his face lit up. The armor's ready at last. But the morning sun was so blinding it felt like it was daring him to look away. He froze, staring at the armor like it was a miracle. So beautiful, but way too big for him, right? Then Hours grinned and said that if it fit him perfectly, nobody else could ever wear it again. Because in the field, Bite wasn't just a name, it was his edge. When they measured him, joy lit up his face. He'd still grow, and then it would fit him perfectly, a tiny win for his brother. And when he finally stops wearing it, he'll grab it and then he'll remake the whole thing, Gran said, practically buzzing with excitement, and the protagonist cut in right away. Yeah, we'll keep creating. The moment was over. He collapsed to his knees, swallowing regret, and rasped, "How cruel." He wanted to snatch away his one true joy. So the protagonist hauled him to the bricks and started breaking down the whole construction plan, saying they couldn't let the count go past this limit, because there's just enough material here to raise a 2-story building. Meaning, so if he stacks these bricks just right, memory magic will turn his blueprint into real life. Build Gran a solid home, and he'll be able to. He pushed on, still whipping up houses with magic, then stared at the boy and said, "I want Gran to build a huge, spacious building." He even suggests using lime as a little lubricant to make everything feel comfortable enough to live in. And the boy bursts out, totally awestruck. So yeah, after all those conditions, the MC leaned in and grilled Grant about what he'd make and sell. And Grant slumped there, saying it didn't matter much. He just wanted to forge something totally new. Ars swore he was reaching past his limits. Then the protagonist snapped, his voice bursting out. "Then what about this idea? Let him build a whole building out of these bricks." Grant's ears perked up. That actually sounds tempting. So many new ideas could explode in his head. He sprinted to the material, snatched it up, touched it, and blurted, "I accept the challenge." And that's when the antagonist grinned, because the idea hit the mark, and he couldn't wait to test his own twist too. Gran's sword, crafted for him, soaked in hardening magic through a catalyst, and the magical force surged like it couldn't be contained. He had to test it, just to see if the same principle would slam into the real world on other objects too. After he grabbed everything he needed, MC prayed he'd brought enough. Homemade bricks, sand healing powder, and a Valkyrie. You heat that horn and boar tusk, fire up heat-resistant bricks, then crush the bricks and mix them with clay. He fired them. Wait, is that backwards? It sure looked like that was the method. He decided to use the memories from his past life and turn them into this material. So Hours. He got straight to work, tossed crushed brick into the mix, then stirred in crushed tusk, horns, and sand until it became a weapon-ready creation, and tossed everything into a healing brew. Then the protagonist whipped up several powerful mixes. He mixed up more of the same, packed it into a bunch of bricks, fired them in the kiln. Yet somehow it still wasn't any worse. The moment it hit, the material split and fractured, and now he was stuck, wondering whether he should pour in more decoction to thicken it up. Keep it thicker and stir it like you mean it. Often, non-stop, and with full force. He kept trying option after option, until the room got completely wrecked. The place was packed with failed creations, but the MC refused to quit. He kept going, over and over. He kept battering at it, and finally, boom, he got it to work, but when he tried smashing it, the hammer slipped and tore up his hand. Even the finished brick came out way stronger than expected. After a close look, Hours realized it didn't match the fired brick anymore and seemed to look more like marble, but tougher. This new product was a super strong brick, insane enough to feel impossible, made from just a few materials plus a single catalyst. Now it all clicked. He finally understood Grant's feelings, and the only thing left burning inside him was regret, because somehow he didn't have a single scrap of magic, not a thing, except being an Earthman. Magic? So he figured it was way past what he could pull off. no matter how many times he fired up his imagination. He just couldn't forge anything durable, and I swear it was because he kept getting stuck in memories of his past life. So he chased reality, obsessing over it like a lifeline. After all, not everyone in this world can build a brick tough enough to match metal, and his research was just getting started. It wasn't over yet. Then the protagonist activated his memory storage skill, pressed his hand to the ground, and started plotting how to create, forging a super strong brick, kind of like when he slowly built it up piece by piece. He threw up the house with his own hands, then forged a brand new spell into it. Now with no fangs and no catalyst, he still managed to start. Builds that perfect brick. Because magic is awesome, and it just makes everything so convenient. He laid down the road, then stopped dead and frowned. This wasn't the style he wanted. It looked like it was more like a marble floor took shape as a special spell was unleashed, crafting a Roman-style road from nothing. Style, the protagonist had pictured it way cooler in his head. He tried casting it with bricks, but what he got came out hard and ugly like granite. Granite wall. After some thinking, MC finally muttered, "Fine, this is way easier for the carts, especially without the bomb." They had to slap down those bumps, and then they were forced to build a pedestrian path on both sides. After a while, ours finally came to Gran and was left completely stunned by the massive building the boy had raised. So the protagonist blurted, "Wow, it's way wider. Wider than he'd ever expected." His ally shot back that he'd squeezed in as many windows as he could just to save bricks. And the house. Those window openings made it shine like it was glowing in the sun, and the protagonist couldn't help but think. While he'd perfected his road-building magic, Gran hadn't been wasting a second either, because the boy came back and told him he'd finally fulfilled the request. The west wall, the arched entrance, the glass windows, everything he'd dreamed of was right there. Kyle even told him the warehouse was stuffed with unused window panes, so he'd swipe them, and the MC was way more focused. He stared at the arch masonry, the cornerstone, and realized it wasn't just smart design. Those arches slashed the amount of building material and, even better, shoved the weight from above sideways for solid, undeniable strength. This construction technique is perfect for stone that can't crack under pressure. Just look at bridges. Ars even leaned in, admiringly telling his ally, "You're awesome." And when the building finally rose, it felt huge and open, thanks to all those windows. "They're definitely going." Grant grinned when he heard the job was settled, and he thanked him for the reward he'd promised. He leaned in and asked the protagonist if he'd maybe let him build a house on their land. Then the protagonist froze, eyes wide. "A house here?" The guy just kept talking, continued. He barrels through new lands with a grin on his face, but now his heart's set on having a place of his own. So with someone like you, he'll never run out of things to do, and he's asking right now. MC couldn't stop thinking about how more and more people want to flock to the new land, but the Valkyries already live there, so he's kept everyone out to protect them. And yet he couldn't turn down a man as gifted as Grant. Ars grinned and told him, "All right, you can settle here." The boy thanked him with pure joy. Boom, just like that. Grant became the very first inhabitant of the new. After pushing through the wilds of this new land, he finally sprinted back home just in time for dinner, and happily tore into fragrant white bread, bean soup, and steaming boar meat. Then he started dreaming that if Gran ever moved onto his land, he might rush to join her there just as soon as he could. He couldn't bring himself to do it, because every day his mom was waiting at home, cooking up meals so good they felt like a hug. But his oldest brother had already jumped into marriage, at 14 no less, which was way too young, even for this world, and because, since the house was cramped, he basically moved his life into his warehouse, and if his brothers dared to stay at his place, they'd just become extra workers. And yeah, the whole family still respects you. They're tight as can be, family ties run warm, but everything feels way too cramped. Then the next day, he heads right back to the warehouse. He headed to his house, stared at his land, and said, "All right, first things first, I've got to level these cultivated fields a bit. This needs real work." So the protagonist decided. He ditched his old base near the wall and hauled it straight to the center, then moved the whole house Gran built right along with it. Then he swapped the old bricks for fresh, tougher ones. And when he walked back in, the house felt smooth and hard like marble. He bolted home for lunch, devoured everything like he always did, and then his mom leaned in and asked him if he wanted seconds. The protagonist nodded and grabbed the chance. Then his mind drifted to the independent life he'd been training for. Life has dragged him through the years since he was 5. So now, finally, he's snapping, turning his back on home and walking away. He sealed the whole region in a massive brick fortress, then stretched a solid, kilometer-long wall across it all, brick by brick. He carved paths straight to the center from all 4 directions with a road construction spell, and then his thoughts snapped to Grant's house would have been stuck south of the center, but he's a true zealot, while Grant's so obsessed with production he practically worships it, and he even assigned him PE. The guy handed him that land, and right there in the Southern Territory, he threw up a house, while the MC went even further, building a home for the Bite's brother in the Southern Territory too. Southern Road. He's been craving to flee home for the open fields, and now it looks like he's living there with his buddies, renting out rooms to them like a home base. Ours chose the northeastern forest for charcoal production, diving into the forestry industry because that's where the plan took them. Workers and lumberjacks came pouring in behind Medlock. While all of this chaos was unfolding, the protagonist turned 9, and after a bit, Kale stormed in, fired up and furious, and snapped at the protagonists that he knew everything, and that he'd already handed a wanderer some land. And why hadn't he said a word? Ours asked him calmly if he needed land as a merchant. Then the MC decided to keep going. He started clearing and leveling the northwestern territory, and the forest kept stretching on like it had no end. Then he built his home right there, right in the heart of Valkyrie territory, where magical mushrooms sprout everywhere. Just don't let a single one escape if it still has horns. And the horned Valkyries handle most of the breeding of animals. So things on his land finally started moving. Kale answered him furious and indignant. He wasn't staying a merchant forever. He needed land too, and the protagonist had. He slapped together a boar sandwich, shot back that there's no such thing as magic service animals, and the man just stared, utterly baffled, like he didn't even know that. He took a bite of the sandwich and his eyes widened like, I don't know either, and I've never even heard of this. So yeah, maybe there was more to it. All right, he muttered, time to calm down. Even if he knew one thing for sure, animals with magic are incredibly. Right here, he slices off their horns to steal their magic, because they're powered by his. And selling those animals just makes him lose even more. Still, it was wild. This village runs on bartering. Finally, the MC shot back to the merchant. Fine, you can stay too. And Kale practically lit up with joy. Ours pitched the idea that he should open a shop stuffed with all kinds of goodies. But the work after that was brutal, backbreaking, and non-stop. After all of that, the merchant leaned in and promised he'd think about it. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat there realizing he and Kale really didn't have. They'd been close forever, so he trusted him. Then the man leaned in like, I've got something to tell you. And suddenly all those nasty rumors started crawling into the light. Rumors are flying that a brutal crew just hit this land, and the protagonist's jaw drops. Because yeah, it's that dangerous group, but who in the world could it be? Kale just jabbed a finger at him and blurted him. Everyone treats him like a threat to everyone. MC stared at the merchant, stunned and speechless. Him, a SW, a sweet little innocent, until the merchant warned, danger's real. Drop your ego and watch yourself. R spoke in confusion. But wait, was he really doing anything dangerous? Kale clocked it instantly. He had snapped up a massive chunk of land in no time. Then he sealed the place off with a wall. Yet the nobles couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, and before they could react, taxes were about to be due. He'd have to figure out a way to explain himself, because he still had every right to own the very land the protagonist just pointed out. Pure bewilderment. Then last year, after they paid their taxes, they didn't say a word, so how in the world could this happen? It was like Later, Raymond rolled in with his guards and blurted out what they wanted. Then the protagonist, stunned, demanded, "Wait, what did you just say?" Irritation flared in the manager's eyes as he snapped, "Don't make me repeat myself." Then he shoved the document in his face, and the guy shouted, "This land is going to the Fontana family." Family, because if he refused, they'd haul him in by force, no questions asked. They swore it. And the whole hour's crew just stood there, stunned at what was unfolding, while he wrestled with the fact that in this village, in a land called Poltak, the taxes were collected once a year, paid in wheat. Farmers bring it in. The village headman hands it right over to the tax collectors, but because he paid in cash, they don't just collect and go. They show up at the homes in person, and on days like that, they roll out a lavish welcome for them. Then get real. Harvesting and cooking those dishes is brutal work. When they finally show up, they dig into the treats, hand over the money, and head back home. So yeah, it makes total sense to keep the producers safe from getting robbed. Even if life is short, you'll still get one thing everyone longs for: a hungry-free existence, safe from the nightmare of being hunted for some war. If he were just a clueless kid from a simple village, he'd probably be happy. But he is. He remembers a past life of freedom and prosperity, and he refuses to live any smaller kind of future. Our only way to survive was to raise livestock. Then the order hit. The land that was ours would be taken and made the property of the fun. The Fontana family claims this whole territory, everything in it. Every animal and everything belongs to them. So yeah, this is why the merchant was going on and on. The Fontana family will have our backs, and that's exactly what he meant. Raymond kept going, continued. There's a real chance strangers are lurking somewhere in this territory, and these precautions are meant to keep him safe, so he can finally exhale and breed his precious beasts without any problems. The protagonist thought, man, these beasts are gonna be insanely useful in a fight. Then, all of a sudden, he heard a guy's voice barked, "We're starting from the warehouse behind the house." And the protagonist went instantly on alert. What the hell was that? Cursing under his breath, he sprinted toward the warehouse. Raymond clearly didn't expect him to move that fast. MC burst up to the place and swore Kyle was inside. But when they finally stepped in, both of them snapped to a stop in pure horror. Valkyrie and Kyle later. He lay sprawled in a pool of blood while a Fontana warrior loomed over him, sword slick with crimson, shouting, "What kind of boy is this?" Then the brat lunged up, refusing to listen, refusing to stop him, right when the protagonist was about to reach the beast and he wouldn't obey. The protagonist even heard blood drip off his brother's cheek and splatter onto the floor. After a beat, Bite finally burst into the room, frantic as he blurted the brothers' names into the air, then snapped to the protagonist, "Are you two okay?" With MC sitting right beside Kyle. Kyle's bed jolted as he lifted his head and he mumbled, almost like he didn't mean to, that it was him. A sudden picture slammed into his head, the sword-wielding man lunging at him, telling him not to act like he's better than everyone, and then calling him a redneck. So the protagonist shook his head, shoved that memory aside and snapped back. He's okay, but then his world goes black and he crumples into unconsciousness. He swears Valkyrie shielded him. He didn't take much, just a cut on his forehead, but it's not that serious, Bite said. I get it. Then he stared at the MC and barked, "What about him? Tell me he's okay." The protagonist tried to fire back, but one memory slammed down and stole the words of what happened next inside the warehouse. The moment the man's threat cracked the air, a sword lunged back into his thoughts, and the threat hit him like a flash of steel. Again, MC snapped into his shooting skill and blasted the warrior with a shot. The warrior shrieked, and blood blasted from his mouth, splattering across our faces. He clenched his jaw and forced that memory to the back of his mind. He told his brother he was totally fine. No injuries, not a scratch. He leaned in close and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm not worried about these wounds." Dad brought in people to consult with him. Now they're being told to head down. We'll wake up any moment now. So the protagonist nodded, admitted he was right, and thanked his brother. Down the stairs, Hours walked in and told everyone that he'd pulled the trigger on the soldier. and that man dropped dead instantly. Kyle just stared in thought, like no matter what, punishment was coming for him. If the Fontana family soldiers even hinted at what happened here, they'd rally an army and storm this place. So the protagonist couldn't help but wonder if he even had a way out of here at all. Grant then said it was a family. Fontana's rivals might snatch them up fast, so maybe they'd never get handed over. Ours was famous for magical beasts, and there was a real shot they could slip away to other noble lands and actually come out on top. The protagonist sank into dark thoughts. Survival might happen, but freedom would never find him. Even if they tried to wrap him in protection like that, MC knew it wouldn't save him for real. Because just because a commoner dared to disobey the nobles didn't mean they'd get to live free. He wasn't some run-of-the-mill commoner. Then Bite snapped, furious and loud, demanding, "What kind of heresy is this? If this keeps up, are we really headed for a war?" He stared his brother down and snapped, "So you don't care if we all get wiped out here? What were my life and work even for?" From the moment he could walk, he'd throw hands with him, using pure stubborn courage to shield his younger brothers. Was the older brother's duty. Plus, he'd already taken out one of the soldiers. If the warriors come back, they'll snatch every last one of their relatives. And Kyle is definitely getting killed this time. So what choice do they have left? He didn't have a choice but to fight. And when ours stepped in, confusion hit them hard, no matter how deadly that mage was. Still, what could one lone mage possibly do against an army of soldiers? Bite snapped, annoyed, "Don't talk nonsense." Then the protagonist leaned in and told his brother he'd written a Valkyrie better than him. Medlock tells him he can't keep acting like some rival. Then, right then and there, Medlock vanishes like a flash, while every lumberjack crowds behind him. He swore he wouldn't sit back and watch that child get murdered either. The same kid he'd protected since infancy. And it was our hard work that kept the lumberjacks alive, fed, and free from hunger and poverty. And nobody's getting dragged back to those miserable lives. If our crew decides to fight, they're not going to stand a chance. Stand aside, old man. Crouching in front of the protagonist, he barked that they were the most important person to him, so they were ready to save them. They would save him, no matter what it cost, even if it meant risking their own lives. More words and real support. He turned to everyone and blurted, "I know you all want to help so badly, and that's why he has. A father won't stand by while danger closes in. He's got to protect his family, no matter what, and he's ready right now, because he's going with them." The moment he saw and heard everything, MC went completely speechless. He never thought he'd stumble into so many allies ready to risk their lives for him. The merchant leaned in and said, "If that's how it is, then he's one of them." He swore he'd tap his merchant buddies to get intel on the army and the protagonist. Surprised, she blurted, "Are you sure about this choice?" The man grinned and shot back, "A merchant always looks out for number one, and that's everything. Doesn't that hit you? If he's gone, our guy, then his service animal business vanishes too." And yeah, he also backed Medlock because those promises. They handed him his freedom. He stood ready to throw his life on the line, protecting his family and every soul under his care. With a grin, he claimed it like it was his, and warned that he absolutely couldn't forget it. And honestly, let him sit there and plot how to pull in even more supporters. Because yeah, he was a pro at this. Even though he'd been born a broke commoner, he told himself he'd still lived soft and steady, because he was free. And then he marched up to the merchant and said, if he managed to pull it off. Once he pulled it off, he'd carve out a massive stretch of land for himself and get lost in the dream of it. Ours understood, yeah. Right. He'd have to gather people who believed the same things, even if you paid them in gold the moment danger flashed, they'd scatter, unless they chose to volunteer themselves. So tell me, what reward could they possibly expect if they dared to stand against the nobles? What prize could possibly be worth risking their lives? Every single second hardened his resolve, and then, he finally cracked what his supporters would get. He'd claw for freedom from the noble family. Then he'd hand his own magic to everyone. He tore through the land, broke up the soil, and raised the wall. This was full-scale clearing magic in action, and he trusted the villagers watching his every move. All this time, they'd finally get it. Because when MC looked his allies in the eye, he vowed he'd grant magic to each of them and declared that from this day on, his name was Ars Barkid, and their faces just froze. He stared at him in total shock. Then the protagonist leaned in and said, "Say goodbye because I'm taking this village's name, Barkid, and I'm naming everyone here by it, and I'll name my territory too. From this day on, you're the Barkid family." "That's what?" Medlock blurted it out, stunned, like, "Families do, right?" Then he froze, because seriously was he sure. He couldn't imagine a priest actually handing out names. But could the protagonist really pull it off? Defeat the Fontana family without raising their land status? He knew it was a total shot in the dark, but he still blurted it out. There was no way they could ever match the nobles, even if that name kept begging to be believed. That magic circle naming ritual was his ace in the hole. Hours surged with power. And under the stunned eyes of his allies, he slammed the magic circle to life and declared, "They'll decide. Right here and right now." He's weighing whether they truly want to be part of the Barkid family. Because he knows exactly how dangerous that magic spell could be. Circle, like, say you try to name someone who's already got a name, so he didn't wipe the old name away. He just added bark to it. He scanned his allies and shouted each one's name, calling them out one by one. He finally named them all, right here, right now, calling this lot Barkid. Now it felt like a whole new aura had just brushed you, and the allies could sense it instantly. He remembered like it was yesterday. Growing up, he was always starving, his hunger gnawing at him like a constant bite. Crop yields collapsed, and the little harvest people scraped together got swallowed by taxes, while famine crawled in silently, terrible and unnoticed. While everyone else looked on, his 3-year-old brother started to work the fields. Bite couldn't understand why this idiot was burning all that extra energy when nothing would grow anyway. He was 2 years younger, already looking completely different from everyone else had come through too, and the land where he worked was so perfectly kept it looked enchanted. He just couldn't figure out how he even managed to. Radishes. He was younger, sure, but he was packing way more power than that guy, and he fully believed the radishes would be his ticket to victory. He'd been getting crushed by him for ages, so one day he finally asked, "Why are you younger than me, yet you're hauling that kind of weight?" How did he get this strong until hours taught him? He didn't get the magic itself, but if he absorbed it right, maybe it all would have turned out fine. He trained in body-strengthening magic while helping his brother with the fields, and he still managed to get it to work out big time. He pushed to grow his land, because their field was the finest in the whole village, and every villager kept whispering like, "Wasn't it our third child who worked that field?" But wait, how in the world did he pull it off? He was still just a kid, and yet they started closing in, pestering him, begging, "Can you help us with our fields too?" He apologized, snapped that he had a ton of stuff he had to handle, and just like that, the whole village started getting the idea that that guy was pure trouble. Everyone else stayed polite, but the kids didn't hold back. One day, Bai overheard them venting, and holy hell, that arrogant ass was convinced he was the smartest one in the room. What a disgusting little menace. He has to be punished. Bates snapped to his brother. He did. He had no clue what Hours was really thinking, and sure, he still tore through fights with more power, but then still he was the younger brother. Every single day he'd beat down anyone who dared hurt Hours, then fought 5 of them solo. He couldn't dodge the injuries, and that only crushed him, because he worried his mother so badly. She burst into tears and demanded, "Did I really raise you just to suffer like this?" He took the beating, sure, but he couldn't walk away while those idiots bullied his little brother. So the main guy stepped in and taught him how to fight the right way, that he had to move his arms just like that, and he demonstrated it down to the last detail. Rage boiled in his chest. He was furious, irritated, and left wondering if that guy even knew who he was fighting for. Yeah, several times he wanted to smash him, but Hours always slipped the hits, and he'd even taunt him like, "There." He charges back in, fists flying the same way, using every bit of what he knows. Bite can take down at least 10 men, even the older ones. And boom, thanks to it, his followers exploded. But then in a fight with his younger brother, he got totally smashed and sent running. Meanwhile, Hours started breeding magical beasts and even got permission. He seized his chance to carve out his own land from the nobles, then tore through the giant boars, terrorizing the villagers. And not one soul in the village dared to badmouth him. He was pure good. Still, Bite couldn't stand the thought of losing to someone like him. He mastered the Valkyries clutching a wooden sword, but that didn't stop him. He kept charging, because he had to get even stronger. He knew he'd crush the boars, and there was no doubt he'd pull it off. Because this wasn't just a battle, it was his older brother backing him all the way. The raw power of his brother's magic spilling into him. The storm of fury slammed down, and he crumpled to his knees. He thought about it. And still, this magic absolutely shreds your nerves, especially with all the allies. The allies felt the MC's magic flare inside them, and pure awe hit them like lightning. He blurted out, "This is unreal." Eyes wide, Baitesset stared in awe like it was pure gold. Then he quickly locked it away from everyone else. The protagonist burst out laughing, shouting, "It looks like he finally pulled it off." Bite felt it in his bones. Now he was going to get stronger, and he was going to turn the tables on all of us. He swung around to his allies, demanded they rally every last person they could find, and told them to come hear about me. Magic was raging in the background, and the nobles kept circling, trying to steal his land, then going straight for Kyle's life even though they're just a kid, and only they can stand between themselves and danger, so they'll fight for their rights. Stand up for their rights against the despotic nobles, and make sure those nobles take the heat while the villagers are left alone. And if you step into the fight, he'll hand you magic and victory on the battlefield, showing off real, emotional power that changes everything. "Let's rally the supporters," Bite blurted, then slammed off at once, confident he could count on them, and sprinted to find ally. Medlock said he'd talk to the lumberjacks. Then the protagonist spun to the merchant and told him he could. They hit the city to dig up every detail. Cal nodded like he got it. First, they had to figure out how bad this really was. MC stared him down and said he was counting on him, and to make sure he took care of himself. The startled merchant grabbed his hand, hissed a final warning, and basically told him, "Don't you dare die." Die? Hours told him. The merchant slipped away, and the protagonist froze, thinking. Back then, he never pictured dying. He just didn't think things would spiral this far. In this world, common folk don't dare challenge nobles. And if nobody shows up, he's got to scramble fast and cook up a plan of his own. After a while, then out of nowhere, he caught the roar of a crowd chattering, snapped his head toward the source, and froze in pure shock. Usually they'd send around 50 soldiers off to war, but this time, around 78 had showed up instead, and the crowd was buzzing, talking and arguing like something big was about to ignite. Medlock stared at the shocked RS, then snapped, "Listen up," and explained it to him. Luckily, the lumberjacks nodded along because of course they were brave. Meanwhile, his comrades hummed in delight, grinning at MC. Shira spoke, and Bite swept up all his old opponents and the field workers. Then the boys mumbled, sheepish as heck, what if we lose our jobs out there? Out in those fields, they'll have nothing left to survive on." So when the truth hit, the protagonist was rocked. That's when it hit. This was their older brother, Hector. Hector finally caught up, told the protagonist it was time to go, and made it sound urgent. To bring him along too, he'd pulled his own plan into motion, leaving their mother in the care of his wife, Isla. Mary fidgeted and prayed they'd all be okay, and he shot back that everything would be fine. He even sounded certain that Hours would win, but Hours couldn't stop thinking about Isla. She'd married Hector, even though he was way too young for their wedding, and she'd basically bullied him into it. And on top of that, she was the village chief's daughter, which made everything even messier. The chieftain started to think he might tried to get out from under his scandal. He begged the villagers to cover his mess. Maybe they figured that if his brother's older brother got a wife, the inheritance would flow and their reward would be land from their side, but not a single soul in Barkid was untouched by the rebels. This village was flipped overnight, and the protagonist was about. He thrust his hand toward the crowd and poured his magic into them. Boom! They all felt that power surge through their veins, and one of the revelers gasped. So it's true, he really knows how to tap into this magic. They can't even fathom how much smoother it'd make everyday life, running a whole household like a breeze. Everyone started thanking Hours, and he, Fosted, crumpled to the floor and managed, "Nice to meet you too." Bite snapped, "So, did you all finish the naming ceremony?" MC tried to answer, but his voice barely worked. I don't know." He shot up from the table and his brother blurted out, stunned, "What kind of outfit is that?" And Hours answered. Hector's brother showed up with it, and their mom had stitched it by hand for him. Ars yanked out a suit of armor for his brother and grinned, saying he planned to give it on his birthday. But in his eyes, this was the perfect moment, perfect time. Right then Bite snapped his arm in irritation, yanked him along and hissed, "We've gotta vanish now. Let's go first." The protagonist lunged to break free, but his brother yanked him back harder, so the protagonist snapped, "Stop fighting," and Bite rightly replied. Then the big question hit. What was he even supposed to do? Waiting for the enemies to come was a terrible idea, and MC shot back. "We need to wait for info from the merchant, then we decide." He started to think, even if they'd braced the walls from the inside, one lone fighter still couldn't hold off an entire 4-kilometer perimeter. And this wall sure doesn't look like a real fortress meant to stop raids. They're probably way stronger than those peasants. So yeah, the brother's right, he said, and Bite, good. Just as the brother accepted the answer with glee and was about to dive into business, the protagonist cut him off. "We're not going to the city." His brother stared at him, baffled, and opened his mouth to argue. Then the protagonist cut him off. "We're heading to Lysota, the nearest, in the first village to the southwest." He rallied the locals and told them to carry the word about Bark's rebellion to every nearby village. People would snap with rage at this, because they still have to feed themselves every single day, through every winter, even when things are looking bad. Many of them freeze to death or starve, trapped in misery, furious at the nobleman who snatches their wheat and turns a blind eye to their hunger, though you can bet he would have listened if he'd bothered to hear them. Just then, right as he tried to add one more thing, the people from the neighboring village suddenly appeared before him. "Look at them," Hours said. "They're not exactly friendly, huh?" His father snapped back. "That's what happens when you roll into any village with that many people showing up armed." Then the newcomers. They were in full war mode, but the protagonist's mind spun with confusion, because they didn't tell the whole group they were heading to the neighboring villages just to vanish. Vargas blurted out, "It's barked," right in the middle of that discussion. Then the guy shoved forward and, facing his army, the protagonist stared in disbelief. What was he even doing here? Then he saw it. A sword longer than him, and the dread hit hard. I can't believe this. Most farmers are out there swinging pitchforks, but this guy's rolling with a sword like it's nothing. Some of them march with spears, cheap gear, barely any metal, and then Ashira gasped, "Wait, is that Vargas?" And MC stared, totally thrown off. Asked his father, "Do you know him?" And his father snapped back, "Yes. Yeah, this guy is a full-blown hero, and he's been crushing it on battlefield after battlefield. It's ours." That's why he's bulldozing his way in, asserting himself so fiercely, like a man who refuses to back down. They're forced to act, because a woman just claimed she heard something. She heard he'd vanished from the village, but she didn't even know he'd come back. Bite leapt onto the Valkyrie, threw his weapon up high, and roared at the top of his lungs to all the newcomers. "Once you hear the truth, you'll realize the nobility screwed the people of Barquette over. Service means they'll never bow to the nobility's tyranny again. They'll lock arms and stand together." The protagonist grinned at his brother, joy burning bright in his eyes, then lifted the massive boar's sword in his hands, the blade hard as iron, a hard tusk, armor forged from the mightiest boarhide, and a beast built to destroy. Beast servant. Nobody would ever guess he was the farmer's second in command. Sure, Vargas could look terrifying, but this gear was downright magnificent too. Now they could finally speak eye to eye. Vargas. Vargas stared at Bite's outfit in shock, then turned to Tim like, "What am I even seeing? Did he just kill the leopard?" Bite blurted in shock, "Wait, no, he meant the great boar." So it wasn't him at all. Bite snapped at his brother, shouting for him to come over, to step forward. Their second son blurted out, "It's my brother of yours, the one who killed that boar." Vargas cracked a chuckle and pressed him again. "So it was him. Tell me, what kind of joke is this?" They've got to laugh together. So he grabs his men and hauls them out of here, because the Bite snaps at his words, then he growls. "What did you just say?" "No way, he's messing with him, right?" He demanded help to fight Fontana, and Vargas shot back that it was the same trash talk he was calling out, then made it clear he'd never sign on. And right then, everyone started snapping and bickering. Then the protagonist blinked, totally lost in thought. If we just do nothing, this won't stay a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Vargas lunged forward, looming with his enormous readiness. An enormous blade loomed in front of him, and the protagonist had to fire up his. His mind control power ignited, and then he fired it off, like a decision that couldn't be stopped. He slammed his force into the opponents. When the newcomers saw it, they just froze in stunned silence, and then they couldn't help asking, what the heck was happening? MC snapped that he wanted everyone to drop their weapons and hit the ground. He just wants everyone to cool off and finally talk like normal people. Vargas frowned and blurted, "Wait, what is it?" "Magic," R shot back. "Yeah, magic." And then the opposing leader stepped forward like a threat you can't ignore. He answered in a grim tone, warning that if he tried him again, this time he'd hit back hard. Then the protagonist shot back. "Okay, let him do it." Vargas charged at him at full speed, but the protagonist thought he was quick. Then he slowed down, and suddenly they knew stopping him meant disaster. Spitting curses, he readied his magical attack. MC unleashed his scatter shot technique, and Vargas still barely managed to dodge masterfully. Our guy swore he'd covered every angle, like his moves were carved from perfect prediction. Scattershot projectiles ripped through the air, mowing down anything in the exact direction his palm pointed. He pointed it, and swore this move could work, because he'd studied how far things scattered before, then guessed the projectile's true power. When the warning shot cracks the air, remember, insight and judgment aren't luck at all. They come from a spirit that won't break. He figured that if he couldn't dodge an attack like that, it would slam him with brutal damage, something he could barely afford to even think about. With fear gripping him tight, Vargas bolted for the side, ready to swing at us, because everyone's got something that scares them. MC fired scatter shots again and again, one after another, and Ashira watching him couldn't help thinking it looked like he was about to blast him with random shots in hopes of landing a hit. Then he bellowed at us, "I'm out of magic." MC unleashed scattershot once more, and the thought hit him like, yeah, I'm definitely not happy about this, about having to hit on pure luck. So he had to predict which way Vargas would move. Vargas would slip out of the way, then fire off a shot right ahead of the curve. After that, RS finally cracked Vargas with a hit. He thought it was absolutely amazing, and in that moment he knew he'd truly nailed it. Vargas groaned through the pain. "MC, watch this." He shut one eye and braced himself. This time, he was sure he'd finally nailed him. Right then, Vargas burst into the scene from out of nowhere, straight into the moment. Right beside him he snapped, "I got caught." Caught in the blast. Ars realized that even in leather armor, a direct hit from scattershot could still slam into him hard and stop him cold. It didn't scratch him at all. So I knew right then it had to be pure resilience, because he was still standing strong, and he was about to use something else. Vargas pushed his limits. He used that same kind of boost to harden his body and master to shout. Then his defense shot up in battle just like that, and at that exact moment he leaned in, called out to the MC, and threw out a sincere apology that hit him straight in the chest. Then Hours grinned and lunged straight at Vargas, the terrifying powerhouse. Vargas swung, wham, and his sword shattered into pieces from the devastating strike. He stared at it and snapped, "It's VAR." Vargas swung a brutal, massive sword, so huge it felt like it could slice the whole world in half. After the fight, he slammed the truth down. Vargas got wiped out, and right then, a new winner was crowned. Hit the ground and stared up thinking, damn, what just happened? Just went down. Then the MC stormed up, leaned in, and told him it was a scatter S****. He figured Vargas was reading his move off the position of his palm, and the sound of his voice told him exactly when the next shots would come. He said you had to chain these spells fast, every single one, so the counterattack would actually land in Vargas. Vargas nodded yes and swore he didn't think he could land a hit without a spell. Like, he was the only one who could pull it off. Ours figured there had to be more people nearby who could handle body enhancement. And maybe that was the real reason. Good thing he clocked it before the fight. Solo shots against a noble might not be enough. He couldn't last. An alert opponent would adjust in seconds to whatever he threw at them, and that was the real problem. He only landed the hit because the surprise caught him off guard, but the moment it did, he snapped his sword up and fought back fast. MC drove his sword in, cushioning the blow and shutting down the damage. Then the team realized they needed Vargas more than ever, and MC shot his hand out to yank him back on his feet. Vargas snapped that he'd lost. Then he swallowed his pride, admitted defeat, and begged them to spare the people of that village. Ours stared him down like, "Wait, are you throwing in the towel? Did you tell me to stop?" But no, he never meant any of that. MC saw they looked armed, so he immediately drew the obvious conclusion. Of course he wouldn't hurt them. He just wanted him on their side, fighting the tyranny with them. Vargas leaned in, nodded like it all clicked, and promised, "I get it. I'll stand at your side and fight." He handed over his promise, and Carlos's assistant snapped that all this chaos started because he screwed up, so he decided to make it right. He meant to march his soldiers straight into Barca, and he shot back that it was a fight worth taking, for the Fontana clan's glory, so this moment could shine like a legend. He snapped back with a yes, because Vargas was out here trying to build something out of brick, and he said he never imagined he'd live to see the day. The day finally comes when magic can break past the everyday. And ours can't stop believing that this is what the villagers of Linda and everyone who fought beside him, Vargas included, could unleash magic. They decided to name the village Barca. And honestly, picking a common family name feels right. It even gives them a little sense of humor. Unity, she snapped, the bricks are ready, and he swore the whole square would be rebuilt in a blink. Everyone looked thrilled. Vargas's duel hit out of nowhere, and he swore it was the perfect chance to prove. Ashira figured our side had already crushed Varga, and she believed that his talent could bring everyone together and light a spark under their hearts. Vargas, an absolute monster and a war hero, clenched his weapon until his knuckles went white, and it hit him. Maybe the MC really was strong enough to survive this. Enough, if they followed him, maybe he'd finally square up to the nobles, and ours felt he might have finally found a way. One of those. Some people were ready to dump him the second he became inconvenient, backing away because being near him felt like a losing bet. Until after that duel with Vargas, and suddenly the whole vibe flipped. Everyone's blood was pumping with fighting spirit, like, if they stuck together, freedom was within reach. Then he leaned in and asked the MC where the general was heading next. Ours shot back asking what kind of general he meant, and he answered, "I'm talking about me." He'd already pulled all those people under his command, so for him, being a general felt completely normal. MC stammered back that it didn't bother him much, like everything was totally fine, while a bunch of peaceful villagers from Barca jumped in and marched right alongside them. Ours told Vargas that nearly everyone from Linda would back them up because of him, and Vargas just laughed, thinking he belonged in a different role, and shook his head flat out, saying that wasn't his kind of thing at all. He'd rather stay surrounded. MC locked eyes with him, and the truth hit hard. He was sure those loyal friends weren't just helping, and that whatever kept him away from his village traced back to the Traffic incident. He just stood there fighting for his people, certain that storming into Linda village was the right move. Then Ars ordered them to set up camp right here, and he went quiet, thinking. We figured it was south of Barca village, right on the road to the city. Small, sure, but deep enough to make you feel like something was going to happen. There wasn't much room left, just a few openings where a crossing could actually work. And if the Fontana family shipped troops to take a village, they'd come straight here. So he turned to everyone and ordered them to start setting up camp right now. They had to team up, clear the land, and haul in wood and firewood just to cook. then slapped together an inn from it, a legit in-town spot. And MC couldn't believe it. He thought you could build an entire town in one day with the people watching. The crew that came with them from Linda Village had been over 100 strong, but now they finally had room for everyone. Then he barked, "Split up and start building defensive walls." And the villagers all moved at. They even fired off the wall-building spell at the same time. Then bam, towering walls snapped up around the place, and Ours just grinned, thinking, "This is awesome. So we can pull off the same magic without any training." It was ridiculously easy. Say the words, and magic knowledge floods straight into their minds. And when he hands someone their name, they suddenly. MC finally gained the power to recreate every spell he knew. Then, stunned, he blurted, "Wait, are some people even unable to use wall build?" Grant shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like they can't cast it. It's just that the spell won't answer them." He hauled in a whole crew of people who couldn't, because Ours swore road paving was the same beast, structure for structure, and it clicked that he'd probably known it all along. Low magic potential meant they couldn't chain both spells, since wall build and road paving demanded more magical power than every other spell put together. Even then, one reckless burst of power could knock him out cold, because if your total magic can't cover a spell in one go, the spell data might not even get sent through at all. Is it the body's own defense instincts, or the magic circle bending the rules, that forces everyone to learn only spells that match their magical potential? The MC pondered it for a split second, then decided he had to go find the truth. After Gran told him to check it, he had to watch closely for any changes, whether his magic power reserves actually grew. He shoved the leather armor into his hands. "Armor for us." MC lit up and praised it as amazing, and Gran shrugged it off, saying sure, it was simple but it was built to last. Ours answered that it was. It looked like they'd glide forward with zero resistance, and MC realized, after the Vargas battle, that it was finally time to push straight into the front lines. With zero protection, that move was pure danger, so he started weighing a gear switch, and Vargas immediately clocked what he was looking at. He said it was too weak for him, way too weak. Not enough. No one was going to play nice with him out on the battlefield. Ours thought he just handed the blades of the mighty tusk to his father, and Madlock, his closest confidants, could command the rest in his name, and the ranks of loyal men had already swelled and taken their spots, fully equipped with all the necessary equipment, and that was it, everything they needed. MC stared in shock and blurted, "Wait, what, more than 500? 500 men?" Kale wheezed for air, then grinned and said he knew every single routine, and the exact route they were using today. Ours kept doing the same thing, like the numbers were repeating. 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23. 500 men. He did the math and realized Barca Village usually hands over only about 50. So this time they'd blown past the usual cap by 10 times. Limit. Kale snapped his gaze back and said that setting up a base here, then pulling in folks from the neighboring village, made him think he'd blown right past the Fontana family's expectations, and MC just lit up and agreed, saying they'd only recently. He finished it, but the numbers still screamed overmatched, and he figured you usually needed at least a 3-to-1 advantage to punch through wall defenses. Fontana had marshaled a deadly force, but with the walls already standing, there was nowhere to bring reinforcements, so a siege would crush them, and that's when Ours snapped. "No choice, we fight on." On the field, Vargas nodded along and told him straight up, even if they bolstered their defenses, they'd still have no shot. Too few men, too little to work with. The MC figured the Fontana family probably saw them as nothing but peasants. But the truth was wild. These weren't just random people. They could actually wield combat magic, and they needed to. We had to smash them before they could fire off countermeasures. Then Ours stepped in and made it clear. They only had one shot at winning. They couldn't just clash head-on. They had to ambush them out of nowhere. He kept picturing it, fighting in the open, then striking with a surprise. And if this was some kind of game, he would have been. He acted like he'd stay calm and let everything play out, but the truth hit harder. This was way more complicated. Then Valkyrie slid up to MC, nuzzled his back, and Hours asked her right after, "Has it come?" Then he warned it not to bite, swearing it was just, he thought he was getting consoled again. Yeah, it didn't break him. He snapped back, "I'm fine," like he was holding onto hope for dear life. He needed to stay alive with everyone, claw his way to freedom, and to do that, he'd do everything in his power. Then everyone stepped out onto the field. MC thought, like it always goes with warriors and nobles, plenty of them showed up in shiny metal armor, at least 30 of them. Their count and marching route lined up perfectly with the merchant's. He filed the report, and because of that sudden advantage, he finally managed to pull off his storm the Fontana family's army at the exact spot they picked. Forces roared in, strike after strike. Then the camps lit up north of the river, waves crashing beside the river, and every fighter's position got locked into place, like someone was about to make a move. Someone shouted that a rider was coming fast, horse pounding under them, straight out of a Valkyrie's myth, only without the horns. Raymond insisted they had to. This guy has been declared, and now everyone has to obey him. He's branded a criminal, and then he flat out defies the nobles. He gave those orders, and then he cut down the tax collectors and their guards too, leaving everyone to believe he was proving a good commander's true worth with every brutal act. Raymond's voice boomed across the battlefield as he declared that, as the lawful ruler's representatives, they couldn't ignore what was happening. And the MC realized his words were so sharp they carried even through the ranks, despite the distance. The gap between them felt massive. Raymond insisted it wasn't worth dragging every villager through some kind of trial, but Ashira snapped back and asked if they were just supposed to stand there and listen to this fool. Raymond told Ars, "Surrender, drop your arms, and we'll let your life go back to normal." And when the MC pressed, "Do you really know that for sure?" Raymond just couldn't figure out what to do next, because if anyone found out, it could spark chaos inside their ranks. So they had to fire back with a response. Vargas nodded along, saying, "Since that pre-battle speech started, the fight's already on." He thought he had it figured out. Then he realized he'd have to gamble on the perfect words to spark their allies and shatter their morale, before it all fell apart, before the allies, their enemies, tremble. Because a voice is born when the vocal cords vibrate, and once you pour magic into those cords and crank the vibrations up, you can make it sing loud enough to overpower anyone. You can crank out a voice just as loud and crisp, but maybe, just maybe, he could loosen the knot of tension right here. And then after that, then MC boomed out loud that the Fontana family had signed a deed, handing over the rights to the village of Barca. They barked the order at him, then saw how fast his settlement was growing and decided they'd take it back. So the air shook with their voices, echoing for miles. Hours kept talking, because they'd already decided to seize their land and everything tied to it, and they were even trying to lay their claim. They grabbed the people of Barca right into their own hands, while the MC stared in shock at that voice, the one packed with magic. With a thunderous claim that hit everyone like lightning, we boldly said we'd protect them, by our own strength, by our rightful power. They won't cow the people of Barca with some noble tyranny. They'll never truly have power over. I'll never tolerate their atrocities again. One could barely stand the crushing taxes, like they were starving everyone on purpose. Slammed them shut around the knife just to feed some guy's completely unhinged bad mood. Then Arsh burst out, shouting that everyone should attack, because he figured they'd finally stop messing with them like some disposable house cat. And that's when CMC and his allies surged forward to strike back, and Arsh roared that they had to win their freedom, because some of the villagers were facing something terrifying. Raymond was absolutely stunned. Someone claimed he announced the attack right in the middle of his speech. The soldiers had to lock into formation, because the attack was coming, and right then, the MC sprinted straight at them at full speed. At full speed, the soldiers, totally caught off guard, yelled at him to stop. They snapped that he shouldn't run like that, because once he did, the anger surged, and they told them to stop interfering with their business. He was with them, and right after that, he unleashed his magic. He couldn't believe it when they were completely blown away. With one crushing swing, he'll end it. First, though, he has to lock in body reinforcement. He swore he never, ever thought he could pull off something this powerful as, worried you're not getting enough bite out of that strong tusk sword, while it's still strapped in the saddle. He snapped together a pole out of solid bricks, and the moment he did, he realized this wasn't some one-time spell. It was only getting started. With his magic dialed in, the reinforcement hit maximum power. And after that, everything changed completely. Then MC spun his sword in his grip, roared for everyone to get out of the way, because if they blocked him, if they heard it, they'd be totally blown away, because our soldiers had them scared out of their minds. He figured he'd charged at them in the heat of his speech, not, so they couldn't even get ready to fight back with abacuses, spears, or arrows. Because yeah, letting them breathe was never on the table. The moment people saw him, a kid, everything flipped as he easily sent grown men flying, crushing even the confidence of soldiers scraped together from plain old peasants. But he didn't have to fight the ones hauled here on orders. If they want to win this battle, they'd better take him down and defeat. To beat that rider on the hornless horse, they still need to crush their commander. But right then, Bites snapped at the MC to wait. He shouldn't charge in alone like that. Hours shot him a shocked look and called out, and he thought, with body-strengthening magic in a scatter shot, every barked man is stronger than the fountain men. But then he had, and somehow, he'd turned a kid's body into a weapon that could drive adults completely insane. So by the end, they couldn't even show off all the different kinds of madness. Magic, could they really do it? Maybe it was because he started gulping magical power the moment he was born, through food, through the air, through everything. And the environment. He hoarded every scrap, then fused it into his own magic to skyrocket his mastery. But when it came to everyone else and the magical power inside them, they were probably stuck, unable to unlock just that one kind of energy. And that's the real point. So yeah, your magic reserves, both how much you have and what you can do, straight up decide how deadly you are in battle, and that means trying to match someone who's been enhanced. Good luck handling that. MC barked at his brother in Vargas to stay close and follow him, while their father in Madlock grabbed the others and carved a path forward. Because their only mission was to reach the armored soldiers clustered in the enemy's heart. Enemy forces crashed in, while our side blindly believed that his brother and Vargas were the main power, and the spiritual force holding everything together. The Barca people drew spiritual strength from it, the same way those armored men shielded and steadied the folks of Fountain. If they could smash them, it'd shatter the militia's morale and maybe knock them clean out, though that metal armor's build would blunt a scatter shot's impact. But the real shocker, the guys in that armor had a massive stash of magical power, enough to make the whole room feel it, like they weren't even fully showing what they could do. And are they about to lay a trap at the entrance? If that's the plan, they're going to smash straight through. The MC drove his sword into the soldiers' shields with everything he had, slamming it like a thunderclap. He figured, if I cut them off right now, they'll be in real trouble. Hours. Then he yanked his sword out right then, because Raymond snapped at them that they couldn't bow to a kid. They have to scramble up fast. MC shot them a look and it was over. Wondered if they'd been scattered, and if that made them weaker than he'd ever find out. They had top-tier gear, and a massive stash of magical power to back it up. They had way more reserves than the militias. Then came the brutal twist. The quality gap was downright terrifying. Their power matched perfectly, and their magic was laughable next to. It clung to him like a choking, thick sludge. Just one massive, dull lump of goo that wouldn't stop spreading. Haze clouded everything, so even tiny differences in quality could swing their combat power. After that, Arsh roared at Vargas, loud enough that it felt like it was non-stop for at least 10 straight seconds. Vargas snapped in fury, roaring that he'd better stop trying to make him laugh, because their general was absolute madness. He's gotta be a monster, this is horrifying. Then the sailor finally said that. That sounded like the kind of praise that could melt hearts. Then he marched up to MC and tried to. Rayman lunged to strike, but Hours snapped up the block, cutting his blow short, right as Rayman said that he made it crystal clear. No more unrest would be tolerated. He couldn't stop wondering, was that same commander behind this voice? Raymond just cut straight to the point. He told him they hadn't, and that saved him even more time. It's been ages since we last saw each other, so I had to wonder, how is he holding up, and is he even old enough to be okay? So he didn't remember a thing. He was the steward for the Fontana family, the ones who owned all these. The land swallowed the silence. Raymond's name echoed instead, and everyone wondered if he truly led their army, because how could he not remember him? He remembered Raymond telling him to slice off the horns of that service beast. MC couldn't believe it. This guy actually hacked off the Valkyries' horns the moment they offered it as a gift for the Fontana family, the same person who handed him the deed. He had to get the land granted to him, and the one who tried to snatch everything for himself was Steward Raymond. Raymond? Yep, that's the name on the tax collector's notice too, and the shock hit so hard my partner clenched his jaw. He smashed his fist so hard it started bleeding. Then he snapped. Did he seriously think all this was tied to the same guy? And right there, his thoughts trail off like, was this how he actually respected anyone earning their keep the right way? And just then, Bites snapped at MC to pull himself together. He'd better scout the area fast. Those heavy infantry are already scrambling back onto their feet. Vargas demanded to know if their commander had purposely stepped in front of him, just to stall them and grab precious time. Mars thought the advantage was gone for good. Everything had gone sideways, and they were about to unleash magic. In this world, every noble-born soul carried magic of their own, wielding forces so powerful they could shake everything. They wielded magical power to crush every emergency, and that's how they seized control and stamped themselves as the ones in charge. No matter how deadly the magic gets, numbers always swing the battle's outcome. Nobles started yanking commoners out of their lands, then raining them with magic if they proved themselves in a heartbeat. In battle, so basically, they were doing a naming ceremony right there. But the nobles had to play the game because it was deadly. To unleash a force so brutal it could maim, or even end a life, wasn't some wild idea at all, because a precedent had already been set, leading to the introduction of a selective system that decides who gets magic, and only those chosen can claim it and ride it. If you want to rise above a commoner, you've got to hit the battlefield again and again, win the nobility over, and prove yourself by serving in their infantry. Then get assigned to a knight who's already drenched in magic, prove you can thrive in that role, and earn your own path to knighthood. Because that's how the road gets paved. If you abuse that power or fail to perform on the battlefield, they'll rip away your family name and seize your property, straight up, be confiscated. And with those same impulses taking hold, a new system of rule sprouted, splitting the power of the nobility into rival factions. With knights entrusted to do the guarding, he turned that exact system into his playground. And what he pulled off in Barca village was a straight-up con. His family name, Barca, pours earth magic into him, and the fun just explodes from there. The Fontana family's element is ice. Then Raymond snapped forward and started to speak, but his words cut off mid-sentence. They finally got the go-ahead to strike, and they unleashed the ice spear skill. Right then, MC realized he couldn't hold them all off by himself. He'd turn his back on them and raise his blade like a loud, fearless promise. With a magical body boost like that, he'll finally be able to plow right through them and knock them down. But to pull it off, he needed razor-sharp focus and deadly eyesight. He had to split his power carefully between his body upgrade and his vision boost. Then he locked it in like, yeah, I can do this. Right then, like time froze in slow motion, Ars snapped his sword up and deflected the ice like it was nothing. And in that exact heartbeat, he realized he'd actually pulled it off. He'd never split his magic before. And now, trying to control it under conditions like this was insanely hard to handle, almost enough to break him. It was brutal hard, but he still pulled it off, right as the knight's preliminary gesture began. Before he throws an ice spear, he does the same scattershot gesture, so you can read the attack's path instantly in both cases. The wrist position practically screams where the strike is headed. He can't shake the feeling that Vargas figured out exactly where this was headed, like he learned how to handle it from the very start. He's a total scattershot. He's fought knights on battlefields before, but right then, when it matters most, the MC stared at Vargas and caught sight of the injury. Our crew panicked, fearing the worst for him, and then he couldn't stop himself. "Wait, are you okay?" Even as his sword kept getting stronger. And if there's no damage to the body, then something's seriously off. When the battle erupted, he dodged most of the shots, but if he dodged right now, either him or his brother Bites would get struck. So this fight, he's moving through his brother's body like it's the only weapon he's got. Body as a human shield. That guy's incredible. Earlier they forced him to, staying meekly quiet as his Valkyries got their horns chewed to shreds. Chopped off MC stared at his brother and realized he was gripping one sword in each hand, unleashing a wild fury. Wild nature surrounded them, one sword in each hand. R's mind racing as the wildness came at him harder and harder. Rage had been roaring inside him, almost knocking the courage out of his chest. But now, suddenly, strength surged back, and the kind of raw strength, plus dependable comrades he could count on no matter what. He wasn't the same anymore. Everything had changed. Bites said, "We'll rip our way to freedom. There's no other outcome and they'll see it too." They finally hit the wall. No strength left, so he begged, "Open your mouth. This one too, huh?" Then he whipped around and froze. His mouth was wounded. Then its Bites flared with rage and slammed down onto the ground. He slammed the ground and cursed it through clenched teeth. He bolted straight toward the soldiers, demanding answers. How dare they? MC fumed and thought this was totally unacceptable. He stormed straight up to Vargas and told him that he had to cover for him, because his brother snaps way too fast, and yeah, even with the sword of strong announcement and their reinforced bodies, their armor still couldn't. Even with everything, that armor could still spell trouble. Then R watched Bites launch a savage swing at the soldiers and slam right into one of them, armor and all. MC's eyes widened. Did he actually push through and make it in? He drove straight for the armor, and only then did it hit him. Because the only people he could have compared himself to the village kids, sure. But even with his magic drained dry, he was still standing strong enough to defeat the knight. Hours beamed at his brother like, "Look at you." And suddenly he realized they never imagined their strength could be so unstoppable on the battlefield. His brother's twin swords carved through the soldiers, snapping their ranks into total chaos. And Vargas came charging right after him, like they were totally holding it together without his help. Then MC snapped his gaze to Raymond. He knew it was his brother who'd played the knight's distraction, leaving them with fewer free hands. He knew he'd have to take this fight head-on. Right, Raymond leaned in and asked if our guy was really surprised. Was this blade packed with magic too? The MC shot back, "Yeah," and then started explaining how it could power up his body fast. And that enhancement was straight up weird. Raymond pressed R, asking how he pulled it off. But R snapped that it was none of his business. Should he even care now? The knight stayed frozen, no sign of movement anywhere. Raymond shook his head and said it wasn't exactly like that. It was just, and it hit him like a brick. Trying to lure him out and take him alive felt like a trap that totally backfired. Mistake, MC figured this chatter hid nothing. But Raymond's manager's magical power was way beyond what he could ever imagine. He had to surpass the knight's own limits. No flashy commander who just hides behind his guards. And worst of all, his sword was brutally dangerous. Dangerous, its power crushed even a strong tusk. And right after that, Raymond's face fell as he said, "I'm afraid I'll have to say goodbye to him here." While the rest of us drew in shaky breaths and he tensed up, ready to strike Raymond. MC thought landing just one lethal strike would be enough. One razor straight, no second chances blow, the kind that ends everything. Raymond S about to get crushed, right beneath his own swinging sword. Then with a brutal swing, he drove his sword down hard and went for it, trying to attack Raymond. Then his blade swung down and smacked something solid. MC's brain screamed that it snapped, but was it ice? At that moment, R stared as Raymond's sword dripped with icy frost, and Raymond snapped, telling him to stand back and let him show off the power. The ice essence blade. MC stared at it like, did his sword just get iced over and then magically bulk up? Even though he was just a kid and could still brawl, the odds still refused to tip in his favor. Sword, once that hit landed, it started regenerating again. And that's when his whole position turned critical. Position would start to crumble. Then Raymond came in hot and every strike thundered in. The blows sent MC crashing to the ground. And in that instant, he swore it had to be magic dragging him down. With a magical boost at his back, he still smashed him down with brutal ease. So tell me, what kind of superhumans are out there? Because this world makes it look effortless. World, the moment our ship slammed the ground, Raymond bolted straight ahead, straight at him. MC clocked it and instantly figured that if he stayed moving, he could. He couldn't dodge the strike of his sword, and there was no outrunning that lightning. Swift Valkyrie, our hero shot his arm out and used. He fired wildly and nailed Valkyrie right in the leg. The impact crashed into its legs, and the beast crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. MC stared at the earth and thought, yep, we're done for. Now they were back on equal footing again, even though it was obvious he straight up had the upper hand when it came to raw physical strength. If he blew this chance, they'd swarm him and trap him. Then R surged in from behind and swung straight at Raymond. He figured this was the moment it all got decided. But right then, the manager got straight up stopped, blocked from moving forward. MC got cut off and blocked by soldiers, and he roared, shouting at them. He barked at them to get out of his way, move, or get out of it completely. This kind of moment only shows up once in a lifetime. Once, and you better seize it. Time, Ars suddenly found himself ringed in soldiers, like the walls had closed in. He thought they were teamed up to attack, but then he got shoved into keeping his dynamic vision up too. To pierce metal armor, that vision won't be enough. He has to pour in even more magic. Sure enough, it transformed into pure physical enhancement. The knights were insanely strong, but now he could handle it by distributing the burden. He poured his magical power out little by little, and after a while, MC powered through every single knight, because he was already completely, utterly broken, literally dead on his feet. He stood there in the middle, fighting to catch his breath, trying to. Gasps tore out of him as he tried to catch his breath. His head and body felt brutally heavy, but it was way too early for him to let his strength slip. Raymond's voice snapped through the air right then, telling him, "You fought like a beast," and that's when it hit. His conviction wouldn't break. The knights, but his strength was gone like it got ripped out of him. Then Raymond he jumped into a fight with ours and barked that we should just surrender already, because this was hopeless. MC grinned and shook his head, saying the only person who should surrender in this room was him. Then boom. A deep rumble shook the whole field and everyone felt it hit at once. He blurted, "What is that?" And then the ground started shaking like crazy. The MC grinned and said that they'd been trapped in his plan, and it all happened at the exact same time. Kale leaned in and demanded, "So tell me, do you finally understand everything from here on out? From now on, they've got to keep their course straight down the river, no detours. They have to go like, right now." Ours knew this was a master stroke, and they already figured a surprise attack alone might still not cut it, unless he could unleash the one strongest card he had, without splitting their forces. Forces slammed down on him. Then Raymond snapped that he wasn't messing around. The service beast surged in from the flank and the MC barked an order at his pet, "Do it right now." Then the service beast snapped and started tearing into them. Right in the crowd, a man shouted for earth magic so he could smash the soldiers. They just had to ask, how in the world is this even possible? These service beasts don't just work. They cast magic while they're at it. They sling the exact same spells as the folks of Barca. Raymond's eyes went wide. He practically blurted that his army was the most absurd thing he'd ever seen. Ars was sure he'd finally end this fight. Then Raymond turned on. The second MC threw the first punch. Everything changed. Ars believed that to pull this off, he had to. He had one last mission to finish, and MC made sure to tell him. He snapped the words, "Checkmate." Then he told him, "Say goodbye right here," and right after that Raymond hit the ground hard, and Ours was convinced that a conditional victory was snatched in front of everyone. Then he jerked his sword up and blasted, shouting that Raymond, the Fontana family's manager, had already, by his own hand. Those Fontana warriors get forced to fall back. Bark is free at last, so let's all celebrate right now. Then all at once, the whole crowd erupted in cheers for the win. MC stared at it, then forced himself to catch his breath. As he was exhausted, then Valkyrie strode up to him, and Ours just casually leaned against it, and he told everyone he was fine. Then he shot back with heartfelt gratitude. Gratitude hit him hard, and he was convinced this was the exact way Barca pulled off her victory. Victory, Kale, and the camp north of the river, and he couldn't stop thinking about what was next. Just thinking about it made shivers crawl down his spine. He even said, it was terrifying. So much so that he couldn't even figure out what scared him worst, while he was still riding the Valkyrie under those. With his body kicking into gear, the MC finally realized something. Maybe the real boss of this pack of service beasts wasn't the one everyone feared, but his very first partner, Valkyrie, and somehow, that thought lit up his chest. He put his trust in her because, in Barca Village, nobody knew how to ride a Valkyrie except him and his brother, so Ours told him, you have to. He'd busted his ass, and this was the best moment of his life. Kale lit up and said, we did great too. Because this wasn't the end of what the Fontana families demanded they do. Yeah, those forces he had were real, but what was he gonna do next? The MC basically said, I still think the military gap between us is huge. Then they went and collected the weapon. The peasant soldiers of Fontana tore their weapons out of battle and bolted after being crushed, while word of their triumph spread like wildfire. Triumph's roar had reached the villagers of Barcalinda, and around 200 people rushed in to join the fight. And most importantly, they'd stacked up a hefty haul of war spoils, boosting their odds. Right then, Vargas burst into the scene. When the room emptied out, MC hauled him over to Ars and grilled him. Did they actually get those people to talk? Vargas just nodded hard, saying yeah, they did, and the reason hit fast. They were commoners who'd fought shoulder to shoulder in earlier battles. Ars then revealed the real bombshell. He'd captured 6 knights, and now they were priceless prisoners of war, because everything they said could decide the outcome. Sure enough, all of them were badly wounded, so they were being treated, but kept restrained just to be safe. MC listened and clocked the bigger picture. In peacetime, the Fountain's regular troops ran at 1,000, and their full strength maxed out around 7,000 to 8,000. So if even a feudal lord couldn't crush a rebellion in one tiny village inside his own territory, he'd never survive the next one. Shattered his reputation, and because of that, other nobles wouldn't dare step in while he handled the problem, and now it looked like they were about to get stuck in a long, brutal standoff. MC told them, even if they weren't hunting for a fight, they'd better show their strength, but everyone else thought he meant a power strong enough to rattle the enemy's resolve to the core and shove them straight into thinking about negotiations. He clenched his fist and swore that this is where they'd raise a real castle, power in the flesh, a fortress built to defend their lives, because in this world, walled strongholds were everywhere. In this world, guns and cannons are basically unicorns. Almost none exist, and everyone assumes it's because tech like that runs on magic instead. The walls are starting to take shape, and when Ars muttered, since a river sat close by, they decided to ring their fort with a real moat. Then Ours laid down the next demand. A supply road from the villages of Barca and Linda, built sturdy enough to carry loaded carts, with a road pushing toward Barca and Linda and another stretching to the north toward the river. And they've already started building it. They rushed to the watchtower and jammed a Valkyrie inside to keep eyes on everything around them, then raised a barracks too. So yeah, he figures it can't hurt to throw up defensive walls in the village of. First, they've got to split the men into teams by the kind of magic they can use. And yeah, Linda's already got her hands full, because they've got a mountain of work waiting. Some people swear wall building and road building aren't possible, but Grant burst out excitedly, shaking from head to toe. He never dreamed he'd live to see the day he'd finally help build. A real castle, can you believe it? And he kept stretching the rules even past what anyone had ever dared to hear. So are like, wait, what are you even talking about? The outer wall and its moat slammed into place, guarding the defensive walls. Then stood the Linda watchtower, along the road leading straight to Barca village. Linda, MC said, we don't know the terrain for sure, so we'll just hop tower to tower. They kicked things off around the castle, and Grant asked. He got grilled. So you're saying you showed up just to chase your dream in construction? And the MC snapped back. Yeah, I'm here to build a cast so astounding it'll blow everyone's mind. A castle so mind-blowing it would stop even aristocrats in their tracks, complete with a towering wall and a watchtower, all stretched up to a blazing 30 meters high. And just like that, Bites leaned in and told MC the truth. More people were clamoring to join their crew. MC blinked, stunned, because the workforce was growing even faster now. Roads from their villages to the camp could be reached in a single day. Then he mentioned it. Somebody from Barca wanted to send a message. So Hours asked. He demanded, who's it from? And Bites shot back. Pastor Paul, he said he wants to see you. The MC's stomach dropped. He panicked, sure this meeting was going to go bad. Somehow it caught him off guard. Later on, right in the village of Barca, Paul told us they hadn't crossed paths in ages. And honestly, he's been doing a ton. So yeah, it looks like he's back right when you'd think he'd be gone. MC feigned ignorance and shot back. What else? Paul snapped that he was about to lose it then. Then my guy panicked and blurted, you mean the naming, right? Paul just nodded like, yeah, absolutely. He'd been handing out family names to tons of people, flooding them with magic. No church permission, no questions. And now that he'd pushed this far, he had to learn what these spells and powers could do. They granted it, and he started putting the pieces together. Magic power existed in this world, and everyone carried a piece of it, even if only a little. But only a handful could make it work. Like him, tearing through the fields, or build themselves up the way his brother and Vargas did. These folks could tap into magical powers, like they were straight up casting witchcraft. And that's how they earned the name sorcerers. Sorcerers. After years of grueling training, a select few learned to trigger their power with just one spoken word. And soon, that whole phenomenon became something far bigger than anyone expected. They called it magic. Anyone who practiced it was a sorcerer, and society treated them like legends with serious respect. And Paul even said that anyone who could pull off the naming ceremony, those who trained ordinary people and taught them to cast spells, were called sorcerer mentors. And they swore this power was gifted to them straight from God. His past, like the Church of the Holy Light he's tied to, plus how it got its name. They also spread the Church of the Holy Light's teachings, pushing life magic to be used for peaceful ends only. But these mage mentors aren't chasing the same dream. Name-giving is a bond like parent and child, and once the ritual clicks into place, a whole ladder of magical connections snaps together. The kid inherits the parent's magic, and the parent gets tied back in. It turns, and it guzzles part of the power from whoever shares it, and MC's shocked because his magic has been surging lately. Was that the reason? Paul then admits he basically pulled off a forbidden secret sacred art of the Holy Church without permission, which was only allowed for priests or anyone higher. Hours figured that was sheer stupidity, because if a fight broke out, you detangle with the local nobles and the Holy Church's own representatives too, and that kind of trouble was just the norm. He'd have nowhere to duck or hide. Paul swore he was smart enough to grasp how the church saw it. MC felt his whole life slam shut, like it was over. Then he snapped to his feet and blurted out, shouting. He blared at him to wait a minute, but Ars kept getting stuck on one thought. Noble houses didn't just recruit knights on a whim, they used names too, right? So that meant he wasn't the only one with this special ritual, right? And Ars started to wonder if that wasn't the perfect reason for him to do the same. Paul said it with a calm smile. Nobles' names were handled with the church's help, and MC couldn't shake the feeling that just that still wasn't nearly enough. Paul snapped that the church's priests are just middlemen, while the real magical power is pulled straight from noble families. and it turns dangerous fast if it's used the wrong way. This power can be deadly. So why aren't the nobles just snatching knights off the street to train and recruit them, if they know it can boost their own strength? The church only grants permission for this ritual if the nobility trade back donations. So unrest never sparks, and power stays neatly balanced. MC snapped, asking if the donations meant they'd pay for them. Paul shook his head, saying God's grace is enough, and ours insisted it was just wordplay. But in the end, it was all about the gold. Paul said the truth. Both sides followed these rules, and MC immediately wondered if that meant he wasn't the only one. He was sneaking the church's secret art without permission, and while he was at it, he was wrecking their business too. But once the connection, it gets handed from parent to child, and suddenly he's right back in the exact same nightmare. Ours asks, so what? Some of his powers are getting redirected straight into him. Paul snapped back with a firm yes, confirming it was true. Then he named him using his family name. His powers started surging, and he swore it was because his own energy was pure and strong. But that's when MC couldn't get the full story out of her. He just assumed Valkyrie, even though he'd only given a name. He named it once, and just like that, every Valkyrie born after him could use magic too. So yeah, it became the game's most important thing. It felt like he had a family link to the others too, because that's how the Valkyries' magic works. Their power gets passed from him straight over to Pastor Paul. He stared, shocked, and said it was just like one mouse multiplying, privileges only for the folks at the very top, and Paul pressed him, mice, because he had no clue what Paul was even talking about. Because his magical power skyrocketed, they promoted him to bishop, and now he's set to run not just the church, but the whole surrounding area too. Paul pointed out that the bishops were wildly outnumbered by the regular priests and clerics, and he called it a huge win. So the MC sat back down and asked, "Okay, but who made that call?" Paul shot back that nobody had. Then one day, he finally stumbled onto it. He unearthed brand new magic, cracked how to control it, and just like that, his rank shot upward because now he could. Ars cast the restoration spells, but a brutal thought hit him. Was this the start of their people losing the road-building skills that kept their world standing? And wall building. If someone's magic wasn't strong enough, they couldn't even start those spells. But when their magical power snapped up to exactly the level they needed, and then, boom, they suddenly felt a connection with everything. Could this be that same feeling? To divine grace. Then Paul snapped them back to the point, and MC fought in stunned disbelief. Climbing higher, Paul finally demanded, "So why won't you hand your future to me?" And ours just blinked like, "I should wrap up where we stand right now." Paul lays it out plain. He admits he caused bodily harm, killed a tax collector guard, and sparked a peasant uprising. Peasants? Then a brutal strike hit a nearby village, actual open combat with the Fontana family's troops, right before their chief ruler was murdered, and now 6 Fontana knights are trapped in MC-occupied territory. Ars said he didn't mean to sound like the villain. Things spiraled like this, and it wasn't his fault. Paul warned that someone had stolen the church's secret spell of naming and turned it into a weapon. So now nasty magic was spreading out of control, and the MC thought, "I have to stop this. Stop smashing into him like that." Yeah, Fontana had every reason to get punched, but for the naming ritual, there was zero justification. Ars said joining the church might be his way out, but Paul snapped that if anyone caught him using aggressive magic, they'd kick him out on the spot. No delay, no mercy. Paul said he had to report it since the church could trace those links, and when MC heard that, he figured it meant he wouldn't even get to leave the house. So he pressed him on what he meant. So the real danger wasn't the war. It was the church coming for him, because it was him who first branded the villagers of Barca with their family names, and ours thought that was obvious. But Paul got jumpy. He basically said, essentially, he put names to the people through himself, just enough to settle their nerves, and MC burst out, saying he finally got it. He totally understood why he'd chosen to protect him. Paul leaned in and demanded, "Wait, didn't you already say you had a damn good reason for this? Your magical rank shot up because of your power, and without it, you'd be finished." no question. Forget that, because the real issue was worse. He was the guy's subordinate, and he'd exploited the naming ritual to steal massive power. Ars figured staying quiet could ignite a massive scandal, and Paul cut in with. He argued it was totally fair to keep things cordial. After all, how could there be a stronger bond than a partnership fueled by mutual interests? MC agreed with a positive response, then admitted just how messy and complicated everything had become. Paul shrugged and said, "Look, those reports to the higher-ups can have little inaccuracies sometimes, right?" Ours thought this church or that whole organization, and even the man himself, sent chills down his spine like pure fear on overdrive. Paul snapped that they weren't about to fold, not after all that provocation. So yeah, a fight was coming. So yeah, they'd have to slide into place right here and make sure his part hit the board through one clean donation. MC Thor. And there they go again. Yep, right back to money. See, when a noble wants to do a naming, they're supposed to cough up a charitable donation for the church first. So even if Bishop Paul said he cleared the rituals, he went through with it, but without solid proof, this would look shady fast. Ars could tell he was basically cornered, and then, boom, he launched himself out of his chair and declared he'd do it. "All right," he said, "but how much do you need?" "I'll cover it." Paul said that this amount was perfect. MC blinked, shocked at how insanely expensive it sounded, then asked if Paul meant he had to burn all his money at once just to cover the fine, and Paul cut him off by saying he was done. Asked, "Isn't that wild? In the end, it's still not some payment he can't handle, right? Normally, he wouldn't have to drop that much all at once, but with everything going on right now, it was honestly pretty fair." R slumped hard, realizing he was already clocking the state of his savings, and he'd clearly done that. But burning his entire fortune just to smooth things over with the church was pointless. So when MC spoke up, he made it clear. He couldn't risk his future, or the lives of everyone who'd trusted him, in anyone else's hands. If the Fontana family matter wasn't settled, Paul admitted it. Then he cut right to the truth. Even with that said, there were still messy complications, and he wanted everyone to stare at the whole situation through the Fontana family's eyes. So what started all this chaos? Ours leaned in and asked, "Can we beat them next time?" Something like that. Paul shrugged and said he still couldn't tell if he was smart or stupid, then admitted he totally missed the whole point of the fight that had erupted. Right? MC felt like Madlock had said the exact same thing before, and Paul jumped in. Did bar. As if the magic was coming back for round two. Barks forced his way through. Magic users are rare as diamonds, and the only ones left standing were farmers who could. Well, who could even. The idea that pass it on to others doesn't exist at all. So the Fontana family is convinced it's one of the nobles stirring the villagers up with magic, baiting a rebellion on purpose. That's why he's ready to ride out and negotiate, telling them straight up. No other nobles are involved. The villagers are panicking because they're about to lose their lands. He even admits he awakened his magic and somehow through him passed it to others. Ours asks if it's risky for him to stick around on Paul's side, and Paul fires back that once he hears Paul's logic it'll sound airtight since Paul named him himself. Plus, with his higher rank, he's been put in charge of the churches and fountains domain, meaning he oversees even Barca village, so they walk into the talks with a real edge. And that advantage, it could help them hold their ground, but of course, they had to get everything ready in advance, and without his generous donation, this whole thing would have been a nightmare. So the MC figured he'd have to prep like crazy, but what the hell was happening here? He spat that out, then entrusted Barca. He gripped his future in his own hands. Then, after a while, Paul finally went to negotiate and asked if Paul had become. He took the role of their new bishop, and he nodded yes, saying that even though he'd started out as their priest, running the chapel in Barca village, he'd been a priest there for years. So when Carlos said he did, you were supposed to get swept under the bishop's wing of the Holy Church. But did that mean ours could even such an important department? Then, right after that, Paul hauled everyone in at a soldiers' gathering and took over as the MC, and said the fountain's administration had already handed out their answer. before anything else could even happen. Answer: they both agreed to jump into the negotiations. The MC stared at him like, "What already?" The guy hadn't even blinked. Paul said. He said this was inevitable, because both sides were invested in ending the fight, so he should head to the planned spot. Ours just assumed they'd already agreed to meet up first for an informal chat and lock down where the real meeting would happen. And one of those roadside towers they'd installed got picked for the church. The MC sprinted up the tower, then burst into the room where Carlos was sitting. Then Carlos shot out, asked, "So, yeah, that means he's ours now. So if Barca's just a kid, isn't he? And that kid's supposed to be their negotiator." MC couldn't believe it. Even with all that power behind them, only a small handful of people were down by the tower. Was he throwing shade at us? Ours leaned in and demanded, "Who are you really?" He opened his mouth and then just said that it was Carlos from Fontana. And MC's mind raced, convinced he couldn't have imagined Fontana. Tana was being dragged along by this kid who couldn't have been much older, claiming he was the head of his own family, while ours was sure Bishop Paul never breathed a word about any of it. Not recognizing the head of a noble family by sight was bad enough to make your skin crawl. Then Carlos finally spoke, and Bishop Paul was already halfway through outlining the. Carlos leaned in and told them to drop their petty games and finally put down their swords, but saying, "Yes, isn't that simple? Because everything hangs on the situation." Carlos stared at him and said, "You don't even have to kneel for a nope." The nobleman finally stepped in to hammer out terms. He was the main force behind everything that happened. MC leaned in and demanded, "So what are your terms, Carlos' hand?" She thrust the documents into his hands and told him to read them right away. The document laid out 2 demands: stop the fighting and then tear down the. Next up, the combat groups had to hand back the POWs, then return the Ice Spirit Sword, then tend the lands of Bark. And finally, it all came down to his guardianship. He told them that if they tossed their swords aside, he'd hand the Sparks lands to him. Then ours stared at the terms, realizing this was his ticket into the Fontana family, and that meant his status would skyrocket tonight. An insanely lucrative deal for him. But then MC leaned in and demanded one thing. Was there any real guarantee he wasn't telling the truth? The truth, Carlos snapped back, that they'd sort out the details later. But once it was official, he would never back out. Because if he pulled off an outrage like that, his people, would they disown him? Then ours confronted him, yet he still slaughtered the head of the Fontana family. So tell me, does he remember? Remember that? Wild, right? How would he ever just hand himself over to him? Carlos snapped back that this is exactly what he wanted to thank him. Most people didn't get it, but he did, and that's why Raymond had a real chance. He understood exactly what it feels like when a kid has to grind their heart out just to keep the whole crew together. When he was just 3 years old, his father died, and suddenly, at the same age, he was thrust into the role of head of the Fontana family. The Winter Warlords, the last generation, held massive sway over the nearby noble lands, so the nobles close to him struck back, and with no mercy, they attacked and killed him. With his successors wiped out, only he survived. Then the young head stepped aside and Raymond took over, becoming the new leader of House Barbros, one of the knightly families. Carlos credited himself for cherishing House Fontana as a kid, but Raymond smashed one of the knightly family's biggest branches, the Grahams. Then the Knightleys stepped in as viziers, right where it all started. He swung control back and forth between the knightly family members, then declared that since he'd finally reached his age, he still ran this whole territory. Everything was his puppet. So MC thought that once he went. When he finally went a hand over the Valkyrie, Raymond was the one taking the lead, and it jolted him with a familiar memory of the Fontana family crest stamped on the suit. Certificates used without permission on top of it, and ours were demanded too. So when Raymond got the chance to let him own the land, that was already a total failure for Raymond. Carlos. Phillies shot back that he was right. Even a tiny goal could be the spark that shatters his strength. He never expected them to want him dead after he kicked off that suppression campaign. But it meant he'd grabbed control of the Fontana family, And it wasn't that easy. He still had to weigh how brutal it was for him to rally forces across the Fontana territory after Raymond died. The MC couldn't stop wondering if that's why the Fontana family stalled right after the battle. And once it was over, Carlos stepped in, gave them the green light and said, Raymond's relatives and subordinates praised his chivalry, smiling through it like everything was fine, but sooner or later, that act always sparks a backlash. Then he jabbed at us and bragged that he'd make the most important weapon in his hands out of us. He might have kept his whole house standing, but his supplies were running thin. So he gambled on Barca, luring in this new force to blast the enemy away. Even as he recognized how terrifyingly high his rank was, he still had to face Barca like an equal, which had no place on a peasant's back. MC couldn't help but wonder if Carlos was really talking about what he wanted to guard, and Carlos snapped that if he didn't explain the gap between power and position, MC would never lift a finger anyway, so he'd just say the price he wanted. Ars then pictured the lives of the villagers, the wealth they'd clawed together. Carlos said all his. Freedom was his to guarantee, because he led the Fontana family, and as payment, you'd see him draw his sword and fight. MC convinced himself he should be thankful because, with his fragile situation, he somehow wasn't responsible for locking in the head of the family. He decided that quitting this business would wreck his bond with Paul. He couldn't stand the church staring at him 1 second more, so he made his move. R said he already had a plan, and there was one more catch. One additional condition he insisted he add, and the secret meeting between MC and Carlos kept dragging on, until it swallowed the whole night and cut off the morning. At night, Paul leaned in and swore the war would finally end, if only the two sides stopped bickering and signed off with 0 disagreements. Ours and Carlos answered at the exact same time, both nodding like, yes. Paul said they'd head over to MC now, and Ours nodded back with a firm yes. Then Paul asked him, so tell me if he vows right now to serve Carlos de Fontana and stand by him no matter what. MC nodded and said, yeah, that's right. Then Paul leaned in and hit him with, okay, but what about Carlos? Carlos nodded hard. Then Paul snapped his gaze to us and demanded if he'd sworn to team up and fight. They stood shoulder to shoulder and fought to protect everyone. Then the MC nodded hard and said, yeah, I'll do it. Right after that, Paul slammed the moment home and declared, now it's time, we swear the oath. After he spoke, we dropped to our knees before Carlos. Then he leaned in and told the MC, I'm knighting you and naming you. After that, Ars von Barker was the name he'd answer to. Now he could finally charge into the future, hungry for the victories his knight would earn. Ars figured that Carlos calling him that meant he'd become the strongest magical being in this whole territory. At least, that's what he believed. That would have been a lifesaver against Raymond's people storming in. MC felt the same way, because that advantage was everything. That magical pass was gone, and the power slammed him straight into a furious maelstrom of force, while our side unleashed ice spears. He grinned, thinking, finally, now I can tap the Fontana family's ice magic, the power meant for an extraterrestrial system he couldn't touch no matter how hard he tried. Then the public formalities finally brought him back to life. Grand shot a question at the MC like, so you've become. MC stared at him, confused, like, wait, you're really just giving up now? The guy wanted to take over the territory, but didn't plan to lift a finger from here on out. Grant bragged that he was so damn strong he could even crush the villages of Barca and Linda. So he just seized control of this one too. He nodded toward the northern castle too. Then the MC stammered, kinda. Because he believed Carlos' condition was meant to keep Barca village under control. He couldn't just let Vargas walk away. He had to keep Kawakita Castle safe from any damage, too. Ars snapped that there were more things he had to handle than he ever wanted to, and then Carlos Br. He cracked under his relentless pressure, and Gran practically burst with excitement, saying she'd heard only a handful get knighted and become a territory owner. He couldn't believe he'd even nodded yes. Then reality hit hard. He had to pull in money. The MC swallowed the guilt, mentally apologized to his grandmother and cut it short, No way he had time to chat about. Now he was stuck in a deal with the Fontana family. He had to cough up taxes, and if they called him up, he'd have to raise an army and sprint to join them. But even then, he didn't have a single cent to do it. Feed the troops right now. They're running the show, ruling their own territory, taxing and holding trials, and still they've got to answer for what comes next. If you didn't prove loyalty, you'd lose the land they'd conquered. And that fear forged a system that money kept pouring in, and without him, they couldn't afford to wait. So they pushed to build an organization with its own internal control. Governance. At that exact moment, deep inside the castle, a maid hurried up and asked Lilina if she needed anything at all. But Lilina shook her head and insisted she wanted for nothing. She asked, "Next time you think about it, can I grab that book?" On those other days, she'd figured out that Carlos, somehow, couldn't handle a lick of practicality, had to clash with powerful knights from the Raymond faction. Carlos had clearly seized control of the estate, and he'd been a genius since he was little. And Raymond, the one managing everything at the estate for him, was just as brilliant. She'd been there. She even heard Carlos died in a peasant revolt. So when everyone said he was gone, Carlos's goodness was still so overwhelming he was willing to use her, his only blood relative, as a weapon for politics, while she sat there, heart racing, wondering if the moment to finally choose was already here. Hours dropped the bombshell. Barca Knights were getting new personnel, and it all came down to Kale, the merchant. He'd be running internal affairs, able to read and write, and right now, nobody in this place could crunch numbers like him. His brother Bites and Vargas ran the whole division, holding the line with a standing army that it cost a fortune, so they hauled the farmers into training, because his father would command the guards, and they'd always need people tough enough to keep public order. Lately, people have been throwing offensive magic in domestic fights, and those bullies have to be put in check. MC figured it wouldn't be easy, but he trusted he could do it. Ars told him that Madlock and Rinda, the village chief, would step in as judges with him when the two sides clash and they can't settle it on their own, so the world demands judges. Someone with real authority has to step in, hear everything, and rule, but there's still no law. Decision-making can wreck you, so they formed a system of laws, and the MC announced a group trial with 3 judges, including himself, so they'd have to. If he needed a hand, Gran would stay locked in charge of production, and if anyone got stuck, they could reach him right away. Gran promised, "You can count on me." Then MC realized he wasn't exactly the kind of guy who would fit in. He figured he couldn't do this alone, so he needed someone at his side. Then Ars snapped that the others he'd summoned were still waiting on instructions, and they all wanted to ask him a favor. MC figured he'd finally rounded up the very people who'd helped him design the roads, the castle, and everything else. So yeah, these folks couldn't read or write, but don't you dare think they weren't sharp, because they were. And he'd make sure anyone valuable to the Barca region got put to work full-time. And if they wanted, they could push even harder. So his rule over the territory kicked off for real, and that's how the Barca was born. A region. Then after a while Hela stared in horror and shouted that this was a disaster. Then the first thing he did was squeeze money out from him. Ours said it wasn't that bad, all innocent, like he had no right to complain at all, because he figured he'd have to pay it off at the church. Debt was crushing him, so the first move he made was cornering Hale for cash, and he slapped the label financing on it. He raised exactly the amount Bishop Paul wanted, and Kale would snag the benefits too. Then MC said, "I've got." He'd carved out a great piece of land for himself, so he could take this payment and call it even. Kale said so, like always. He promised he'd show zero mercy. This was his way of giving back, his contribution and donations, no questions asked. So be it. Even with the foundation already laid for the organization, was it actually going well? Still, he was just a simple peasant-turned-landowner. Talk about a comeback, right? Yeah, Ours admitted it was probably something like that. And he kept thinking, even though he'd managed to rise despite his. Carlos had connections, but his own subordinates, and the other aristocrats too, probably couldn't stand him. Then they shoved him into a brutal zone of non-stop fighting, tossing him around like he was just a bargaining chip. Some folks would have told Carlos to lock down his turf if he couldn't handle this, but he couldn't make it to the end of that thought. He ruled the territory half-minded, thinking, no, this place needs to grow bigger than ever. So his first move was ruthless: smash barter and forge a real monetary system. Then he stood there, all confidence, and declared, "We need a market built for trade." Kale froze in horror, shook his head, and blurted, "Who in their right mind would trek out to a place that remote just to trade? This won't work. He clearly knows nothing about economics, almost all. These days, nearly every noble house is at war with the others, and running caravans and trading goods has turned into a nightmare. Every time someone rolls out, they get hit with a fee. Every time they cross back in, another fee slams them. And for almost every territory, there's a checkpoint waiting to drain their pockets. You need the right passes just to get in and get out, and then, boom, guilds show up and make everything way messier. Every territory and every commodity can be tied to its own guild, and they'll demand their cut." The merchant, Kale, fumed, telling frustrated that once he steps into territory B, they'll demand payment all over again, and he couldn't just shrug off the guilds. Because if he tried, they'd cut him down, and the terror of that hit hard on Kale's face. Mars snapped that all these crushing fees were sending commodity prices through the roof, and he swore that while merchants were even traveling, the goods would spike to 20 times their price. So he demanded, if that's the outcome, why not build a free market where everyone can actually pay their bills? Everyone in the territory could trade whatever they wanted, no guild step needed. So Kale thought for a second and then warned, "Yeah, it'll get messy. You still have to pay at checkpoint crossings in other territories." But if that was the idea, he could crack it fast. MC figured Kale understood trade better than he did, and yep, he was right. So they should build a citywide system where merchants could finally team up and share. And the moment that plan clicked, the whole place was buzzing with motivation. He thought, so that's it, and decided to begin by carving out a transport route from the city of Fountain. Then MC pointed it out on the map. "We'll build a bridge right here, and it'll be guarded." And the construction team kicked off right away. Construction kicked off, and hours told them this road was part of the peace deal. So they were wiping two problems out at once like one smooth move. Then came inspection, and Bites asked, "Wait, so building that road is the price of peace? That's wild," they asked. And when MC nodded and said it'd be the perfect route for Fontana to march troops through, the whole situation suddenly felt a lot more dangerous. Keep it moving. If anyone shows up acting shady, they'll wipe them out fast along this route. Heck, no matter which way you stare at it, the whole thing screams suspicious. So do they rush to build that road, or do they gear up for defense first? Even after they settled their peace, Carlo kept pushing that the soldier numbers should drop and that they should build the road, because he had a sneaking feeling they'd need it. MC leaned on Carlos's help, then grilled him about how long it would take to build all those castles. Ars shot it down like it wasn't the answer, and MC snapped back, "That's," but he didn't want to wreck things with Carlos, so he swallowed the tension and agreed. They'd use Carlos's castle as a checkpoint between Fontana and their village. They called in folks who could wield magic and who owned their own farmland, and ordered them to whip the soil into shape so the next crops could thrive. If you didn't own land, you hauled your way into road work. Then day after day, those crews still somehow built the road. They took that road and slashed their travel time, reaching Fontana and then Barca way sooner than they ever expected. Pure luck. The kind that feels like the universe was smiling. They'd race through road building, everybody working at breakneck speed. And the MC beamed as he thanked everyone for their hard work. With their work finally done, they'd finished the road at last. Then someone in the crowd snapped, "What happens if you run out of money?" And just like that, another voice in the crowd agreed with him, and then he snapped, "I don't even own a scrap of land. I've got 3 sons at home, and they've gotta eat somehow. and I don't even know where we're gonna live yet. Ars believed it was his responsibility as Lord to let people without land still feed him and his family. Because if everyone had a place to live and work, then the crime rate would have dropped, and nobody could ever erase that. This was keeping the peace is everything. MC said the village of Barca depended on it. He said he'd welcome anyone who wanted to live here, and he swore the 4 kilometers of cleared land. The land shut in by 4 walls was where the permanent residents stayed. And basically, there were 2 kinds of work you could do. Hours told them he had work for them too, something to earn their keep, starting with the creation of special bricks, plus the big, savage tusks and those Valkyrie horns. You don't find them anywhere else in the world. This world means something special will be made here, only here, and it all starts with the cultivation. When it comes to growing magic mushrooms, the one thing you can't mess up is this. It's all about pouring your magical power into them. Get the infusion right, and you'll harvest like crazy, but neglect them and you'll ruin everything. MC realized that those same mushroom stumps could keep paying off for years, like a steady jackpot. And for a moment, he even convinced himself he really wanted that. He'd locked up mushroom cultivation like a gold mine, raking in insane profits, until the day everyone else started growing them too. His personal income would take a huge hit, but trust me, down the road, the profits would roar back even stronger. One day, a war could erupt any minute, so they'd better load up on enough medicine right now. Because once things go bad, they won't have time to scramble, or they'd run out of time completely. Because if he pushed through and did all of this, it would massively boost their odds of surviving. They carved out a military camp and drilled their strike force day after day, until Bark's territory became a specialized war machine, at the cost of his hard-earned pay. Next up, he had to take on the owners of that farmland. They said it was time to break down their land fights, then grilled him. "What are you talking about?" And MC fired back. "Measure the land first, so you can estimate the..." They asked what yield they could expect, and when Bites heard that, he snapped back. He'd rather not touch it. If the guy wanted to burn effort on it so badly, fine. Let him waste his time, and Bites would head right back to training the farmers. Hours bet he couldn't pull it off by himself, because with land leveling and soil buff spells, the harvest would skyrocket, and that meant one thing: they'd get slammed with higher taxes. If they did the math ahead of time, the farmers would have been ready for exactly how much of their harvest would get ripped away for taxes. The second it was time for taxes, farmers would bristle at the fact that he'd take a huge cut. But would just measuring their land size be enough to stop the backlash? Enough already. How was he even supposed to do it right? MC asked if he should just measure it by how much land leveling was applied, and Hours just thought that land leveling and soil improvement can turn a patch of ground about 10 by 20 meters. And when the MC shouted, "Yes," he said that then anyone can do the analysis. Even if they've never trained their surveying skills, like Kyle, for example. He's smart, and that's huge. Now they've got to start measuring Bark's territory, because Ars is already thinking about. Kyle was crying his heart out, swearing the whole mess was his fault during the fight with Raymond, while the MC remembered Kyle blaming himself back when Valkyrie attacked them. The MC then flashed back to all the times his mom and he had told Kyle it wasn't his fault, and suddenly it clicked. That's why Kyle always tries to help everyone. Hours, too, remembered Kyle breaking down, begging for a way to fix everything. MCs. He told Kyle not to worry, then hit him with the next step. First, decide how long it all has to be. Kyle blinked. Length. R grinned and said, "Take the length of the land on the level, split it into 10 parts, and you'll get 1 meter. Then they crunched it, dividing it by 100 parts. They break it down piece by piece. Then, boom, lock in measurements to the very edge of a centimeter. Once you nail the unit of length, you can build units for volume and weight too, and suddenly even water's boiling point is nailed at 100 degrees Celsius. But honestly, most people have no idea what any of this even means. So yeah, he's got a request to put on the table." Kyle asked, "Can you teach the others too?" And then the real question hit. "Wait, is he talking about you?" He perked up, said yes, and asked if that meant he understood everything he was saying. Right. Then he grabbed the moment and told you to help him. Kyle fired off a positive reply. And Ars figured this was exactly how soil analysis was getting started in Bark territory. He thought about it, and even though they started running soil measurements using the criteria, he snapped that they didn't have any paper, so Ashira froze in place. Thought Ars was rambling about hair, then laughed and said with parents like that, he'd never be in danger of losing it, so he didn't need to worry at all. MC said, swore he wasn't even talking about losing hair. He wasn't talking hair at all but paper, and he figured people in this world. They used parchment for everything, but it was a giant, clunky mess. So they geared up to run a soil survey for 2 villages, Barca and Linda, but they did. He didn't have any paper to jot the data down. Plus the paper's back was tiny, and the prices were downright outrageous. They wouldn't pay that much, because those forest trees were useless for charcoal or even for powering magic mushrooms, and he'd have to figure out a better use, like making paper from them after. After his second try, Kale snapped, asking if this was another failure. Then he told Ars it just couldn't be done. Paper was impossible. That crushed Ars, and he started to believe that. No matter how many times he got shut down, he refused to quit. He still had to find out who'd come out on top. After that, MC snapped into focus and said it needed to be turned all the way up. So was the answer lowering the temperature or tossing something else into the water. He had this weird setup on his desk, water, the kind that could turn into glue, because all the stuff for making paper was already there. Rough wild tree bark, mana-restoring medicines, and even mountain potatoes to cook into glue. First, they soften the bark in a mortar, then they boil off the water to make the paper, at least. That's what the MC swore, and he said it like, by blasting this mana-restoring potion into nothing, they can rip the fiber out with ease. Other liquids hit too weak a nerve, so the fibers refuse to separate. Step 1. Third, he had to mix in glue for the extracted fibers and bring it to a boil. Ars swore it was made from mountain potatoes grown in the forest. They're poisonous to eat, but once you boil them, they turn sticky and mimic the same stuff. Same weird inconsistency as glue. Step 2. Go time, pour the solution over the wood, then slick the rough fabric with it. Fabric, spread the solution evenly. Then slide the blank between 2 pieces of fabric and smash it flat with something heavy. Lay the paper right on top of the fabric. Then he stacked another piece of fabric on top, shoved a weight down to hold it all in place, and bam! The beautiful paper was finally ready. After several tries, MC finally cracked it and made the paper work. He said it felt downright cozy to write on, like it was made just for him, totally perfect. And he knew he had to break his habit of writing everything in hiragana, because that was killing his chance to record the. After MC got the data, he hammered out the paper, and Kale immediately demanded he sell it to him. Only then did Ars ask who said that paper was impossible. Kale begged, I was wrong, like his life depended on it. And honestly, who would have guessed he'd end up making paper this damn excellent? MC slumped and stared at him with pure discontent, and Kale leaned in like, so what? He's really gonna sell it or not? Sell it or keep it for himself? It's paper thin and basically takes up no space at all. Almost no space. Yet with it, he'd finally keep tabs on every piece of goods bought and sold. He'd never laid eyes on paper like this before. It was so thin and smooth, perfect to write on. And he just knew this time there'd be a ton of buyers lining up for it. After that, Ars leaned in and said, look how hard he's praising this city, so it better not come to anything bad, because it won't, right? That left a bitter taste in his mouth. He'd have to split into a separate group just to make their new, specialized products. Afterward, he couldn't shake the worry that the families of the dead were only getting cold, hard money as compensation. And when he finally met those people in the village, he clocked it right away. None of them even dared to meet anyone's eyes. Maybe for widows, making paper felt easier than hauling themselves to plow the fields. So, 2 villages kicked off their own paper making, and MC built a full paper workshop. Now their production team was ready to roll. It's mostly made up of widows, and he just couldn't shake the feeling that those papers had always been. It was cheap, sure, but only because everyone had to keep guzzling mana-restoring potions, and that price still couldn't stop the demand. They pushed on through the city, but back in the house, they still fought to keep it quiet. She couldn't bear to meet his eyes. She thanked us, and he braced himself for what came next, thinking it would, feeling thrilled he could do even a tiny bit of good, helping every single family who had lost the one person keeping food on the table. And from there, MC looked totally wrecked, and the second he caught his breath, he fired back. What did I do? He had no choice but to keep moving. Too much to do. And then Hours stared at the Valkyrie and demanded he build it a saddle. Right then, Gran swooped in and asked for a saddle for the Valkyrie, then pushed the question even further. Could he also forge armor for it? The MC said he had to get the saddle and stirrups first, then showed off a rough sketch he'd drawn, and Grant's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to see it, so he blurted his question. But doesn't he already know how to handle the Valkyrie? Hours shot back, yes, and he said, but after the brawl with Raymond, it hit him. When his punch hit, it jerked him clean off the Valkyrie. And if he'd had a saddle, he might have stayed put. He just needed a bit more time. If his footing had been steadier, he would have knocked it clean off. Off like that. Then the MC snapped, saying he wanted to make it, so they could mount up and charge into battle on horseback, just like he did. Grand enthusiastic. He snapped that he got it, then immediately revealed his real goal, to build a cavalry. Ars heard them claim speed was everything for the cavalry unit. In a fight, the cavalry calls the shots. One charge can flip the whole battle, so he said the horned Valkyrie. Even without riders, Valkyries are pure strength. But he's going after the hornless ones because there are way more of them. So yeah, he's pushing him to build something that'll make life smoother for both the Valkyries and the people. Gran burst out that he got it all, and MC could lean on him. Then MC felt like there was one last catch still waiting. The only thing that could help them ride Valkyries. Horseshoes. Because those Valkyries were going to have to haul people and goods. They're flying at high speeds, so their hooves are going to grind down fast. Because that's exactly how this works, and that's why it matters. That's why they need horseshoes. Because after this, Hours took one of. He grabbed one of the Valkyries by the leg and demanded she let him take a look. After that, the MC checked the Valkyrie's leg up close and gave a clear, confident yes. When he first started raising them, he swore he saw it. His were different in size compared to the Valkyries. The ones he hatched came out bigger at first, but now every horned creature is about the same size. So if he can nail the perfect horseshoe size, he'll be able to crank out them by the hundreds in the future. They decided to build the future with a spell, basically the way you test bricks. So they whipped up several sizes at once and started right away. She was hunting for one that the Valkyries could take. Hours hesitated and asked, maybe this one. And the Valkyries just shook their heads. Then the MC asked, maybe this one works. And boom, another firm no hit the table. Geez, they're so picky, he thought. After that, they finally managed to find the perfect fit for the Valkyries, loose enough to let them move like lightning, so they even stitched boots and armor. Then MC, barely upright, rasped that he still had a ton of work left across the territory, and you could see it in how his past world ran. Canned goods and pickles were everywhere, so he could chow down straight from seasoned fruit. All year long they reap a crazy harvest thanks to better soil, but if they don't save it, the rest will spoil and rot. Only in this world, almost nobody bothers to preserve a thing. Even in Barca village, the harvest used to get shoved into a warehouse until it spoiled, but not anymore. The MC declared that from now on, they'd be able to extend. They can stretch the products, shelf life thanks to that brand new warehouse, and Bites even asked, but is this really an extraordinary? So this ordinary building, won't it just rot like the rest? Hours snapped right back to him, nope, not on my watch. And then the walls of this warehouse. The house was 3 times thicker than normal, bigger, tighter, and built to lock everything out. MC yanked the door open and snapped, said that no light or wind would ever slip in here. And then, right after that, he launched the ice spear skill so. Several times, Bites kept firing the same question, do you even know what you're doing? And Gran answered. He asked why he wouldn't take a break, but he couldn't even explain it. Ours insisted they needed a ton of ice, and the walls stood solid like they meant business. So he figured, nothing happens if we don't act fast, help him. And they'd scatter sawdust over the ice to make it melt slower, because the freezer felt like it was already was ready. Bite's hand started to rattle and he blurted that it was freezing in here. Then Gran leaned in, all fired up, saying it was. That was mind-blowing. So they could actually stash food inside that glacier. Ours grinned and happily answered that he'd already told them. He thought that's how it was. Before electricity ever showed up, people packed wooden boxes with ice and kept things cool that way. So forget the full-sized ones. He could build a tiny home refrigerator version himself, so they could sell it to anyone who couldn't summon ice with magic. Because it was tiny, yet perfect for storing food, letting them keep not just veggies but meat too. Once Gran realized the village could eat better too, he pointed out that food was the fuel of his magic. Then he demanded to know why the MC never built a castle there, and the MC just stared in shock. Castle? Right here. Grand bragged about Kawakita Castle, but didn't he stay stuck in Barca Village this whole time? So what kind of ancient lore was he even talking about? What kind of lord could he be without a castle? Ars said it was way easier for him to work from here, and after that, once Carlos agreed, they had to keep only a tiny force in Kawakita Castle, because it wasn't really a stronghold anymore, just a rough shortcut between the villages. Grand insisted, then just build a new castle right here, throw it up, and everyone will see exactly how strong you are. Power? The MC swore it felt like Gran was talking about his own castle, so he warned. Yeah, the fight with Raymond may have calmed down, but if you start flexing your authority now, people would have said he was crossing the line. Then Graham snapped back. It was the total opposite. If he wanted a calm reign, he needed a castle, and everyone who'd stood beside him on the battlefield under. Then it hit him. His power was real, but everyone else was clueless. Some folks still saw him as just an ordinary kid, and they definitely weren't going to hand over their money. Ars paused, then said, basically, he needed some kind of power symbol to make people hand over taxes without a bitter grudge, and Grant basically leaned in and said, yeah, this castle's supposed to be that symbol, so quit zoning out and check the design and size. MC nodded like he understood, but he couldn't shake the feeling it was less about policy, and more about Grant wanting to build a castle because there was zero rush to build it. They just finished everything else first. As Grand said, Kawakita Castle is technically Lord Barca's, but he's hardly ever there. Still, a castle is the perfect flex, proving all of Barca's best knights live inside these walls, so he's worried that even with all this, even with free trade, Tabarca's merchants keep trickling in, so it's pointless to fine-tune the farms if nobody can tell them when war will come marching for them. They needed to beef up their army so they could survive, and that meant grabbing recruits from outside, because Ars said a normal castle just wouldn't cut it. They had to carve out a domain for the Barca Knights around the castle, and he couldn't shake the feeling that when you build something, you're basically stamping your claim. This is my land and nobody else moves in. MC said, then we'll raise a fortress. In Fortress City, wrapped tight by walls, he daydreamed. They'll build a real city here, homes that pull people in, a busy trade hub where merchants from everywhere flood in. And once he became a lord, he'd feast on the castle's power, then stack more bodies into the ranks to defend his lands. The Barca Knight. Barca Knight's territory stretches from Barca Village and Linda Village all the way to Cocta Castle. And that's where our MC calls home, living right in Barca Village. The Barca Knight's territory, Linda Village, Fontana Town, the river, and Cock, onward to Castle. And if our land ever got bigger, we'd raise outer walls, inner walls, and that unmistakable something S about to change feeling. Center, a southern district, a northeastern district, a northwestern district, and a western district. MC realized he couldn't waste time and needed to pour everything into building the inner. First, they build the inner and outer walls, then they plant the castle right in the middle, while in the southern district, where Gran and Bites live, A free market springs up so anyone can set up shop with permission. A full-on free trade zone. Zone, Southern District, Refrigerator, Center, and Western District. Ours swore they still had plenty of. There was still plenty of room left. Everything in the Southern and Western Districts was going to get split into lots and handed to whoever was ready to step up and claim them. MC said it'd be instant. Just get the doors and windows ready, and the Northeast District would be theirs in no time. A whole forest ready to feed lumberjacks and charcoal miners. Magic mushrooms for growing, paper-making for profit, and charcoal and timber lining the way. And he finally figured out the paper and the magic mushroom makers would roll in too, because they needed wood for their craft. Once they gathered, the Northwest District would become. Valkyrie's pasture stretched out here. But some of that land had other plans too. And one day he decided he was done waiting and wanted to build soldier quarters on it. He admitted that right now, he didn't have enough permanent soldiers to hand an entire district over to them. And then, he and his dad set their sights on peacekeeping, and Bites with Vargas pushed training like it was mission critical, while ours leaned in and said he wanted to build a prison for convicts. So then, wait, he could build a courthouse too, so they weren't just useful, they could be trusted to make the call on smaller stuff. The MC thought he was. He also had to make sure every building behind the walls was built from hardened brick, because that extra layer of defense would slow the enemy down. So they poured their effort into developing the Southern District. Kale stared in shock and blurted that it was unbelievable, and he'd never, ever seen a city like that before. R stood behind him, grinning like he'd just won, and MC shrugged, saying he only used a little persistence. Kale insisted we shouldn't shrug it off, because this thing is way bigger and more grand than even the fountain. He said the main street slices right through the Southern and Western Districts. That arched design is already seriously impressive, and it's only getting started. It's already amazing, and then he goes even further. He decides to slip window glass right into the mix, too. That tempered brick sparkles so smooth in the sunlight, and the whole setup is one of a kind. Ours said it was all, and it all came down to the memories of that house, and the MC's own mind. Kale swore it would spread everywhere. MC pushed him, so their city could blow outsiders' minds. Kale said he wanted to meet someone who wouldn't freak out, then asked, "Can you help me?" Right after, he dropped to his knees, shaking with fear because, honestly, this place was way too high up. They thought they'd be stuck working the outer walls next, but no way could anyone climb this. It's sky-high and slick as glass. It might fend off wild boars, but it won't stop an army. And honestly, he wants to replace everything with tempered brick, but he can't crank out that kind of magic, so it's basically useless for him. It's way beyond his limits, and that's when he decides to play. Ring the whole perimeter with watchtowers. 4 towers planted at the corners of Kawakita Castle, and nowhere else. It might have been enough, until he realized their outer walls towered far bigger. So he ordered watchtowers ring the whole perimeter. The perimeter sits in pairs, spaced 200 meters apart, too much greenery to let mana refill fast. Vargas and I are on defense duty, same as Kawakita Castle and their tricks they use. MC figured he just asked Gran for a few upgrades to the defenses, but Gran absolutely nailed it like always. Kawakita was still in need of repairs though, and the scariest part, if an attack hit right now, they could at least hold the line. They took down the enemy by hurling tempered bricks at them, and honestly, it's smarter to load up early, because once your mana runs out, you're done. And this works way better. Those bricks don't just smash him, they also shield him. Then the assaults came from below, one brutal hit after another. Someday they'll finally patch this up with bows, abacuses, and other gear, but right now they're stuck hurling bricks. And the moment ours drank the potion, it all clicked, and told him to move on, then demanded he carve a ditch 10 meters deep, wider too, because unlike Kawakide, there's literally nowhere to go out here in the water. Sure, a proper water channel would have helped, but what can they do? They still have to draw bridges, even though it feels like there's no way to make it work. East, west, north, and south, wide enough for horse-drawn carriages. All of it happened because the woodcutter's skill. Madlock said they've finally got some insane bridges now. So once they spot the route, they can shut it down into the city instantly. The enemy's defense is going to be insanely stronger. But the MC shot back that they can rally the guys on the bridge and launch a brutal strike. Ice spears, perfectly aimed. And if trouble ever strikes, they can always slam the bridge up fast. Ours swore Barca would turn into a one-of-a-kind hub for legendary knights. That's when Barcania was born, a fortress city built to rule the battlefield. After a while, Cal finally leaned in and told MC the bad news. They didn't have enough glass. They demanded more, and Ours snapped back with a broken sigh. Already done. He swallowed that doubt and actually believed he could rest. Kale demanded a real rest. Then he revealed the truth. Every castle window needed glazing, and some merchants would haul it away along with the bricks. So the MC shot back and asked the merchant why it hadn't caught on before. Kale snapped that it was all because of his city, like, they must have spotted their building and instantly thought, yep, that's the dream. After seeing something that good, anyone would have wanted to buy it. MC couldn't believe it. He said he thought their houses in the city turned into an amazing model, and now he was wishing it had sold just as well from the very beginning. From the very start, he could have raked in way more cash that way. So Kale practically shoved him to hurry, because this glass wasn't just any glass. It was the one he needed for his future husband. Your home, because from this moment on, the demand for glass wasn't slowing down. It was going to keep climbing. We figured Kale's been doing this for ages, so if he's saying they've got to start mass production soon, then, yeah, that was. MC figured that had to be the reason, so he blurted that he'd better invent a spell to churn out glass in exactly the needed amounts. Right. Gran trudged into their room and asked with a shaky voice, "Another spell?" Ours locked eyes with him and waved him over. The guy said, "I'm a creator and I hate soulless mass production." And the MC cut in like, "Wait, is that S?" "Yeah, that's true. But wasn't it weird using tempered bricks?" Grand kept insisting bricks and glass were totally different. Bricks were just a material made for mass production bricks. Bricks could build something brand new, but the ingredients were a nightmare to get. Then he snapped that glass wasn't going to be the answer. It wasn't limited to windows at all. This stuff could also forge cups, plates, and all kinds of accessories. The only real limit was their imagination, because once production shoved aside the creative spark, every mass-made glass would start looking the same, and the individuality would vanish. They figured if they could craft spells for glass, nobody else would dare touch it. Because glass is built from sand and lime, and both are simple to get. And it'd be straight up boring if the new stuff just stopped showing up. Then the MC leaned in and asked like, "So, should I stop? Maybe I should. Ours should make something new out of glass." Grant leaned in and asked if he'd already cooked up an idea. Ours shot back. MC stared at that lens, just a glass one, thinking, "Can I pull this off?" And Grant's promise rang loud. He wouldn't let him down, so MC kept the idea moving. The idea hit him out of nowhere, and Gran practically snatched up the new job. Then he laughed and swore he hadn't tasted tea without any rush in ages. Hector leaned in and asked, "So, are you ready to help build the castle inside the walls next?" Ours nodded and said yes. He said it with a spark in his eyes. This should be a symbol of power, but he didn't. Hector didn't even know how, and he wouldn't say a word. After that, MC caught a voice in the streets whispering that. So yeah, it was useless. What, how many times did he have to say it before it finally sank in? He felt like he'd heard those voices before. So he bolted outside and demanded to know what the heck was going on. Bites leaned in and told him, "Listen." And right then Vargas and him just ran with it as the story cut off mid-step. He kept drilling it into everyone. What to do the moment another attack hits, over and over again. They had to defend that, yet they'd never survive it like this. Vargas snapped that any general would warn him. It was way too dangerous. He kept getting swarmed with attacks, so relentless you could even spot it during training. And the MC listened, then realized, wait, I finally get it. They stood there hashing out their strategy, and he snapped that they needed to cool off first, then they'd talk it all out peacefully. Hours hurried over, apologized to Hector, and said Hector had to pour the tea himself. Hector waved it off and said it was totally fine. Bites swore they'd never win unless they struck first. He hammered that point hard. Then Vargas shot it down, flat out. They snapped it down and swore they hadn't raised that fortress this strong for nothing. Then insisted they'd better squeeze every ounce of its defenses for all they're worth. He hammered on defense, and MC thought, yeah, sure we get it. Well, he totally gets why Bites is dead set on attacking. Because they didn't just meet, they fought side by side against the Fountain's army. And after that battle where lives were on the line, everything was on the line. Back then, the excitement was practically bursting out of him, that he wanted to scream. So he tore straight into the battle without a second to waste. He thinks the same thing hits the Bites too. They wiped out a tougher enemy than they had any right to face, and it's all thanks to their storm. This move lets them rip through any opponent out there, and he'll never forget that jaw-dropping victory. Bites is powerful, sure, but he's still just a kid, green as ever, and he can't count this as a real win or a real lesson. Back then, their only shot at winning was a surprise strike, and he refuses to gamble it on that tactic. Vargas goes, no, again, we're charging into an enemy with bigger numbers. While he digs in and demands defense, insisting they lock down the castle's fortifications first and build from there. He drilled his men in defensive moves, but in a world like this, pure defense was playing with fire, because the vassals of the Fountain despise him. A peasant's son who clawed his way to power, and a man the people of Raymond can't afford to fear. No matter how strong their defenses look, he's still just an insect, and nobody's coming to back them up, so there's a real good chance. Carlos is one shaky step away from getting disposed the instant his position falters. Neither the fight nor Vargas's options are any good. Ours says they could get transferred any second. So yeah, they have to survive all on their own. On the battlefield, they can't freeze up. They've got to adapt or get wiped out. Brace for whatever hits them next, because he's convinced the Barkanites need to build leadership units and fast. Bites hesitantly reply, carrying the weight of strength and intelligence on his shoulders. He said it might make them stronger, but Vargas interrupted, like he was right back to his old tricks. Wait, can you even strengthen this? MC shot back that nothing was impossible, and he'd do whatever he could, come what may, while our thoughts spun. He got what the Barkanites needed, but he had no clue how to make it happen. He was stuck on the details of economics and urban development, and now the military hits back. Hector turns to MC and asks if he's ready to carry that new responsibility. If you didn't crave a legendary feat and leave your name etched in history, then our side spun around and shot back a terrified, no-way answer. He wasn't about to risk a fight for land or resources. After what happened with the aristocracy last time, he'd had enough, so Hector pressed him. Yeah, is that really how it went? His mind still buzzed with memories of his old life, a world without wars, and when he smiled, he basically shut it down. Don't listen to him. I don't want any more wars. Wars. He refused to let anyone get hurt, chasing world peace with his whole heart, and all he wanted was to finish his days and go back to work. He can work the fields anytime, and still dig into something delicious. Hector grinned and said yes, while ours clung to neutrality for now, because in a world where the aristocrats are itching to tear each other's throats, that peace won't last. Then the MC thrusts his hand forward and launches the ice spear skill. He figured they'd kicked off fresh training to toughen the soldiers. Combat survival, starting with the very first step. Valkyrie was the ride. Each of them got one with no horns, and they were being taught how to mount up and control it. Simultaneously, muscle training and riding a horse batter the whole body into exhaustion, until meditation raced them back into formation. Because after that train ride, the soldiers were wiped out. Training was brutal. One guy groaned that he ached all over, and another admitted he couldn't even feel his own body. Our legs, we stared at them and swore he finally got what this was absolutely brutal. He knew every trick of it and everyone who'd mastered horse riding. MC barreled into the next stage. Then he unleashed the shot skill and started thinking. They swore it was magic at work when they wrote. But every time they tried to ride a horse and swing a weapon at the same time, it felt almost impossible. They had to ease into it, lock in their balance, land the first shots clean with a crazy high hit rate, and then practice with the ice spear. Because the sheer army of Valkyries was their trump card, and he picked the best one for the job. So he drilled out a strategy and practiced giving razor-sharp orders to the wizard soldiers from horseback. Then Ours used the ice spear skill. He stared at the fast Valkyries and shouted the plan as they zeroed in, striking from a safe distance while their enemies scrambled. And they actually managed to. Ours wanted to drop a massive boar, and he figured even a hardened veteran couldn't survive a hailstorm of ice spears. This big boar training actually worked. His Valkyrie controls the whole herd, so even the least skilled riders can. They took it in stride. Then moments later, the soldiers bowed and thanked their Valkyries, and the MC just said, "See, we work as one." And it looked like one giant beast. So Ours knew this had to be the spark of the Bark magical cavalry. And right then, in that instant, Grant leaned in and told him, "See, I'm finally done." Then shoved the binoculars into his hands. He handed him the binoculars and told him to take a look. Then Ours shot back, "Is it ready?" "Ready yet. He had to be up all night, and now look, he even grew a beard." Grant said it was fine, and somehow everything felt okay. Meditation supercharges his body's recovery while he sleeps, so in theory it shouldn't change a thing. At least, not if the person wouldn't sleep at all. Meanwhile, the MC swore he'd mastered meditation and felt unstoppable, until Ours cut in and said it looked like results could still hit even with zero sleep. Or maybe it only worked because Gran was there, and he got the chance. He had to haul himself up to the very top of the tower because binoculars, those two curved lenses that bend light, let you spot things far off, crystal clear. He barely remembered the routine, like the steps were fogged in his mind, so he couldn't recreate it with magic at all. And that's when the MC froze, shocked, because he suddenly claimed he could see his mother drying laundry back. Handed him an absolutely incredible view. Grant grinned and told him he never would have brought an unfinished sample. Ours really thought he'd pulled off the perfect redo of those binoculars, based on the cricket drawing. He's seriously talented. Grant joining Barca has him ecstatic, and Kyle told us all. Told the MC it snowed, and Ours shot back that it had been freezing cold all day. Warm food, would that hit the spot? Kyle grinned and said yes. After that, the MC grabbed 2 cups and poured tea for them both. Then his thoughts started spinning. Carlos never thought he'd get this long without chaos. And this year, he didn't even show up as far as anyone could tell. His face, everyone kept asking them to step in and back things up, but not a single soul ever dared to challenge. Barca's army surged forward, because as they marched to crush the rebels, they smashed down a killer road the whole way, and it paid off big. They set up camp in the perfect spot, right in enemy territory, with an amazing road to keep them moving. The huge camp enemy swore they'd built 3 fortresses in one night. Then we rushed in, and most of their troops just dropped their weapons and surrendered. They just watched their army balloon day after day, while their camp kept swelling bigger and bigger. They were the exceptions, and Carlos still kept the goods moving. Every time they called him, the flow kept rising. They pushed things forward and carved out a brand new road. Yet even though he hated the calls, he still went to Carlos and told him to exempt them. MC told him the rebels' hideout might be toll-free, but every single road they used still ran straight through Funtime, Montana, and if he flashed that toll, mountains of merchants would pour into the city, and with them, money. Carlos was still trying to talk him around, while Ours sat there, realizing Fontana was busier than ever. He stared at it suspiciously, because the goods were already rolling in and reaching the park grounds, and there weren't many caravans to begin with. Snow's basically guaranteed in this place, so they cram up on food and hunker down inside their houses. MC shook like a leaf and blurted, "This cold's brutal. I'm dying for a warm bath. Heck, I want hot springs." Kyle just stared, thinking, bath, hot springs. Springs? Then Kyle shot him a question. What was all this? Ours said he just wanted to dive into that hot water and thaw out. And then Kyle's mind started. MC said thoughtfully, "Yeah, it'll be warm that way, but that sounds weird." Then MC's mind raced. I guess there's a con. Everyone acts like hygiene is normal here, so why's it so weird? But sometimes he's so wiped out that even the thought of going to the bathroom hits him like a wave. Territory management was draining me to the bone. Then, the very next second, Valkyrie smashed her knuckles against the window. Hours spun around and shouted its name. Then MC yanked on the winter coat. Grandmaid. He burst outside and demanded to know what happened. Valkyrie dropped to MC's level and Hours snapped. What is he seriously about to climb up there? Then Valkyrie hauled MC straight to the water. MC blurted, stunned, "Wait, is this a hot?" In the hot spring, they crossed that river. Then the moment they fought the fire, the fountain's army. And when it happened, the MC felt his chest go tight, totally moved by what they'd done. Action, he claimed it was hearing his talk about the springs. And just like that, the thing tracked him down and brought him here. Hold up, there's an inn here right there, and he's got to stop there for sure. And we're mentally cheering on Valkyr like we just won. Mercury dipped his feet in only for a second, and it felt incredible. Then he said, if he pushed all the way up, he'd freeze to death. So he'd cut it short, just warming up enough to be safe. His feet, snapping back, Dempsey marched right over and rang Vargas. Then he leaned in and told him. He planned to cash in on the free land in Linda Village. Vargas cut in and asked if he'd been plotting since morning. After all, he had land, so what was he really cooking up? Ars decided he could pull off a hot spring miracle. So he leaned into Vargas and swore that the river in Linda's village ran warm with natural heat. They could set up an inn there, hot baths included, and word would draw crowds fast, Vargas thought, so he asked for one right. Now he had to run to the village chief and pitch the idea. MC said he'd be his rock, and he guessed the water's temperature swung higher or lower based on how close it was to the heat source. Our village always stayed warm. Hours threw himself back into the hunt, and first he installed a cylinder. A ring-shaped tower of hardened bricks replaced the hot spring. They rigged in a clever little plug, and snapped a mesh in place to stop boiling water from blasting out. He shoved the dirt out from under the plug, then, without hesitation, he punched a hole. Near the village of Linda, he spotted a horseshoe, then got to work laying brick pipes and burying them deep in the ground. They kept the heat locked in. Hot water roared into Linda Village, and the hot springs kept on burning with life. They were ready, then MC stared at it and snapped. That's a pool, it's not hot springs. Ars figured the crops could wait, so he told the villagers to take over and handle them. He should have handled the baths right. What a disaster. Now he's probably dreaming up a hotel around that pool, but there's nothing he can do to fix it. About it, he's gonna build it in a wild Western style. But he never should have handed this job to someone like that. Who's never taken a dip in these springs? You can't control the temperature at all, but somehow it's still absolutely perfect. The MC lounged in the bath, grinning like, let's make this thing even bigger. Then he added a drainage ditch to shove the dirty water out for hygiene purposes. He could even stretch the drainage clear to the bark and connect it to an outer moat, so they'd finally have a real irrigation canal. Kyle asked, if they want hot water, why not just draw it from the well and heat it up themselves? He can't wrap his head around dragging hot water all the way from the river. He just doesn't get it. Ars shook his head and snapped back that there's a reason. Hot springs calm you down, melt away every ounce of fatigue. So Kyle stared in shock and said, oh, so that's the trick, meditation. The MC's like, I've gotta stay calm, sharp, and one step ahead because Kyle's about to see. You can't help but see him as that weird older brother who'd rather cause a whole mess just to get a simple hot bath. Because he had to come up with some rock-solid reason to build hot springs, and that was the last straw. Our thoughts were, seriously, his brother's pride is getting way out of hand. He swallowed his negativity and decided he had to be the cool brother Kyle deserved. Then, after a while, MC finally headed to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. His mind wouldn't stop racing on how to prove hot springs are worth it, and he needed a story-worthy idea that could match the lore. Kyle said it was the perfect way to use hot springs, and after a while, Hours finally raised the whole building. Vargas pounded on the window and demanded, are these walls solid hardened brick with a glass roof? Then he leaned in. What on earth was he plotting to build in Linda Village, MC? He shot back with pure excitement. That'll be something amazing. And even promised hot springs would rise here, built from one of his old plans. Last night it finally clicked in his head. He'd been plotting this for ages, but it kept slipping away until now. And Vargas, he could tell something was off the moment he noticed. Honestly, Hours swore the building was basically a glass greenhouse, and he couldn't stop wondering if you could really grow fresh vegetables even when winter hits. Winter's brutal, and while glass locks in heat during the day, it can't protect plants from the freezing nights, because no plant would make it through that cold. They used the hot spring steam to blast the building, and when the MC blew it inside, Vargas instantly felt the place turn warm. Hours burst out, grinning that he could tell everyone in Linda they'd be able to grow fresh vegetables in this greenhouse, even through the freezing winter. Winter food is about to get way easier. Linda Village now has a hot spring and a glass greenhouse, and the hot springs were built. He built it right beside the inn, then told Valkyrie, "With this, winter won't drag me down, I won't get bored." Hours stared at Valkyrie wide-eyed. I was absolutely blown away. Like, seriously, this was beyond incredible, and it could keep an adult going all day long. It also runs on killer magic. So much mana it dwarfs any farmer, and it shrugs off scorching temperatures like nothing. He should add the part where he discovers hot springs to that, to Valkyrie's wall of winds. It sizzled right beside the heat source, then burst out into. That biting cold hit the air, and it didn't even flinch. This thing is built to live, and no matter the conditions, it keeps surviving. MC clutched the Valkyrie tight and demanded to know what else it could do. Right then, Kale came barreling toward him and he told him, "I can see you're really living here, and you're not thinking about anything else." Come winter, though, everything starts to feel locked down and people get limited in there. Ours thinks the real win is this. When you keep chasing the weird and the unpredictable, you unlock the perfect moment to pull in business. The golden rule of business, and right then he laid it out. These were the beets they nurtured in their greenhouse, and they were about to take off. They'll ride, charge into Fontana on this sleigh, and sell every last thing we've got. And Kale and I were totally fired up, already plotting how to make this business hit big, while ours swore the taste was even better than the original, even though it still tasted downright disgusting. And beets were usually treated like cattle feed, so they could barely sell a thing, until people finally started craving them. Then the woman bowed her head, apologized, and begged them to hand over as many beets as her money could cover the man. Brock, hearing her, shot back that he needed some too. Kale practically swore fresh veggies in winter are a blessing, and their meals felt like pure salvation for them. MC thought that in this world, winters hit like a hammer. Out in the countryside, entire villages can crumble from pure hunger, all because there's nothing to eat. Young kids get dumped onto the streets, then they hustle into the city looking for work, only to usually die there, leaving the rest of the sentence hanging like a nightmare. In winter, food is worth its weight in gold. Then the villager demanded, "Give me at least one piece," and they threw out a trembling apology saying this was all they had left. Then ours snapped, "It's okay, everything's fine, we'll be back tomorrow." Tomorrow, then the villagers fired back, "Wait, is that really true? And do they still have those beets?" The MC grinned and said they grow them in huge quantities in Barca. Our stout. In winter, the beets get sold only for the road, like the MC's a cruise moving out for the journey. His imagination lit a fire under him. His sales crushed every expectation. He made real money, and he genuinely helped people. And yeah, he's basically Santa Claus, just with the work grind turned up like a slave. Santa Claus, yanked along by reindeer, has managed to sell every single thing, right through the end of this year and into the start of the next. A brand new chapter is creeping in fast, and R said it best. So much is waiting for them when the new year finally hits. New Year, Fontana City lights up as Carlos's castle looms in the background. The MC realized the biggest truth about the job was this. The Lord of the Bark Knights is glued to the New Year's tradition from the moment the year flips. standing watch all night long. Every knight has to rush to Fontana to welcome the local lord. Then they form a line at the head of the house and bow to him one by one. He, as a newcomer. The newcomer had to sit there and grind through an eternity before his turn finally came. Then the banquet hall erupted as the party kicked off, and ours was the one waiting at the table. The whole crowd started whispering, "Is that the peasant knight from the rumors?" And then someone gasped, "Wait, he's just a kid," and it totally threw him off. Raymond was left behind, staring at him, while the winter slammed down. When he sold fresh vegetables night after night, and somehow those weren't just nights, they were the ones that mattered, huge achievements. So why did the big boss hand the reins of all these lands to some tiny fry? Becoming a knight wasn't about who you knew or what your name meant. You had to blaze on the battlefield and prove yourself. But the truth was way more complicated than that. It's usually the kids of other knights who rode the path themselves, not the broke, hungry farmer children left starving in the dirt. So yeah, everyone here was way above a plain farmer, and they kept backing off, staying miles from him. Ours stood right in the middle, and everyone kept backing off, whispering like he was trouble. MC even figured Carlos himself had set him up. He met him like a knight, and his hope lit up. Wasn't there someone around who actually knew this place? Because yeah, everyone here was a knight, and somebody just swore they'd seen MC pull off magic totally different from what they brought to the fountain house. Then once they got summoned, they threw up a full camp in the blink of an eye, and the man asked, "What, he has to be connected to Raymond, right?" Mars couldn't bring himself to meet his eyes. Something felt way too creepy for that. And honestly, he was bored out of his mind, so he figured he'd just watch them for now. After he studies everything, MC decides it's finally all clear too. Every time someone throws down, the more they fight back, and the higher that number climbs for him. The quality of their mana. And he was sure they were doing it without even realizing it, polishing their power from the inside out. Raymond's battle-ready mana still ruled the arena, while the people he took under his wing didn't just survive, they thrived too, and it showed. It barely had any mana at all, and on top of that, what it did have was barely worth the trouble. He'd have to start teaching bites so he could unlock some real magic training. After that, Ours suddenly clocked someone in the crowd and blurted, "Wait, who is it? Who is this guy?" He hadn't spotted him anywhere on the battlefield. The mana in that field was absolutely top tier, and most importantly, MC stumbled into a sprint toward the mana he'd spotted. Sure, it was a knight, and the mana even felt like it was coming straight for him, wrapped all over their whole body, sealing them in completely. After that, R strode up to the girl and called out to her. She brightened and answered, "What is it?" He figured he could ask anything. Then the MC stared at her and realized her mana was jammed fully into her head, like it was textbook standard. Was she doing all this by instinct, or was she trained for it? Our crew practically burst with excitement, asking her name and where she lived, while Lelina stood there utterly lost, refused, and his mind went blank. He didn't know what to say. The MC blurted out that he really wanted to ask her, and Belina snapped back that he was putting her in a super awkward spot. Awkward position. Ars blurted, excited and honest, that he never meant any harm because he was genuinely curious. A real good guy. And then the MC's eyes went wide. Lelina swallowed hard and nodded. And right then Carlos barreled up too. He looked at him and said, "I'm amazed again, so tell me, did you finally decide to get a girlfriend this new year?" The knights didn't impress him, so he walked right up to him. He stormed up to the maid like some self-made hero, but we were so confused that we shot back. "That's not how it works." Then he blurted that he wasn't calling out to her because she was a woman. She was what sparked his interest. Carlos grinned and swore Lelina knew exactly how to pull attention. Then he called her straight away and told her to lead MC into a private room so they could talk, only for Lelina to freeze and insist. "I'm right here." Carlos told him she'd always just been reading books, so this was her moment. She had to be kind to the guest. Ours. He definitely wanted to talk to her. So why did everything suddenly feel so weird and off? He asked Lelina what kind of relationship she had with Carlos, and it was clear he genuinely cared. So Lelina nodded yes, straight to the point. They just blurting out that they're blood kin to him, case closed. And ours can't believe it. Wait, is he her brother? You can't even guess it from how he acts. Lelina told him that Carlos is the previous lord's son, and his legal wife was just anyone. Her mom was a humble maid. MC thought that meant they were half-brother and sister. Then they realized they looked similar too. Same hair color, sure. But where Carlos had ambition burning bright, this aura felt completely different. All around him, Lelina stays calm and modest, like she's barely making a sound. Carlos is definitely good-looking, but Lelina, she's on a whole other level of gorgeous. So tell me, can she even be compared to? Yeah, but why are you here at the banquet as a servant? He pressed, and Lena just shrugged. She told him that women born, even if they're aristocrats by night, every family has to charm the guests, and kids usually tag in, helping the maids drill their etiquette lessons the right way. But instead of doing anything else, she just devoured books in her room. And when the time finally came for servants, Carlos had to deal with the fact she'd never worked with them before. She'd had it up to here, and she snapped that this year. She'd be the one entertaining the guests at the New Year's banquet. And it's already been 16 years, so when that moment hit, she snapped, blush burning, and told them to stop talking about her. He was about to ask something, right? So Hours stared at her, and he seemed weirdly calm, just sitting there, staring at her like he was studying her, and saying he wasn't being passive at all. He was watching the mana on display at the banquet, and then it hit him. Her mana was pooling right around her head. Who taught her that? Lelina shook her head and swore she'd never learned a thing about it, and honestly, she hadn't even cared. MC stared at where her mana was, thinking, if I pile it all into one spot, it'll hit way harder and work a whole lot better. Vargas surges mana through every inch of his body, crushing his limits and making him way stronger, while Vargas pools it around his skin and forges a hard shield. Then he pushes that same mana into his head, sharpening his memory and turbocharging his thinking. So the more she focuses, the easier it is for everything to stick in her mind. Lelina unconsciously pours mana into the moment, and the quality of her mana blows the Knights of the Ba completely out of the water. At the banquet hall, the heavens seemed to shower her with gifts, because this talent likely came from endless book reading, the way he once dug into stories with the earth. Then Hours rose and demanded, so what kind of books are there? Lelina shot back that those books cost a fortune, and the stuff inside is insanely complex, like history. So even cracking open a single one will take you forever. MC said the parchment costs a fortune, so books are luxury items all by themselves. And he pointed out that Kale was always whining about how sending letters to the aristocrats was just burning paper and time, because he figured he'd only ever get a few. Hyped up with grand praise, he could read and write, until someone dared him to tackle big classics without a dictionary, and then his mind would snap. After that, Lelina turned to him and asked, "Can I tell you what this book is about?" And he leaned in. "Is it MC?" Macy said, "I'm pretty sure there are history books here, right?" But he still had huge gaps like, why did the royal family fall off after the aristocrats united? Melina blurted, "So that's the fall of the family kingdom, right?" And she wasn't sure she could ever fully make up for it. His curiosity was calling, and she'd try anyway. Those northern forests stretched forever, the eastern mountains stabbed the sky, and to the west and south, deep valleys carved the land along. Along the way, like a web of jagged cracks, countless lakes and swamps stretched out, until these peaceful lands they call home have never once been crushed by foreign invaders. And the ruler who governs this calm, quiet world, it was the founding king's realm, the very first ruler, and even a wizard nobody had ever seen before, the first to ever wield the gift of. He used that name to pull the strongest mages into his orbit. Then, just like that, he became a parent. He turned their magic into a crown, using his children's powers to seize control until there was no one left above him, the absolute king. But generations later, a tyrant clawed his way to power, one so brutal the aristocrats turned their backs and refused to stand with him. Raging King Nero struck down the disobedient aristocrats, and his own bloodline rose into the royal family, while the loyal wizards were promoted into aristocrats too. Then, he wiped out every dissenting voice by unleashing the magic his predecessor left behind. And his cruel reign probably would have never ended, until King Nero realized he wasn't the strongest mage after all. His magic fed on the aristocrats' power, and after the purge their strength collapsed, dragging his position down fast. Ars set in. Even after he knew the aristocrats would drain his own power, he still went on a murder spree anyway. Shocking, right? Lelina said only a slice of the aristocrats got purged, but even that was enough to strip him of his kingly rank. So the royal family's legendary magic, the kind only they could wield, vanished, and MC pressed for answers like, "Wait, the great magic that only the royals can use, what's left of it?" Ars thought he finally got it. Then Lelina warned him that with the right practice, this kind of magic could erase an entire city in the blink of an eye. The MC feared their non-stop magic swings had turned into their own worst enemy. Then Bishop Paul cracked a grin and said his mana had surged, letting him pull off healing spells with his map. Magic, if his rank dropped, his mana would drain too, and he wouldn't be able to. From that point on, he couldn't use healing magic anymore. So he was stuck casting only the spells he could power with the mana he still had. Here's the twist. That shot and the ice spear aren't just magic, they're an inheritance, passed from parents to the child who's chosen to carry them. That's why the king cooked up a spell with a massive mana bill, so he could keep standing on top as the dominant parent of their name. Among his children, great magic is the ultimate magic, the only kind the royal blood can wield. Family, because he could wipe out an entire city with a single snap. Nobody dared to oppose him. After the great magic slipped away, Lelina said Nero finally clocked what really mattered. He clawed back the aristocrats and fought to rebuild those bonds. Some still stuck by them, but almost none would pledge loyalty to a tyrant who'd burned away his great magic. And the nobles flat out refused to recognize the royal family's superiority, setting the stage for. And with that, their power finally caved in, ending the royal family's tyranny and kicking off non-stop wars between the aristocrats for control. Honestly, Hours burst out, shocked. I never thought I'd learn this much. Dennis said another book claimed attack-type magic was outlawed for a while, so nobody could spark a brand new royal family. MC squinted at those notes and asked, "So what's the deal?" And our copy just spelled it out. Nero the idiot. Melina said that if something like that ever showed up in a scientific historical treatise, she'd be absolutely furious. Like, the kind of furious that makes your whole day freeze. She was totally stunned. She figured fairy tales would be a breeze for him to read, since they use way less complex language. She didn't have many, but she still had enough. Then MC stared at her and said she really. Lena was totally obsessed with books. Then boom. Someone knocked on her door, and when she opened it, Leon showed up and said yes. Said he was coming in. He closed the distance fast and the lean. Melina snapped, "What's wrong?" And he admitted he'd come at Carlo's request. Plus, he wanted to make sure she was okay. Then Melina apologized for not introducing them properly. Then she introduced him, Leon, her younger brother, and right after that she told her. His older brother warned him. Lord Barca was right there in front of him. Ars MC stared in shock. "Leon, I heard rumors about you," he said, and R was left thinking, so what's really going on? Is Carlos the only heir of the Fontana house? Or was it his younger brother too, that he turned to Lelina and asked her about right after that? Blood ties bound them, but Lelina shook her head and told him this. After she was born, her mother tracked down her present father, and together they brought Leon into the world. So yeah, they're totally not connected to Carlos at all. MC immediately assumed something scary was going on inside their family, didn't he? Right? Based on what he just heard. But after that, Leon told him this was the first time he'd ever seen his sister smile at a man like that. Lelina went bright red and snapped that he shouldn't. He shouldn't be spewing that kind of nonsense. Then her whole face flared red, and before he could finish, Lelina blurted out, all fired up, He was an idiot." Then Hours stared at them like, "Whoa, you two are way too close." After that, Leon leaned in and said, "My sister is." He was so painfully shy that fear gnawed at him. Maybe she'd drag him into trouble. But that worry turned out to be completely wrong. And Lelina even told the MC all about history, materials in the most thrilling way. Then Leon locked eyes with him and bowed, asking him to take care of his sister. Whatever happens, protect her. Hours figured he was about 13 or 14, not much older than Bites, but he suddenly acted way more mature. And that's when danger started to creep in, because his mana quality was even better than Lena's. And the scary part was, locked eyes with him, and you could see the mana focusing in his gaze. Was he sizing him up? Still, he couldn't wait to talk to him again. Afterward, Lelina nervously called out to MC, hands fidgeting like she didn't know where to put them. Ars squinted at the question, then shot back, "Why?" and asked what's wrong. Then Lelina found she didn't have a single answer for him and told him flat out she didn't want to say another word. Then, later, MC showed up to Carlos, and Carlos lit up and said it was good he came, because he'd already made his choice about marriage, and that bombshell left us totally stunned. He made up his mind to marry, and they locked in the plan to hold the ceremony in the spring. Once spring finally rolls in and the snow melts away, everything turns bright and perfect. MC gasped and blurted out that there was nothing. Carlos lit up and said, "Yeah, I already knew I liked Lelina R." Ars believed they wanted to marry him off to Lelina, but Carlos cut in and said that Leon told him, and the moment the words landed, he grinned and happily promised to take care of their sister. MC froze. What? He trusted him with something this huge, so right after that, Lelina called us over and mortified, admitted she never meant to blurt it out. Wait, MC thought he finally got it, but then he had to ask himself, was he the only one who totally didn't understand back then? Did anyone tell him about this? About how all the formalities were already done without him even noticing? Hours asked him. Carlos wants him, but this year he's only turning 10. MC heard this from him, an aristocrat saying he was old enough to marry, and thought, no way you'll ever understand the world of. Carlos swore his spot was hanging by a thread, and Lelina stepped in close, sharing his blood. Once he married her, defending his point would get way easier, because for him, marriage was nothing but profit. Ars finally got it now. This would be a deal marriage, a marriage of. So Carlos could finally get connected to him and ride the union's benefits too. But after that, MC demanded that he tell him his parents. So tell me, did Lelina nod along with that plan? Carlos's shot back that her parents were gone, dead and buried, then shrugged and made it clear he didn't care what anyone else thought. Melina had grown up in an aristocratic world, so she understood exactly how the whole game was played, and she truly thought she'd never really been free. One day someone would use her like a weapon. Carlos told Lelina she'd already been proposed to again and again, so she'd better pick her husband with absolute caution. Otherwise, she'll miss her only shot to even lay her hands on books, because the curse hits those born into an era like hers, before the chance ever slips away. An aristocratic family background made Leon trust him instantly, so he nodded and agreed to Leon's request right away. Mars felt Carlos was acting abrupt, but it was obvious his worry ran deep. What if Lelina had to leave home someday? MC couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he was rushing everything way too fast. Lena watched it soak up new knowledge like a sponge. She told him she was a couple of years older than he was when she first managed to read this book and really get what it meant. And yeah, it hit her a little hard, like it upset her. What a twisted kind of feeling. She snapped back that it was nothing more than being a very. Lelina's cheeks burned. She blurted out that a truly awesome teacher, and then she froze, embarrassed. She'd never talked about a book with anyone before, and for the first time, she was having the time of her life. So once hours started moving again, she headed back and said, "So, how's he gonna walk in and tell everyone about this?" After a while, the fights finally erupted. He snapped into pure rage and demanded, "What's a wedding? So who are you planning to marry?" Getting married before him, and landing an aristocratic, noble girl like that. He was basically living the lucky dream, and the MC couldn't help asking, "So, what do you want to be?" He wanted to become a hero and rescue a beautiful princess, and when Bites got asked, he grinned and said, "Yeah, this is my kind of male romance." Ars told them Lilina's maid was coming too, and maybe they'd finally find some common ground. Then Bites snapped, raging, and demanded if he had even listened at all. From this day on, he vowed to grind harder than ever, stack titles by the dozen, and marry a gorgeous woman. No way would he fall behind. To him, they'd see soon enough. MC figured this wasn't some real competition, but he still shot the guy a good luck. And after that, everyone else was grinning for us, and Ashira laughed, saying, "Up until now, you've been stuck in nothing but heavy business, but marrying a noble girl, that's a whole other league." Kyle pumped his fist and congratulated him with a huge smile. Then MC's mom's face softened. She looked a little heartbroken, but Still, I'm genuinely happy for him. Hector just blurted that he figured he'd never care about marriage, like he'd been alone since he was a kid for some reason. Ours awkwardly laughed and shot back. "I mean, he's only 10. So yeah, naturally he wasn't interested. Because sure, this marriage would only help Barca, but Lilina still felt like a genuinely good person to him." At that moment, Bites stared at him like something was off. Then MC just shrugged and admitted he was a bit irritating. And honestly, that was only the start. This marriage was basically pure win. Every single thing about it worked in their favor, like the castle being built in Barca, and it was only just starting to get wild, which he and Gran had talked about, until it all spiraled faster and Bites pressed him for answers. Kawakita Castle was built without permission, right? Are they really dragging out the construction deadline for the castles in Barca, like delaying the whole thing? Ars just said he knew that was coming. But this time, they're determined to raise the most luxurious castle in Barca, so everyone can see, loud and clear, who's really in charge. If they went and built a fancy, over-the-top castle, the Fontana head would clock it immediately. And that's exactly where a wedding could save the day, right? He paused, then nodded and said yes, because once Lilina was the daughter of the Fountain House was about to join their family for good. So they had to scramble and set up the very best place for her to live. They figured nobody would complain if the castle went way too lavish. And with that nerve fueling them, they kicked off the official construction of Barca Castle, building it to lock in their power for good. The easiest route was height, no tricks needed. He was just that cool, like he could build a tower so tall it barely made sense. But then, yeah, it would have only been hassles like this. Cleaning was everything in building maintenance, because only he and his tight circle would ever step foot in this place. And honestly, he could tell the size was a bad call. He had to change the game, and right after that, he leaned back in his chair and basically challenged us. Authority, right? Like it had to be something mind-blowing, soul-stirring, straight-up divine. And then he started to remember his. In the past, the gods, including Buddha, were always flanked by a blazing, shining eagle, and that glowing image somehow felt holy, instantly making them look even more divine. That's it. Right after that, Grant charged up to MC and went, "Glass, huh?" MC practically burst with excitement, but they had. Merchants kept flooding them with orders the moment they saw their window panes. And they'd raise a one-of-a-kind castle made of glass that nobody else could match, boosting their reputation for real. He paused and said he finally got his meaning, but then he scratched his head. Glass was only for windows, right? And a whole castle packed with them. He wasn't convinced that would wow anyone. Ours swore it was real, but this wasn't ordinary glass at all. They were using stained glass, and Gran finally. He burst with excitement and blurted, "What is it?" The MC stared back and said, "You haven't built these yet, right?" When they finally rolled into Barca, everyone hurried straight to the throne room. In the brand new castle, he'd be waiting in that room, ready for them the moment they stepped inside. And right behind him, a lavish stained glass window blazed with color. The stained glass glow spills through the air like a blazing halo, right above everyone's heads. Anyone who sees that mind-blowing play of light for the first time will never forget it. And later, when you need trust, that unforgettable spark will carry you. MC tried to sketch out a diagram of the castle, and when he paused to ask, "So this really is a castle?" it quickly hit. What he drew didn't look like one at all. It looked more like a cathedral, The idea hit him instantly. Maybe they should splash in some blue to match Mana's color. Graham swore he'd drawn it exactly the way Graham told him. And to nail that perfect lighting, they'd been forced to study the castle's location and even the interior design. Then Kale showed up and shocked everyone. Grant snapped that this was a whole different game, because the drawings laid it all out in painful detail. And he insisted the more glass they packed in, the less they'd have to defend themselves. R said he'd thought about keeping the outer and inner walls heavily defended. But what if they also built a hidden evacuation passage, just in case everything went south in an emergency? Grant grinned and blurted, "That's a great idea." He'd handle everything from living quarters to staff quarters, even a meeting room for him and his entourage. And there was this massive throne room, all lit up by stained glass windows. Winter dragged on, so they pestered Celian to help craft hardened bricks for the next round of building, while Gran took the lead on the construction, and he'd even be carving the stained glass himself. But before he even dared to craft a full-size stained glass masterpiece, he swore the stained glass itself looked it was just too huge. So he shrugged and built a smaller, miniature version of it. This one was too low, and that one was too low too. Lights snapped into place, and then MC kept trying again and again, until after a while R finally broke in like, "That's it, it's just great." He'd done it, period. It hit the spot perfect. Then right on cue, Kyle burst in and said it was. He stared at it like it was the real deal, insanely small and perfect, and the MC said, "I might actually be able to put this on the market as even though it looked like a kid's toy. The truth was way fancier. Aristocrats would have snapped it up as a real work of art." Then Kyle leaned in and asked if he was going to build an even bigger version next. Mars leaned in and said he was ready to hand the job to Gran, dropping this model in his hands as the sample. Then Kyle hit him with, "You sure? Is that so?" he thought, like he could just crank out stained glass walls with magic and call it a plan, right? Then the moment hit. MC suddenly clocked something big, and suddenly realized he could whip up an entire building with magic, first time around. It wasn't even really a house yet, just 4 straight walls after. After that, he thanked Kyle and told him he figured they'd wrap up the construction way faster. Then he promised he'd talk it over with Graham. He bolted, and just like that, hours took off too. Kyle glanced at him and couldn't shake the thought that his brother could be so damn inattentive, like he never fully clocked the danger. After a bit, MC hauled Leon over to show him what he'd built. Leon just stared, saying he never, ever, would have imagined. The Knights of Bark had a castle like that. Ours lit up and swore it was real. Yeah, right on. They just built it recently, and Leon couldn't help but think. He felt a huge wave of relief that he'd finally dropped by before the wedding, and MC immediately ushered them into Bark Castle. "Welcome to Bark Castle," he said, and then his voice trailed off with, "Barka-ar." It all started as 2 tiny villages packed with knights. Then word spread that a princess would soon be living with them in the few. In the end, they vowed to raise a castle worthy of her, built for the future, stone by stone. Then Ars leaned in and demanded to know what he'd say in response. Leon said it was so insane it barely made sense. MC was like, "Wait, we're..." Right there, the moment the construction was finally finished. He and Gran couldn't stop celebrating, and Leon even admitted it felt a little unreal, unbelievable. His sister and Carlos might share the same blood, but it belongs. She's got the Graham crest on her shoulders, serving under House Fountain, so don't call her a princess. He knows her real story. She's the daughter of the last head, raised by a servant's bloodline, yet she's claimed by a whole different house. Our side thought. He said it with a careful edge, like he couldn't shake the idea that Carlos had warned him. And after all, House Graham got wiped out by Raymond. Leon shot back with a confident yes, and admitted that, once upon a time, they even held territory claimed by the Graham Knights. Those Grahams used to rake in the money as a knightly house near the fountain, until their father, Raymond, suddenly died, and in the end, his bitter grudge against them drove him to seize every last scrap of their lands. MC swore he had a hand in his father's death. Then hours froze, unable to believe him, because he straight up said it felt like they were born to clash as enemies. And he had to hunt down Carlos for help, then drag them back to the land his father died on years ago, only to find that everything had already been split up among them. Split across a handful of knightly families, Carlos had just been handed the title of Lord, and he couldn't shake the thought that he still had to deal with them. He was genuinely thankful for him for looking out for them, but he couldn't afford to keep staring at the past when it was already beyond repair. He decided to pour every ounce of energy into creating. MC stared at him thinking, wow, you're the real deal, an actual adult, nothing like bites. And it lit a spark in him for a brighter future. Or maybe that's what he meant when he said, that's why I need to ask you for a favor. With all his heart, he demanded to know, could he serve him? And he vowed to bring House Grant back, no matter what it took. And the only way to prove himself was to crush it in battle, except he'd never even been sent into one. On the battlefield, an Hours fired the question. So why not turn to Carlos? Tell him. Now, make him explain why he has to send him into the fight. Or he admitted, through clenched teeth, that he was ashamed to say it out loud, because with what was left of House Graham, he wasn't about to be. Until recently, they were one of the finest knightly houses, packed with the most, and now they can finally step into battle. The most powerful magic. His father drilled him in deadly combat techniques from the very day he could stand, and he'd mastered tons of tactics. He's convinced that all this knowledge will come in handy on the battlefield. The MC pressed him for answers, thinking it would help them craft the right plan, and if things turned ugly, Leon could step up and take command. Leon shot back, yes. Alternatively, we thought that once Carlos tossed him back into the fight, Leon's tactics would let us crush the problem way faster. Even without soldiers, he still had a way to make himself invaluable, and that would finally push him toward his lifelong dream, rebuilding House Graham. After that, the MC nodded and confirmed it. Yeah, I got the job. With training since he was a kid, he figured he could read just fine. Yeah, so you're counting, right? Leon nodded hard. That's right, R said, and then he pushed for his help. Not just when the fighting roared, but when peace finally settled in too. Can he track down the old crew of House Graham after the collapse, before they vanish for good, scattered across the whole map? But brothers gotta back each other, because in the end, bites always do the job. Leon jumped in and helped with it, then immediately promised he'd reach out to everyone and offer them jobs in Barca. Right after that, they took off like they knew exactly where they were going. Then, out of nowhere, someone shouted that it was tasteless for such a magnificent castle, and he was starting to feel disappointed, to question whether he'd completely lost it. How dare he rip into his own creation? After that, MC's head spun. Was it Gran had he told him that this nameless autodidact finally pulled it off? Now it all started to click. Hours had to know who that was. Wait, was it after that? He said he should step back and let him introduce himself. MC wondered if anyone could even manage to rile Gran, but Leon shut that down fast. It's obvious. Clarice dipped into a deep bow and told them to hear her out, because sincere apologies poured out of her. Clarice. Her name was Clarice and she was Lillian. Lilina's personal servant showed up, coming straight here to beg Leon. As Lilina's wedding preparations kicked into high gear, now their paths kept colliding, and Ars couldn't hide his joy at finally meeting her. Yet the tension was loud, because she and Gran were still bickering. Clarice snapped back, agreed on the spot, and told him, if you're cool with it, I'm ready, go on. She shot him straight up advice. Ditch that ridiculously ornate furniture and start fresh, right now. Ars tells everyone Gran's the one who built the furniture, and he's honestly impressed with how great it turned out. A job. After that, Gran nodded in full agreement and told him, everything in here is a masterpiece, handcrafted by me personally. Clarice admitted it's beautifully done, but warned that if the whole castle is packed with flashy stuff, MC could end up looking like he's just showing off everything he's got, while Ars only thought, a guy. Whoever lives on the top floor of that high-rise is sipping expensive wine, a pedigreed cat curled up on his lap. Yeah, it's basically something like that, Ars said, and honestly, it fits way better. Gran said he'll swallow any insults as long as they're aimed at him, but he'd never let anyone insult the MC. Then R stepped in and agreed, because Gran and R are pure action types, and their taste in aesthetics can be a bit flat, old. Then Clarice leaned in and said, "That's exactly how it is." Like that was the whole reason she ended up here. Couldn't he just trust her to pick the right furniture while everything's on the line? Clarice swore she had it under control. She wouldn't, she'd do anything it took to make sure he and Lelina had a safe, comfy home to live in. MC thought, so it's like that, huh? Then Clarissa started scrutinizing every single piece of furniture he'd ever built, judging if it was truly up to snuff. This was the very first job he ever handed to Leon and the Graham family. After that, Hours leaned in and asked if he should call a carpenter. Clara snapped yes, and for a castle this magnificent, they could have paid a famous carpenter, maybe Armory or Barbara. MC told them, to make that turn hit harder, you've got to pick the perfect setting. But with the wedding creeping up fast, they might not even get the chance. Make it in time. Then Grant nodded and said it was true, so if they had any complaints about his work, he'd fix it immediately. Clarice said. She demanded that he stay out of it, and Hours snapped back with a compromise. They just grab ready-made, made furniture with these artisans. Clarice even pointed out the castle was weirdly designed, so they'd have to. MC pushed for a chance to personally check every single item they could bring. And then he boldly suggested they throw an event in Barca to pack all the merchants into one place and bring them exactly what they needed. He figured Cal would be thrilled to jump in and help them, like, for example, they could throw a quality assessment contest that pulls every merchant into one big showdown. Merchants trusted those reviews, and that's how the ratings got set. House Graham. They're the knightly family with a squeaky clean reputation. And once they gave the go-ahead, Clarice knew ratings would pull in a flood of merchants. She gave it a nod, said it was a great idea, but then she started to trail off, like she couldn't quite finish the thought. A castle like this was practically unheard of. So how in the world were merchants, who'd never even stepped inside, supposed to know what they should bring? Hours figured that once they opened up free trade here, merchants would flood into Barca. Most of the time they were just small-time merchants. No clout, no connections, and no way they'd buy the whole thing. And the merchants probably won't risk hauling a pile of pricey goods when there's a real chance they won't sell a single thing. And yeah, robbing someone was definitely on the table. Then MC snapped to it and blurted, "I had found the perfect thing to fix it." And then right after that they bolted off somewhere, then came back dragging a model of the building. And the MC swore that this was only the first step before they even started building the castle. He whipped up a tiny prototype and let the merchants take a look. When Clarice saw it, something in her eyes softened fast. R said it could be opened, and Clarice couldn't help but peek inside, just to see what was hidden. Morris stared in shock at how detailed and gorgeous it was. Did he seriously make this himself? MC grinned and said, "Trust me, this makes it way easier to track down the perfect furniture." Right? Clarice totally backed him up, and she asked if she could borrow his castle model later so she could show it to Lelina. Hours said yes without hesitation. Then Leon tracked down MC and asked, "Is it really safe to show strangers the castle's inner layout?" MC shot back, "No worries. The truth. They'd only rebuilt the exterior and the throne room in full, painstaking detail." Leon said it like a warning, just in case they demand a receipt from people before they hand over a model, and then he skipped the rest. "If you didn't hand it back on time, trouble found you." And MC honestly thought the promise would hold, like he could count on it. He said he would. Then he'd whip up a couple more models, hand the presentation duties over to Kale, and the moment the furniture showed up, Clarice would rush in and pick the best ones. Right after that, Ars turned to Grant and asked what Grant told him, "You're joining the furniture evaluation too," because they had to make sure it was actually practical, not just pretty. And the only reason they picked them was their looks. Clarice burst out laughing, saying he had nothing to worry about. MC locked eyes with them, and he knew this was gonna be a nightmare to handle. He just prayed they'd finally find common ground, because otherwise things were about to spiral. And just like that, the day of the quality evaluation finally hit. and Arce's jaw dropped because way more people showed up than he ever expected. Dale leaned in and said even merchants who don't work in the fountain's territory had shown up here. Then MC blurted, "So, what?" Kale blurted that it all came down to the castle model. Because the model was pure artistry, and those stained glass windows, they took your breath away. A window and a throne room like that were so rare almost nobody ever got to see one. Only an outstanding knight could have built a model that gorgeous. That meeting was worth any price. Every merchant agreed on it, and once House Graham gave the nod, the whole event turned into a jackpot for them all. And then he decided to. Hours grabbed him and asked if that claim was real. MC figured it was just a toy to him, but to Claris and Kylo, it meant everything. It was pure art. Right then, Grant and Claris were picking out furniture like their lives depended on it. Grant blurted out that the tech was absolutely magnificent, and in his hand, a doll dangled like a clue waiting to be uncovered. Grant tightened his grip, and Claris flat out said it was rejected. Then Grant turned to her and asked, "Claris, did you?" If she really planned to stash defective goods in this castle, Claris snapped. He just needed to fix it, and then it'd all be way better. The merchants crowd around, holding their breath for their turn. Before, that living room was all rich people and luxury, and now it's about to be something else. And famous. Ours was sure Claris had pushed Barker Castle all the way toward completion, until the next moment, when the MC stepped in and asked, delightedly, "So I'm guessing this peace and quiet is finally worth it, huh?" And that money he'd been stacking up. Yeah, it was about to. Running low again. After that, Hours blew up in anger and accused Claris of burning through it nonstop. After the wedding, he'd probably be back to hunting for money again. After that killed. Kale called MC and blurted that the merchant review was finally done. And Ars shot back a huge thank you. Kale told him, "I did it all, every bit of my hard work," and added that he'd even built separate files and lists too. MC nodded and said, "Thanks to Madlock for helping me nail that rating check." They finally wiped out those troublesome merchants. Madlock just shrugged and said, "It's fine," even though he knew it was a ton of work, and Ars was about to say how a merchant's rating can. It all comes down to 3 checks. How good the goods are, how they look, and whether there's any past fraud history. And if they nail all 3, then they're tagged as 3-star merchants, and they push Madlock. Who's the judge to dig up details on the fraud spelled out in point 3? Because these scoundrels have a history of hawking cheap junk at outrageous prices in other territories. Everyone got thrown into prison, and ever since the ratings dropped, the free market's quality shot up like crazy. MC even said, "To keep this quality thriving, you've got to check it regularly." He checked the ratings and figured it out. Guilds that struggled in remote volcano towns still had a gift. They could lock in top-tier merchant quality. Guilds weren't always the enemy. He'd learned that the hard way. Because the people and the goods that came into and out of Bark's territory weren't always bad, had crumbled, and then words hit. Saul Elena steps in, dressed to steal the spotlight. She sprinted up to Valkyrie and wrapped her in a tight embrace. MC. He shot his hand out and hauled her up onto her feet. Then they swung into the saddle and rode out like the wind, the road that led straight to the church. Thought that on the day the warm spring wind breathed life into everything. The wedding ceremony between MC and Lelina was finally underway. They locked lips, and the guests started to cheer as the night erupted, so it got cut right there. To blast his voice and drown the air in cheering, loud and proud and joyfully, and then they snapped around to face the guest. Guests beamed with pure joy. He stared at the magnificent stained glass light, awestruck and burning with wonder, glassy windows glowing under a warm mood, and those happy hours that felt like pure sunshine. The wedding didn't just happen. It dragged on for 3 full days and 3 non-stop nights. When it was finally all over, the 2 of us sprawled on the sofa, dead tired, and asked if the wedding was really that non-negotiable. Luina just shrugged and said the festivities usually drag on for a day or 2, but he had a whole web of connections, and after everything he couldn't deny she was right from the way. Outside the castle, the crowd kept lining up, step after step, pouring in just to congratulate them, and half of the faces there didn't even. He had to figure out who they even were, because he'd started life as a knight from a peasant family, and everyone else from there. From every corner of the world, people poured into the ceremony, because all they came for was one thing: to cook. And this time, the Graham family brought their cooks to the ceremony. And around here it's tradition for both nobles and commoners to serve the guests food. They stormed up to the castle, hunting for mouth-watering delicacies the common folks and peasants could never get their hands on. Can't eat? Then Bishop Paul barged into their room and demanded, "Aren't you supposed to? Is this a good thing?" He grinned like a kid, thrilled to be the priest at their wedding, and then he rose to his feet. He jolted up from the sofa, thanking them for every second he'd shared, and then he said that he'd been hauling through Fontana lately, all because of the roads he'd built. Getting around inside the castle had suddenly felt effortless, and those stained glass windows were absolutely breathtaking. He'd never witnessed a sacred wedding like this one. But one thing always left him stunned. There wasn't a single church anywhere in all of Vulcania. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. So the protagonist panicked. Sure, he'd completely forgotten about everything. About the church, he blurted it out, totally lost. "But there's still a church in Burkania, right?" He leaned in. With a hard stare, she marched up to him and demanded, "So you're saying this city doesn't need a church?" He snapped that they'd land enough to raise a church, and Paul shot back that it had to be God's will, because only someone this devoted could be guided that way. He nodded, grinning as he promised. In the southeast, they'd raise that church in the fastest time anyone could manage. He stepped up to the door and blurted, "Please forgive me. I'm asking for another chance right now." He didn't hesitate. If they wanted it, he'd go. He only wanted them both to find a happy future together, and then he shut the door. Then he snapped back out of nowhere, said his name like it mattered, and told him this. In big cities, shelters are often tucked right beside churches. He needs to make sure the church in this city has its own shelter too. He couldn't shake the feeling that the bishop's plan to build a church with an orphanage. In the castle town of Barcania, they'd raised the plans. Then he pointed out exactly where the church would stand. On the map, the church minister lit up and said she was thrilled that a brand new church would finally be built right here. She'd only just become a bishop when this started. Paul swore the brand new church would be handed to the sister who, alongside him, ran the church in Barconia. MC told them, "If you want to run the church yourselves, then I'll wire it up." And he cut himself off mid-sentence as if the rest was about to hit like a bomb. Orphanage with a covered corridor. He insisted it would help them tons, and he swore it wouldn't take long, because they still had building materials left over from when the castle was first built. He grinned, friendly as ever, then said he was counting on it. Then it all landed on him. And right after, they took off together, and Lelina couldn't stop praising that bishop, saying he was an amazing person. He froze in shock, spun around, and blurted, "Wait, what did you just say?" He dropped onto the sofa, sounded a little thrown off, and insisted, "No, he was definitely not bad." Then she rushed off to make tea and said, she said it mattered so much to have someone who could point out everything he was missing, right to his face, no hesitation, no holding back, that his weakness might let you strike whenever you wanted. But in truth, there was nothing really wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with building a church. He left him money to raise it, a perfect. That wasn't just coincidence. Like the universe knew his bank account by heart, he suddenly caught himself thinking about. He shook his head and said, "I can build an orphanage anyway." He figured there should have been a vocational school too. Maybe they even hired the Graham family. But somehow, they still didn't have enough people. People were needed for the administrative work right now, plus merchants, and anyone with the surname Bark. And the rich snap up land and hide behind their walls. Meanwhile, everyone else gets crushed by having no money or property. Come here right now. They're starving and they need food, and he swears there's an urban legend that if they head to Vulcania, they'll unlock magic. Yet he refuses to hand over the Bark name to anyone else, because he truly believed he'd reached the end. He'd reached a friendly deal with the Fontaine family, and on top of that, he owed the church for taking on godfather duties without permission. So if they start dumping people with nowhere to live outside the walls of Vulcania, he warned that if they didn't hustle, it would all crumble into a slum. and that only the folks who worked their hearts out to rebuild the walls and raise this very castle would be allowed to live inside them. But their daytime jobs are dangerous, and they've got to find something safer. So he pushes the idea of building a vocational. Before anything else, they needed basic education. And that thought hit him hard, filling him with worry. And he just stared off like his mind was wandering again. Then he blurted an apology for bringing up how to manage the territory, right in the middle of the wedding. The wedding had barely ended when Lelina leaned in and said she was blown away by him, by a lord who always put real thought into everything he did. And as Bishop Paul said, she was blown away by the road from Fountain City, and Kawakita Castle, where they arrived, was so breathtaking she couldn't even picture anything like it. Best of all, the residents' warm, smiling faces greeted her everywhere she looked, residents who rushed to welcome them. She knows this is the kind of place where they can finally put the pieces together. He's burned through every single day. And in a world that runs on hunger, that kind of drive is pure gold. Eternal strife hung over her life from the start, born into an aristocratic family. And she never truly had a choice, because the day will come when they drag her into the game as a pawn. She spent her whole life waiting for that moment, knowing her wishes would never matter. She clings to the hope of holding onto the happiness they share. Then she looks at him and begs to finally be allowed to support him from now on. After a while, he sat there and replayed the whole wedding in his head, over and over like it wouldn't let him go. He thought. He figured he was still too young for all this, but once he tried it, he couldn't deny it. He loved it, and honestly, he's relieved it was her who backed him. Kyle barreled in, apologized to him, and left the air tense with regret. He went off on his brother for being late. Then hours snapped. We're done with the construction. A school, an orphanage, and a church, 3 places that shaped his life. And a vocational school was raised right here, he said, like he couldn't believe it. A huge, joyful smile lit up his face. It wasn't right at the center, but man, there was still plenty of room over here. He snapped his gaze to him, called him over, and said he wanted him teaching at the school. So instantly, every alarm bell in his head started screaming. And when he heard it, he blurted out, "Wait, will I be a teacher?" As his mind raced on what they had to do to keep the Barcania territory running. In the future, the plan would finally run like clockwork. But first, they had to boost the literacy rate of the territory's people. In the dark nightly realm of Barcania, right around the villages of Bark and Linda, once broke little farming towns. There were almost nobody could read or write. So he tried to craft a work manual, but before, they always had to rush out to the work site for training, and they would hand in the reports out loud. But it was a mess, easy for mistakes to slip in. So he decided to rely on memory storage, so they could all keep the letters straight. Learning a pile of words didn't help him write a single clear sentence. So just because they're teaching numbers doesn't mean they can't still do real math. Decoding drags on forever. So this is exactly where schools step in to save the day. Merchants take turns teaching each other writing and arithmetic, passing the lessons hand to hand like a life-changing trade. The village elder, along with the other wise elders, would gather the kids and spill how life in the village really works, plus the history of the whole region. And he promised that once class was over, they'd get a mouth-watering lunch. Kyle said, "If you set out lunch, people will come running." And with that, they split up and headed in their own directions. He paused, looked at his mana, and blurted out, "I want lessons too, on how you can manipulate the mind." He figured if they stuffed their magical power into his head and sharpened his head even more, then everything would finally click. If he kept spinning, he'd learn to write and count in a flash. Honestly, he's already picked up so much through magic. He's been playing mind games since childhood, and he's insanely sharp. So yeah, most of those ranking documents are basically written around him. The old man basically told him, "I can't run this office without you," and that hit him so hard he blushed and stammered. So. He wasn't even that good. He just wanted to be useful, so he kept telling himself that because of him, they had to take on the nobles. And then he couldn't even finish the thought. He can't fight like everyone else, and he can't just repay them in the same way. And with a fierce, determined look, he vowed he'd become a teacher, saying he'd explain everything. Kyle handed over everything to help him control magic, then promised to teach him how to write and crunch the numbers too. Kyle opened his mouth to speak, but he just started stroking his head, and he said he figured he'd get him to handle another school assignment, and that after class, he should go grab lunch with everyone at school. He checked the food like it was life or death, and he nodded, thanking him right there. Then MC stepped into the street, telling himself not to go overboard or he'd be okay. He was only 7, but the weight on his shoulders was already real. He was hardworking and genuinely kind, so if he ever became a teacher, he'd master magic control in no time. He stared out the window, face tight with worry, and thought the problem was already spiraling out of control. Then it hit him. This wasn't normal at all, because he spotted the head instructor at the Vocational Training Institute. Grant, flash a bright grin and tell them they can study all day for 10 days and still succeed, if they suddenly. Then he finally nodded off. Yeah, he'd totally snap back awake and rouse them so they had nothing to worry about. He stared at it with full-on suspicion, and all he could think was, please, let me be the one who finally gets him to learn. Teach them the right way, no shortcuts. He demanded that he teach him all those crafts all over again. Stained glass is blowing up fast, and I can't stop thinking about how we need more glass makers trained, especially with a lens master specialty might even fit, because right now all he cares about is getting Gran to do it, and you can tell he's got the kind of talent that's off the charts, like an outstanding. He had the design chops, but zero production skills, not even a scrap. Hours remembered that just earlier he'd shown up and told him, I just need a few more binoculars. He turned to him, snapped that repeating the same thing was boring and downright painful, and even though he hated that dull request, he'd still do it. Rage surged through him as that memory hit, and he figured this guy was handy at first, until he proved completely useless at the exact same time. They're pushing to boost the ranks, so enough people can meet that minimum number. But those low-quality copies of his work are everywhere. So he's determined to make sure, somehow, they pick up his craft without ditching their studies and carve out a place for themselves in this city as artisans. After a while, he hopped onto a Valkyrie and shot down to a wheat field where he spotted an incredible view and declared the wheat harvest would kick off any day. Then his eyes landed on Vargas, and pure shock hit him hard, who was sitting right beside the field, nodded along with the general and said, he warned them the harvest was finally starting, and every day he cuts through those wheat fields on his way to training, and back again. Base. This year the harvest exploded with abundance, and he stared at it with a puzzled look, then asked, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing, look at what went wrong with that harvest, because he couldn't stand the word thrashing in the first place. First, they shove the wheat into sacks and smack it hard until it rips free from the ears. Second, he blasted the dry light chaff off the surface, gets slammed from a dizzying height. And third, it's only the wheat's weight that decides the rest. It refuses to budge and boom, it drops straight into the container below. It's scary to even imagine how long he'll be stuck here, grinding away on these weak fields. The protagonist clapped a hand on his shoulder, then thought, man, you're way too soft. His soft heart couldn't take it, so he finally told him to stop calling him General right then. With clearing spells and soil improvement magic doing their work, the fields exploded in both amount and quality of crops, way better than before. Significantly, because the farm tech around here hadn't really taken off, mostly since men were often. They kept getting yanked away for those brutal long military missions, but later they finally came back to the city together. And he said he had a ton of thrashing work waiting for him, and as a kid, he even built a thrashing machine with 1,000 gears. The teeth were carved from wood and it didn't sit right with him. He didn't trust them to last. Vargas slid in beside him and asked, how about we fix this? He tore it out of bricks, then shrugged and said he was done messing around. He wanted to build something better, a motorized, foot-powered thrashing machine that could thresh a huge amount all at once. Once, there was this weird thing that had to spin, and when he stared at it, he said he'd be even more grateful if he had something like it. Just like that, MC snapped, case closed. He'd pitch Gran the basics, then crank out a prototype. He realized he couldn't count on him to churn out mass production, so he rolled up his sleeves and did it himself, grabbing notes while a student followed right along. Students at the vocational training center. Then later, after they finally built the motorized thrashing machine, Vargas beamed with joy and said it was amazing. Seriously, this prayer would be done in a blink. With a joyful grin, he declared he'd build a whole bunch more of these machines and push them straight into production. If they managed to build a thresher, are they ready for round 2? He stared at him in shock, then blurted out, "You've got other great tools, right?" Ars said, based on what he'd seen, he was practically destined for success. Then he jabbed a finger at the device beside him and went, "And that's why." So when he built something this useful, of course he couldn't ignore what came next, and he said, this time it was nothing more than a spark. He had no clue if it would even work, so he definitely couldn't let his hopes run wild, and Vargas came in with one chilling promise. He was sure he'd pull off something strange. Weird, but yeah, just like always, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Later, he scratched words onto a Valkyrie, and it hit him. So many people just couldn't stop calling him the guy who always pulls the strangest moves. Strange things. So when people like him bring it up, it hits him hard and leaves him feeling something felt off. So he stormed back to the castle, convinced there were friends in there who truly believed in him, trusted him with everything, followed him, and let him run wild, free to do whatever he wanted. Even if he acted so strange, he still had a family. And he set his sights on building a haven where they could finally live in peace, and he vowed to do everything it took. He could rise to become a respected lord by tomorrow. And while that dream burned, Carlos strolled through the castle. He called his servants in and warned them that if anything changed, they'd come straight to him. They have to fire off letters to every noble across the provinces, then storm back into Enrad Hill and crush the long-standing threat once and for all. Struggle. Later, the protagonist realized the foot-pedal thresher seemed to turbocharge hard thrashing at first, boosting efficiency. He wanted to wipe out the back-breaking thrashing grind, done by hand with a millstone, so it wouldn't feel like torture. What's he supposed to do? Where does he even start? He flopped onto the floor and blurted that he had no clue what to say next. Grant mapped the whole basic plan. Then Kyle walked into the room and found him sprawled on the floor. Kyle asked what he was doing, and instead of replying, he shot back a question about the teaching direction. Teaching was going. He said everyone learned quickly. He swore he must be amazing at this, then he snatched up the drawing. He yanked the thing off the floor and asked if he was planning another build. He nodded fast, then said it was a creature with powerful, strong wings. Wind surged through those wings like it meant business, spinning them around, and with shafts and gears working in sync, the millstones began grinding too. He couldn't stop raving about how the wind's power could be harnessed, and MC shot back that a water mill could be built at Kawakita Castle, until he realized Volcania had no rivers. Then he tilted his head and wondered if MC already knew how windmills were even built. What was bothering him, though, hit like a hammer. The windmill won't spin unless the blades face the wind. Sure, you can swing the blades, but he had no clue how. He had no clue because if he couldn't pull it off, Vargas would be absolutely crushed. Kyle snapped, "Wait, do we really need a mechanism like that?" The words hit him like a shock and he blurted way too loud, "What kind of questions are you even?" He said, "I don't even have to grind at the mill all year. So if we're just turning the wings to follow the wind, why not build 4 windmills and point them east, west, north, and south?" He froze in shock at what he just heard and blurted, "Wait, are you really suggesting we build a windmill for each of the 4 directions?" He nodded and shot back, "Tell me, if one of those wind turbines runs, can we grind flour with it? Yeah." And that answer lit a fire in his head, and in that moment, he realized his mind could bend and adapt, so he didn't have to rebuild every single useful tech thing from scratch. From the life he just left behind in this world, his plan was all they'd need, right here, right now. They started singing his praises, convinced they'd settled on putting the windmills in the northwest region, the wheat field. The field stretched out in every direction, east, west, north, and south. Down southeast they went, And with that magical boost to the harvest, thrashing and milling could finally grind on nonstop. Later, Vargas leaned in and told them, with a wide grin, that because of him they'd be able to soak in the wheat fields next year. And he was sure it would all turn out exactly that way. One of the servants sprinted up to him, blurted out that he never expected to find him here, while Clarice was right there, helping him out, giving him a hard lesson in etiquette. Master Kyle had been waiting for him in that room since early morning, and the real kicker was this: she was quietly seething at him, so he had to hurry. Good thing he didn't mind that his brother was going solo today. She was certain he'd follow, until the servant grabbed his arm and started steering him off, and then he snatched his phone, called Vargas, and told him that he told him to handle it. And right then Bite came charging in on the gallop, bellowing at the top of his lungs, claiming that a messenger from the city of Fountain had finally arrived, and somehow it didn't look like they run into the same trouble again. Inside their city's territory, just like last time, those protagonists only thought it was going to stay that way until now, when they called him, he could only head to Fountain territory, and that was it. He'd only been away a month or so, but now he was already dispatching crews east, pushing them toward the Enrod Hills. If it was out in the east, then it probably explains why the trip drags on. If he ends up fighting there, he'll be stuck for a month, and by the time he's done, winter might already be knocking at the door. The moment he comes back, he's got a solid crew of guards, so trouble won't stand a chance. Later, he rings Kyle and asks. He asked, will he be all right? And said Leon had left some of the Graham family behind. Then Tryon left too. He called him again and told him, handle Bark with this. The army was nearly finished, but he can't just hand it all to them. He needs him to make sure Bark is taken care of. He started petting him, and right then he realized. Up until now, he'd always had to lean on his brother, but not this time. Not anymore. He clenched his resolve and told himself he'd be fine. This time, he was about to prove it. He promised he'd pay him back, then told him not to push himself past his limits and burn out. He blamed himself too much. He nodded along, and MC immediately thought all the way to the end. They head east, straight away from Bark, until Enrad Hill rises up ahead, and first they'll roll into the city of Fountain to unite with soldiers from other territories. Carlos will gave them the game plan. Then as he rode out with the army, Ashira warned that crossing Enrad Hill meant one thing: they'd fight the house of Uruk. Again, he called his father and blurted, does this mean it's already happened? His father told him that, long ago when he was a kid, the House of Fountain and the House of Uruk collided in a brutal battle. Right around the time he began making sandals and bringing up money, he and his mother, still no name yet for this little boy, got completely stunned as he started chatting about money and everything else. He scrambled through his thoughts, and when he pictured the moment war was finally coming, he knew he had to grab a weapon before he stepped into it. His father told him, back then you were just a plain soldier, so he never got the chance to clash with knights face to face. But even from far away, their Uric magic was unreal, opposite of the Fountain family's ice magic, like some disgusting power you can't look away from. Magic so normal it barely counts. Ours shot an excited look and blurted at the top of his lungs, hey, does the Uruk family have Wait, you've got fire magic. Leon said it's true, some of the Uruk family's magic can blaze with fire, but the real heart of their power, their magic didn't just turn bad, it corrupted everything. And those noble houses that once hunted beasts with pride twisted into something darker. They became foxes instead, and their knights, the ones who trained in it. He unleashes professional fire magic. But the real nightmare is oxidation, the brutal step that amps up physical. He figured the only magic systems out there were his earth magic and the Fountain family's ice magic, so he never thought to study anything else. He kept pushing his system harder, clueless that oxidation magic even existed. Then Bite called Leon and demanded to know what the beast form. It looked like a fox walking on two legs. Then he snapped back, swearing it wasn't turned into a fox, basically just grafting fox traits onto a human body, starting with those sharp fox ears on the sea, a head on top and a tail on the hips, Then the protagonist froze, shocked out of his mind by what he heard. His body went cold. Then he snapped around and screamed, "What?" before he even finished his sentence. He's ranting about cute ears. Wait, is that actually true? So yeah, this story's real. He nodded with a puzzled face and shot back, "Why are you so thrilled?" Heat of embarrassment surged across him. He never thought it'd come to this, even when his mind got stuck like a loop. In this world, fantasy isn't just a rumor. It's real, and it's packed to the brim with adorable wonders, things he never even saw coming. He just wants to meet a stunning girl like Lilina, fox ears and all. Then Bite suddenly snapped, calling out to him in a pissed-off tone, and said, he warned them, this massive battle is coming fast. But does he even get what he's saying? He claims he knows all about it, yet his mind keeps snagging on those ears, and Vargas just stared. She stared him down and snapped that she had zero clue what he was even talking about. Because that general always acts weird. Strangely, he's still hoping he's all right. Because once those good roads carried them all the way to the city up. Before dawn, the fountain area is already packed. Thanks to those bricks, the fortress they once built for a fortune is finally done. And every last one of them crowds into the city as their troop count hits an all-time high. In that city, he scanned the streets and muttered that everything felt off, way different than usual. Then Ashira shouted his name and said, he told me to move on. There was a garrison waiting, and they'd handle everything else, but I had to go greet you first. Master Carlos bowed to his father. Then his thoughts sprinted east to Uruk and west to the fountain. For years, they'd been locked in a bitter war, and every time their lands collided, it sparked another fight, especially over Ainrad Hill, the most contested prize of all, because whoever seized that hill believed they'd crush the enemy's territory at its core. This territory was infamous, nearly impossible to crack, and brutal to erase once the enemy claimed it. Yet lately, those same foes had started gaining ground, taking control. Right then, Carlos stepped in front of the soldiers in the hall and shouted. The Uruk had ripped control of their land, Ainrad Hill, and everyone knew that hill was the key stepping stone to push south. They couldn't stand the Uruk's brutality 1 second longer. He was out for blood, determined to slaughter the very territories they'd fought to protect. With their lives, justice was on their side and they had to tear back control of that hill. MC heard it and his heart sank. Tragically, that Uruk didn't just grab the hill. He crushed the surrounding territories too, and it all started when he slaughtered Vizier Raymond, the man who controlled every fountain territories. The chaos at the fountains looked like the perfect opening for Uruk to grab even more ground, until, just a few days later, Carlos Jr. seized the throne, swallowed every last bit of power, and then crushed Bark, the one who'd already beaten Raymond, leaving everyone's worst fears in motion. The Lord of Baruk forced him into marriage, right then and there, offering his daughter Graham. Graham, blood kin to Carlos, political rivals with Raymond, was pushing the rebellion's plan like a power move, but could it actually start something bigger? With power grabs led by him, House of Uruk locked in and started watching everything that happened in Fountain territory. His solid leadership kept a full-scale invasion from happening, but some spots near the hills still. They got captured, and as for him, he refuses to throw himself into active fights, but give it time, and he'll still find a way to help build a quiet, peaceful, everyday life. Rage surged through Bite as he snapped in a disgruntled voice. It's the same old road building again. He was perched on the watchtower, staring as we carved roads into the land. Then he blared that they demarched all this way just to fight. White, meanwhile, all he did was hammer out roads. Then he swung around and told him straight, guarding supply routes is a crucial piece of any military plan. He was convinced Uruk had hardened the defenses on Hill Ainrad, so they'd waste no time. First, they were going to set up. They surged up the positions to smash back and retake those captured villages, because taking the surrounding land would put them in the perfect spot. It was the perfect spot to launch an attack on the hills. Then he snapped that he'd rather take jobs that didn't force him to. He demanded he fight, then marched straight into an impregnable fortress, and that lit a fuse in Bite's chest. He shouted that he wanted to fight even harder, stay on the move and prove. He wanted to prove to everyone what he could do, but he ignored that idea and convinced himself he had it all figured out. Yet nobody would budge, alone in his fate. If he'd been born in calmer times, there's no way he'd ever fit into society. He leaned into the binoculars and stared into the distance, then spotted something. Bite shot back, did something happen there? And flat out denied it, and he blurted that something felt asterisk off in the air around the forest. He swore he caught a blurry flicker for a split second. Then it all slipped away, because he didn't. He shrugged it off completely, and said there was no point in bothering with it. Need to worry about it. The protagonist refused and shouted. He shouted that it was magic. So much magic was packed into. Deep in the forest, everything shattered, because the enemy struck right there. If they don't get in front of it, then every single one of them is done. Working would be in big trouble. So he blared his name at the top of his lungs and said they couldn't do it at all. Then he sprinted down from the tower, his mind already racing, and thought. They figured they were ripping through the air at full speed, only to realize it was the messenger beast driving them like a blur. And judging by how huge their magic mark is, it definitely wasn't just a measly 100, or maybe 200. And it felt like they hadn't even finished setting up the. He stumbled into the camp, telling himself a real full-scale battle was still far off. Yeah, he was naive. Then he went down and bellowed for the Valkyrie standing right there. Then he surged forward at a gallop, so the moment couldn't slip away. Forward, convinced that if they waited for everyone else would be late, so he had no choice. He'd have to gamble on the risk. Right then, an old man from the enemy army stepped forward, called Master Kim, and said, and observers swore the enemy ranks barely moved, like nothing was happening at all, and they hadn't any. Noticed them moving. Those enemy soldiers had just rolled in, and you could tell they were probably catching their breath, soaking up every advantage they had. He had the edge, and still he never saw a surprise attack coming. Then he spun around with a grin and teased him, calling him an old man shot back that he was right. And he said this quick strike would seal their victory even faster. Now they were dead certain. Give the people a fountain and a rush of blood. A bloody battle raged. Then he called the master again, shouting that enemy ranks were stirring. A handful of troops caught sight of them and started closing in fast. To intercept, an old man gave a sly chuckle and said, "So how? So yeah, this won't be the problem. Those bigger forces would rush in panicked, but only without the proper prep. And that's where it all turns messy. Would get rooted." Kim realized the old man he once feared, the ruthless commander everyone feared, had actually taken him on as a mentor, to strike instantly, right before the enemy can even blink. That's why Einard Hill was turned into a fortress. They bolstered their defenses, but success still looked bleak, because next they were up against the fiercest cavalry alive. A cavalry made of savage, unstoppable dragons, fierce, powerful, and so tough they wouldn't break. So when that one attack landed, it was game over. He slammed his fist down and shouted that they had crushed every enemy. MC thundered toward the enemy army, thinking that even if they wiped out twice the moment those enemies showed up, they'd be overwhelmed. These guys were felling trees and charging straight toward them. If they did nothing, they'd get trampled, every single one of them, and he couldn't afford to fail. He'd do it at any price. No exceptions. When a guy from the enemy team snapped his finger at him, they shouted for the master at the top of their lungs, "We've got the enemy, 100 of them." And Kim's eyes snapped to the threat because yes, this one came with cavalry. He spotted those four-legged white beasts and froze. What were they? And was this finally the monster everyone had been whispering about? They say Raymond, standing on the fountain's peak, was gunned down during the uprising by a total newbie with zero experience. It said the real reason he fell, despite fighting skills and an army at his back, was a complete S***T. A squad of hound beasts burst into the city, magic-fueled service animals so rare and priceless that losing even one is catastrophic. One loss can smash everything, so they've thrown these into real combat again and again, but this kind of trick only works the first time. After that, they can't push through the sudden. Suddenly they know about the secret beasts, So he shot his hand up and roared that every troop needs to get ready to intercept. This white thing is using magic, and if they slip into the magic's range, the assault will start right away. So they'd better slam their shields into place first. The old man squinted ahead and swore it looked like someone was riding the lead monster. Could that be him? Kim stared at him and thought, so you're the R's eater. Then he heard you led the fight against Raymond. Kim cracked a smile like, oh, so that's who you really are. That same hot-tempered, reckless kid who still thinks his weapon is gonna work a second time. A soldier calling himself the master rushed in and told them, we're in the middle of they've got to lock in their magic range, line up their aim, and fire straight at the enemy cavalry charging in front. Then all of them snapped together into a spear formation and get ready to unleash Abaro at the fox. He gave the order to unleash the flames and was already sure they'd smash right through them. The second the protagonist suggested they should, his grin snapped off his face. Kim staggered when it began to scatter, then snap into place and form a wall, like it was doing it on purpose. What happened next, and what they were thinking, got cut short when they split up, but why? He was only trying to size them up, not pick a fight with them. That stung his pride to the bone, and he snapped back that their war dragons were fast. But they spun around, shut the whole thing down, and bolted for the exit. He refused to let it happen, so the old man shouted at him. He shouted at him, blasting a warning about what waited ahead, and when they looked up, massive walls blocked their path. He realized that every time those white monsters slipped through, the walls surged into existence. One after another, loud as thunder, the old man shouted at him, saying that they were about to slam into the wall. Momentum was building, faster and faster. If they stalled right now, the cavalry in the back would get wiped out. One by one, Kim snapped loudly that they had to swivel around faster, scramble clear of that wall, spread out wider, and figure out what the heck was going on. What kind of formation is this supposed to be? The old man leaned in and said their enemy wasn't just dangerous. He was famous for stacking wealth with crazy skill. Fortresses rose all around, and somehow it felt like this wall was sealing them in. They had to bolt before they were totally boxed in. Then he spotted something called. He called the master, demanding to know what that noise was, because this wall had popped up out of nowhere, and Kim spun around, stunned, trying to figure it out. Wondered, did those riders really slam into this wall? Because it's spotless, not even a scratch. Some are tougher than others, sure, but still. How? They're a bit weaker than the others, but don't sleep on them. These are all heavyweight cavalry dragons. He's never even heard of magic that can instantly. He slapped up that brutal wall like it was nothing. So what the heck was that supposed to be? He craned his head forward and he blared it out. There's a gap left, and they've got to get out of here right now. Right as the walls were about to shut them in, he froze, because the wall had nicked part of the back row. Allies can reform again and again. No limits. MC demanded it, then froze in shock when he heard how he just summoned an ice spear. Spear a clearing. He spun around, snapped his hand up, and shouted with full force that they had to stop this attack. Intercept it no matter what. They unleashed Abaro's fire, and right as his forces surged forward, ice crashed into his army like a nightmare. Spears flew, and he stared in shock as the columns seemed to crawl apart from the left, like they were widening their grip on him. And he cracked his neck, stretching every vertebra like a warning bell. Straight down they fell. One after another, his soldiers were getting wiped out. Another, no. His nerves spiraled fast, and he started getting seriously, dangerously panicky. I won't lie, I was shaking with nerves, thinking this was about to go sideways. Was the absolute worst-case scenario. The old man lunged for the phone, called the master, and blurted that it was a full-blown disaster. Faster? Yeah. He knew it was his fault the moment he cooked up a plan using only the scraps of info he had. He'd gotten what he needed, and still, there was no flipping the script on this battle now. So all they could do was tear up the commander-in-chief. Now they've got to smash through that ice spear. Kim snapped his head around, caught this, and that was all it took to make his suspicion scream. And I demanded to know what happened to him. Ours answered with the wall-building skill. Seal the enemy army inside these walls. Kim stared at it, and pure terror hit him like a wave, and he dared to hope the old man would finally forgive him. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't undo that crushing disappointment. Right then, Bite thundered up to him, blaring his name and calling him an idiot. So the guy snapped around, about to say, "I was." He showed up late, and fury hit him like a truck. Then he blurted it out, loud as thunder, demanding to know why he bolted by himself. He said it in a steady voice. If he hadn't rushed, everyone would be in real danger, so he could only cling to hope that, just barely, he made it in time. And then he unleashed and wiped out the enemy cavalry. It looked like the walls still held survivors, alive, hiding, and waiting. Stunned by it all, he spun around and blurted out, loud enough to cut through the air. There were era. Soldiers kept getting dragged inside the walls. Then the enemy would smash through, striking them straight through the barrier to wipe them out. They blasted straight through the wall with ice spears. No one was getting out of there. Ashira barreled up to the wall, shouted at him, and demanded to know how he'd cooked up that defense in no time at all. Then the protagonist said he'd wrestled with it for ages, because the Bark cavalry's real edge is strategy. They blitz in with high-speed maneuvers and hit first, which is why they aren't stuck in heavy armor. Because if a huge pack of archers suddenly swarms the battlefield and unleashes a full volley of arrows, you're not surviving long. This time he could finally guard the horned ones with his wall-building skill, because they were outnumbered, unarmed, and forced to gamble. Yet somehow, he still felt glad. Everything finally clicked, and then Bite called him out, saying they couldn't afford mercy to a guy who was trying to kill them. He didn't want to strike. Raymond barged back to the tax collectors, because if he didn't, he'd die young, and the same curse was coming for his friend too. Your friends are gonna pay. He's dead sure of it. He swears that in some past life he was living calm and safe, and then it hit him. Yeah, he doesn't even hate the fact that he's wiping out his enemies. He chooses it without blinking. He doesn't deny what this world, life, and death truly mean. And if there's any way to guard what he's sworn to protect, he'll grab it and use it to make sure the truth wins. Truth, just like he told his brother. He'd rather keep things peaceful, tinkering with the land instead, because his path. He has to fire up every scrap of knowledge and magic he has left from his past life to survive here. And that's exactly what he's doing right this second. Then after a while, Carlos leans in with a serious face and asks. So he stormed in to take down Einrad, and wiped out Kim and Miriam in a single day. Then he blurted out, totally confused, who are these people? And that question caught him off guard, because he explained that the first was the Lord of Ura's own direct son. Uruk was the first, and the second was his assistant. Kim was just 21, while Urim was a legendary general who'd already survived battles after battles. Many Fountain Knights had died because of them in the battles for Einrad Hill, until today, when this time he'd done too much good. No, he couldn't outmatch him in this fight, so he should stay out of capturing that hill, because the battle over it is about to explode. Now that he'd taken on a new role, he didn't have to throw hands. This fight was mostly a test of how well the old ravens were serving him, so he sent them the warning first, telling them, nail this and your spots are locked in, mess up, and your rank is about to disappear. Then he'd just have to hang back and watch from the shadows, cheering them on as they pushed forward. And this time he wasn't just chasing glory, he was given a prize for his courage. The nine-tailed sword, Kim's magic sword, an incredibly rare blade, would come alive the moment it was filled with magical power. It flared its flame into a razor-sharp sword shape, and the ice inside formed an ice spear, so the whole thing looked like a weapon made of frozen fire. The MC grabbed that sword with pure, stunned shock. Carlos nodded and said, yeah, but be real, can he actually handle this? That he'd grabbed Miriam's sword. He'd busted his ass for it, so he told him to finally rest. He stormed out of his office, convinced he'd just earned a legendary magic sword for charging into battle by himself. Initiative. In the future, he wouldn't have to face the front lines anymore. None of them would. So they had to make it home together. No casualties, no losses. But Brother Bite was gonna go nuclear if it happened. He stormed into the hall everyone was praising as great luck, because they'd be the very first to step foot on Einrad Hill, Master Carlo. Carlos should have gotten it by now. Ours swore he'd done his job, but they kept yanking him around like he was nothing. People sneered that Kim and Miriam were unworthy generals, then swore they'd be crushed by his very hands. He gripped the hands, then surged toward them, facing the kind of fear that hits you like a nightmare. He flashed his brand new sword, letting the blade speak for him. Their expressions snapped into pure joy, and they shouted that this was an absolutely excellent sword. He'd burn to win their favor, no matter what. He went quiet, then sucked in a deep breath like he was bracing for impact, and convinced himself he only hoped he hadn't pushed it too far. That blade had to be an Uruk family heirloom, passed down like a sacred promise. For generations, his family kept it going, and he vowed to protect it with his whole heart. Sometime later, right at the bark true position, Leon called the master and said, "I know you're worn out, but I've got one suggestion." A furious bite blurted, "Why aren't you on the front lines? This is a battle." It felt weird to stay stuck in the back, and while he couldn't care less, the protagonist finally turned to him and demanded, "What happened?" He told them, "Because our wins are piling up. The capture of Einrad Hill is moving faster than we thought. But first we've got to retake the nearby villages, then we'll smash the hill itself. And that's going to take at least one lunar cycle past. So if he wasn't stepping into the assault on the hill after locking down his positions, then everything was about to fall apart." He wrestled with the plan and snapped that the Bark army would have to stall the Uruk reinforcements. Then he reminded everyone they'd already launched a detachment for the exact same job. They were going after the northern city of Burma, all to draw the enemy. He nodded and said, "That's the perfect plan, hit the city and choke off the reinforcements." But now that their commander was already gone, now that diversion won't hit nearly as hard. He knows Uruk will slam reinforcements straight to the hill, and that's exactly what he understands with a heavy, thoughtful look. They've got to end this fast, so they can't wait. They have to strike first. They wouldn't let them even get close to that hill, because rolling in with only the Bark army against fresh reinforcements was way too dangerous. Risky. After a while, he grinned and built wall after wall across the whole area. Then he said, Leon said, "This is exactly how we'll finally cut off the Uruk reinforcements." His face went pale as he admitted, "I only said we had to stop the reinforcements from getting closer." But then he went and wrapped the entire hill in a strategy so intense it stopped even the thought of the enemy advancing. Wall, who would have guessed he'd choose this? MC snapped that they'd sealed off every easy way up, even with all those rocks, there were still gaps here and there. So they started stacking towers even taller than the walls, and set up surveillance with spyglasses. Fight would patrol the area on a Valkyrie, moving within a day's march so he could make it back before sunset. Then he'd finally breathe, unwind, and stop overthinking. He frowned in confusion because the Valkyrie was ridiculously fast. After a while, she could cover an entire massive sky in just a single day. Ars felt it in his bones as Carlos tore through Einrad Hill, and while chaos raged, he stayed locked in, quietly watching the security around them and juggling his other duties. His lands. Cal stormed in and told him the money came straight from the dragon pack beast they hauled in during that previous battle. He stared in shock at what he found, then blurted out that swapping magical beasts was straight up a gold mine. Profitable business? He nodded, swore dragons were unstoppable strong, tough as nails, rarely even scratched, the perfect pack beast. Most merchants chase it just for one day of bragging, snagging that dragon for themselves, no questions asked. In military terms, it's a straight-up symbol of fear. He mulled it over, decided not to push back, but right as he started, for an army's ride, that idea is pretty rough. Too many dragon types to deal with, and it just can't keep up. They don't move as one, each of them sprints to their own rhythm, and that mismatch is dangerous, a huge disadvantage on the march. Like when the Uruk dragon cavalry had to reroute fast because of with their walls lined up, the formation got ripped apart by the speed gap, and he seized the opening to smash into them right at that razor-precise moment is what let him crush them, because without it the whole fight could have flipped in seconds. So if you use cavalry works best when every mount matches, just like those Valkyries. But hey, dragons don't care, they go straight for the meat. He said that if they bred dragons the same way they bred Valkyries, they could stamp them out as standardized units. Then the protagonist snapped in, shocked. So you mean this is actually a very... He swallowed the high cost, then nodded. Because when you crunch the numbers, Valkyries are way more profitable than dragons, and that's exactly why the Uruk dragon cavalry exists. Their rich lands make it worth everything. In the eastern mountains of their land, wild goats roam in huge numbers, so many that dragons have food for days. So imagine his shock when he heard about the goats and snapped. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Goats don't just give you meat and milk. They also spin cashmere, turning them into a full-on money and clothing machine. He's obsessed with getting goats. Kale even demands to know what kind of animals he's talking about, and the answer is just goats. He froze at the words he just heard, and his mind immediately raced. So turns out, those weren't the goats he thought they were after. After a while, he dragged in a whole bunch of goats and MC snapped, shocked. Seriously, it's just goats. Then his voice cracked as tension flooded his face. I can't. He wouldn't let that goat go. There was no way he could forget how brutal it was to drag a live one into the middle of a battlefield, and how insanely expensive it was. Traders, he figured, were pure sharks. Even in war, they figured out how to squeeze out some cash, tell them exactly what I needed ahead of time, and they'd deliver it, but at sky-high military prices. As a trader, he got it. As a customer, that bill stung like a punch. He stood right there, grinning, and said it was a good thing the goats didn't have any scary magic. Kale even agreed they weren't creepy, but admitted they had a super annoying spell for keeping them like two. To survive, they unlocked super jumps. Then he finally let go of they loosened the leash, watched the goat launch into the air, and they blurted out, shocked at how incredible their agility was. So perfect it felt like a living mirror. The miracle of jumping magic is real, but there's no way they're clearing 10 meters. He should test it. They're munching that scorching. That's brutal. Stalks the Valkyries leave behind, and once you fence them off, they threw it straight at the wall and could even graze the thing. Like that was the truth of Bart's land. Barks were exactly what you needed to rile these goats up and get them moving. A wild boar tamed by a man got turned into a pig now, he thinks. He swore that in a past life, he'd already tried to tame a massive boar. Then, even if you raise the piglets from birth, even if you break their tusks, they'll still freak out and charge at empty air, like it owes them something. Devour everything in his path. Then his first try to tame a wild beast. Absolute disaster. Failure. He insisted the goats may leap, but they're not aggressive, so they'll have to send a few over to Barcania. So he figured start by breeding them for milk. Then if it works, the wool's a bonus too. And he's dreaming that one day they'll actually end up on the dinner table. Later, Vargas yanked him in and said bite, and his squad just came back from recon. Ours blurted wide-eyed, "Is that for real? Excellent." Then, pie. Even though he swore he'd be back before sunset, he never shows up late, or even sends a report. He just strolls in like a stubborn boar, pushing forward without a word. He lunged forward without thinking. If he starts doing something totally reckless, I'll stop him myself. After all, they're already living better and better. So he's got zero reason to chase military glory. And that's what his father said. His father told him he'd earned the nickname Iron Wall through countless victories, and even got promoted from knight to vassal. But now, things have changed. And now he's barking orders at the beast troops like a general. Yet he won't step into the fight himself. And honestly, he's even embarrassed, because he's the one who should be charging in. He refuses to fight, because he won't let his family and friends get caught in the blast. Vargas called the commander snapped that this was the exact reason he'd come charging back onto the battlefield. He won't let another comrade slip away. So he stared at him, burning with questions, trying to figure out what he really meant. He meant it, then boom. A deafening roar cracked the air and jolted everyone awake mid-flight. Leon bolted into the area and shouted at the top of his lungs for his master. He kicked his pace up, shouted his name, and demanded what happened. Then he said their troops had taken Ainrad. Rod Hill's eyes widened in shock. This thing was over way too fast, and he blurted out that they'd all been certain it would drag on for at least a month. Even after he crushed the dragon cavalry, he nodded. Once they boxed in that hill with a wall, the Uruks got cut off completely. They rushed in reinforcements, and that push decided everything. The enemy's morale kept crumbling day after day, while their side got stronger, fired up, and ready to strike, because of what they'd just heard, all thanks to him. Suddenly, lots of knights scrambled to prove themselves and get right into the orbit of this new lord. And then the siege. A siege is a brutal trial. Under a non-stop storm of arrows and stones, they trampled past the bodies of fallen comrades, pushing forward day after day, until the enemy fortress finally gave way. Finally, he crumpled. Yet the army's fighting spirit stayed alive, because he just pulled off an incredible feat, and he refused to let the enemy use that moment to take the advantage over them. Confusion crashed over him, and one of his warriors burst forward with insane energy. Otherwise, this battle would never have ended the way it did. So quickly, the protagonist asked, "We won the battle, right? Then we shouldn't we celebrate a bit?" He nodded, grin and all, saying it was totally worth squeezing in at least some fun. He called the old man over and demanded drinks for everyone, and since Bark was guarding the feast, he told him to start handing them out. Leon barked that his first men to take their posts would earn extra drinks, and they'd better spoil the fountain soldiers and the plain peasants, giving them all they could down. Leon called. Someone called him over and told him, "No alcohol for you, at least for now," and then warned everyone else not to get sloppy with it. With joy dancing across his face, he thought, if we toss a feast their way, all that discontent and the people watching him would finally ease off just a bit. So the first external campaign wrapped up in a huge win, and after some time, Carlos burst out loud, roaring his next move. Loud or not, everyone's got to listen, because the next fight won't be nearly as easy. Piece of cake. After they finished the feast and caught their breath, they'd march on to in the northern city of Burma, right where the detachment was stationed. Our main character froze with a shocked look on his face. He shot his hand up and demanded, wasn't taking the city just a distraction to pull attention away from Ainrad Hill? He said, until we take that hill, yeah, true. But now that the hill's ours, we sprint to Burma too, because it's just as important. End of the report. The reports from that detachment were brutal, so they're packing up and rushing there to step in and help. He's now in charge of Ainrad, and for the moment he's handing it to him, waiting for his return from Burma. He had to double down and fortify that hill, no matter what the price. Then he closed in on him and called out. He called him up and told him straight. The Bark army was mostly cavalry, small in number but deadly on the move. No matter how many walls they stack up, there's a hard limit, and he said it all calmly, he would. That would let him pull in fresh recruits from the nearby villages, and the plan would only get bigger from there. Stick with him to storm Burma. Whoever grabs the glory is getting rewarded big, no questions asked. Rewarded. His eyes widened in shock as he realized Bark was no joke out there, until defending that hill. Hill needed every detachment working in sync, but right now he was short on the men who could round up the rank and file and get them organized. So a man stepped out and went up to the Lord. And he leaned in and asked if he'd stay to help defend the hill, so would he say yes? He stared back, confused about who this guy was. Carlos granted the answer, called him Peach, and told him he and his squires would hold this place. When he caught sight of him, his heart jolted. He instantly thought, no way, that's one of the knights we hauled in during the Raymond fight. The guy came from a peasant family, yet somehow he knew Vargas, and later, when the Lord set out on campaign, the protagonist hauled him in and demanded to know what he was plotting. Didn't he deserve to know what came next? So you'd follow him to chase glory. He grinned at you and said that even he couldn't hold this hill by himself with nothing but the Bark army behind him. But he still believed glory was waiting here, if he threw himself into the defense. He straight up told her he hated guessing games, so he went for the truth. What were his intentions? Did he want to get revenge for the late Raymond? Picha pondered. He wondered if he really knew what it costs for enemies to trust each other, day after day. No matter what he said, it never landed. He shot every word straight from the hip. Every month he couldn't get enough of his fighting style. Two peasants in the same life. And Vargas was the one he'd already battled, back when they both stepped into the ring. They fought shoulder to shoulder, and he was determined to carve out his own legend here, so he could keep standing beside him in every battle. He wouldn't prove himself with empty talk, he'd prove it with actions. He stared him down and wondered if trusting him was even the right call. And still, one thing was clear: he wasn't just strong, he was a veteran fighter, and every move he made was razor-cold and calculated, always thinking 2 steps ahead to keep himself and his co-crew alive. His comrades, because if he hauled his squires along, he could turn them into commanders for the rank and file. This was a knight who didn't just fight, he transformed, turned talented peasants into dependable squires. Because when it came time to defend the hill, that's exactly the help they needed. He let out a weary sigh and admitted it was ultimately the Lord's call, hoping, praying, that the man would stand with him. He figured they'd better burn through every ounce of power they had and do everything they could. Right now, he was going to trust Leon and the grand play to stay on watch, never dropping their guard, because whatever came at them, they had to grip that hill until, while they waited for the Lord to come back, they clung to the hill with everything they had, using every last thing in their hands and doing whatever it took to keep it. He said, "First, we rebuild the walls that got wrecked in that assault, so everyone who knows the cost should hear this." He started building his magic walls, and that's when he made the call. He asked Leon, "How long do you think we'll have to hold the line?" He said, eyes thoughtful, that it looked like Burma was under siege too, so there was no way anyone could feel safe. MC snapped, "All right, then we've got to estimate how long we can hold out, map out the plan, and figure out exactly who gets posted where. The old man needs to stockpile provisions in bulk, and make sure he can deliver enough to hold out through the whole siege. Father and Medlock are heading back to Barcania to restart recruiting. Vargas has to make sure he doesn't screw this up, because he has to sweep up fighters from the nearby villages and get them organized fast. These villages used to sit under Uruk's rule, so we've got to warn them, because Uruk's laws are in force here now. He demands that Bite help him forge a defensive line. Then he totally clams up, because Bite clearly doesn't get what he means, and he blurted out, "I need to explain this the right way," because nothing made sense to him. Then R snapped that if the enemy smash, he breaks through, because pure defense won't cut it anymore. They've got to come up with a better plan fast. A counterattack on cue. If they spot the enemy, they fire up the smoke signals and send the message. He hunted down the messengers and caught them before they could seal themselves inside the fortress. Every single day he patrolled, tracking exactly where. So that's the plan. Uruk's reinforcements could show up anytime, right? That's why he's pushing him to help pick the best spots for the watchtowers. He got the whole situation, then pointed it out. Everything running to one perfect spot, and I already bought it. Won't let him breathe for long, he's going to make his point right now. The protagonist called. Gron told him, "Let's craft together later," and the master lit up, gladly agreeing on the spot. He spun back and barked, "Everybody knows what you're here for, get to work, and don't let go of Erod Hill." Still, no matter what it cost him. He believed this was the way, backed by the iron by the Bark Army's defense, he'd finally hold the line. Then he blurted, stunned, that he needed to look and find out just how many people had packed in. Vargas stood right beside him and said, "Turns out we're mostly the second and third sons of the F*G." The farmers stared at him and said, "Wait, it's him, right?" Then one of them shook their head and muttered, "No way, he's still just a kid. They say he was just a peasant kid, and now he's a knight with his own lands. He's the one who crushed a whole squad of dragon riders, and when he spoke, it started with he said with a S. A grin like that, because he was so popular, crowd after crowd lined up to volunteer. They snatched people up fast, and that was a good move. But how on earth is he supposed to defend all this? Especially when, up on the walls, they're usually the ones raining arrows from above. Yet right now, it feels like hardly anyone here can even shoot. And no matter what, training archers won't happen fast enough. He said that's why he decided to use bricks. Thinking it through, he went on. From the top of that wall you could throw bricks at those climbers. Dead simple. Just maybe you should make the first hits land before they surged to the walls, and he grinned, agreeing on the spot. That's exactly why. That's why they built catapults. These beasts could hurl bricks for miles, and if it landed dead on, even the reinforced version wouldn't stand a chance against that hit. He caught his breath, then asked straight up if they could really finish building it in time. He slammed his hands on the ground, grinning like he just solved everything, and said the thrashing had been a nightmare full of problems. Thrashing machine. This time he had everything nailed down, and then he began to run the whole thing. He set out to build the catapult and swore he'd already worked through every detail of what he'd suggested. The defense held strong, and the siege itself finally started to crush them all. He kept that prototype he and Gran had built tucked in his memory, like a secret waiting to be unleashed, because they planned to install several of. Inside Einrad's fortress, he imagined the catapults lined up and ready, because anyone with the barked name can run them, so ammo never runs dry. Then his mind jumped to stacks of bricks sitting right beside the launchers, ready to slam into every crack in the hill surrounding walls and seal them shut completely. And he knew the plan would be over. They hacked through Einrad's already built outer fortress wall, punching a new path so that the fortress could finally aim and unleash targeted fire. From Byte's experience, they'd plant a whole chain of watchtowers and fire up smoke signals, so the alarm could hit you even from miles away. And it looked like Dad had just sprinted off to the bark area to record. They set out to recruit, but the ground here somehow felt off, like it had been swapped out. Truth is, they just dug a ditch behind the wall like always. But if you do the same thing to the hill around it, it ends up looking like this. Ashira said that if it caved in, everything would have been over for sure. Because right now, they were reinforcing the wall fast. He cast the wall spell 2 times, and just like that, everything held. Then he pointed to, twist it sideways, flip the Cult R and shout, "What the heck was that noise?" With a bright grin, he said it was a test shot. Those catapults they used to hurl reinforced bricks just to see if they held up. He kept running tests for range and direction, just for practice, but this shook him badly. He snapped loud that he had to quit. They yanked the doors open and hustled inside, then sprinted up the bridge and into the fortress. And he fired off question after question. Everything here is wild, right? But then he went right to the heart of it. Why stretch out the drawbridge so far? It's heavy as hell. Wouldn't lifting or dropping it be a nightmare? Because this isn't some cozy home, it's a fortress. With a worried stare, he admitted he'd always choose defense over convenience. Because honestly, it's just his way of fixing a screw-up. When they dug up too much earth, he stared at it like, this makes no sense. Yet somehow it refused to break, not even a bit. Einrad Hill had turned into a fortress nobody could breach, and Ashura hauled him in, telling him he was pulling off downright wild, reckless moves. The protagonist laughed and said the Barks couldn't have set this up any other way. Then he grinned and told her that maybe, just maybe, seeing this would reveal what the House of Uruk wouldn't even think about showing up. His father had warned him. What's the point of fighting someone who can raise castles? He stared at those castles and prayed the Uruk would refuse to attack, because that terrifying look felt like it should scare them off. Reality usually doesn't play fair. Later, the knight sprinted to his office, barked at him at full volume, and blurted out that there was. A smoke signal shot up from the eastern watch tower. He burst out of the office, shouted that he and Byte were moving to the vanguard, and then he called. Leon receives the call, and the voice orders him to rally a detachment of the finest cavalry. Then he packed it up and sent it straight to the northeastern watchtower. Right after that, he snapped his binoculars up to his eyes, then grinned. On our side, those watchtowers and the Valkyrie's speed are doing the work. They can snap to action instantly since their lines are spread out, so counting them is a total nightmare. Exactly. At least 3,000 and no more than 5, and yeah, there are tamed monsters too. Byte shot back that they were already fully combat ready, so what's the move? They wanted to strike first, but he shut it down, saying they've got bark cavalry, roughly 200 horsemen, even if you. Thinking it through, he realized the horned ones didn't stand a chance. This fight was still badly uneven. Inside the fortress, even counting the recruits, there were fewer than 1,000, and if the enemy really brought around 3,000, they'd still need every ounce of grit just to keep the line standing. If it's 5,000, it'll be brutal, he said, eyes sharp as he planned it out. First, they'd send a messenger to Carlos and the fortress. Then they'd call for reinforcements early if a siege hits. Bite's temper flared, and he blasted out loud, asking if he'd really just let them pass. He said, even if the fortress is still miles away, we can't just stand around and watch, so we'll mess with them a little. And he figured that when an army of several thousand, back in the year 2000, even setting up camp felt like a mission. So they'd quit moving long before sunset to get everything ready. And after a while, he watched the enemy army He peered out from the bushes and realized they'd been split into several groups. But every single supply was piled inside one giant tent in the middle. Bite snapped in a displeased tone. A night raid is fine, but are you seriously just gonna torch the food? MC fired back, asking if they didn't even have food. They would, so they couldn't just move on, right? He asked straight up if the Valkyries could move fast enough for him to reach the very heart of the camp, then shrugged and said that was an optional piece of the operation. If it didn't work, forget the big plan, torch the nearby tents and dive into the chaos to escape. And if that nine-tailed sword could actually spit flames, then this would be a whole lot easier. He snapped with fury and blurted that he already had a legendary-level sword, so the guy needed to stop acting insolent. Then he went on, of course, the nine-tailed sword is dangerous, those flames won't die and you can't dodge them, not even close, worse than a water blade. And here's the brutal catch. It burns through a huge amount of power and turns into a massive waste of mana. The Hardfang sword might not shine in battle, but it's rock solid, tough, dependable, and built to last. He gritted his teeth, snapped that he already knew it would be like this later. Later, they came back for round 2, rallied an army, and all he could do was wonder how the heck this was going to end, because back then he had no clue. He yelled that they were racing out of there at full speed, straight for the enemy camp. They planned to torch the food warehouses, firing off the oil they had been handed. This bark is the real main strike, except the Valkyries weren't on. They didn't just move fast. They could see like monsters in the dark, so they could be trusted to smash straight through the heart of the camp. And he told himself, above everything else, that they were his most trusted people. His lifeline, no question. Loyal companions hold this world together. And then he issues the order, right now. He barked for them to push forward, snapped his gaze sideways and thought, so these are the real. They surge together like one single living creature. At this pace, they'll smash into the food warehouse in no time. Just wait. It's only a few seconds away. In one dash, he froze hard when someone from the camp showed up, shocking him. He thrust a finger at them and roared out that they were closing in, and we had to steel ourselves for the counterattack, ours with a. His face lit up in shock. He honestly thought torches were already blazing all across the camp, because the rumor hit so fast it felt like a mind trance. Transfer wait, did they clock them even before the attack? Bite barked out. He bellowed at him to get a good look at those soldiers. He stared at them and couldn't shake the thought. Did the Uruk clan's magic turn people into animals? Man gets blasted into foxes after the transformation. They sprout fox ears and a fluffy tail and bam, they unlock the power to command flames. 2, it turns out these beast warriors could hear every one of their steps before they even got close. Then he demanded, tell me, does your beast form really make you stronger, or is that just a lie? Their bodies tuned up and suddenly their ears sharpened too. He shouted bite and told it to. So yeah, he should drop the food warehouse entirely, because he had no reason to slow down. He had to torch as many tents as he could along the road. They thundered through the camp, then froze when a massive brute hauled himself out of one of the tents and screaming at the top of his lungs. Then he froze, shock slamming into him hard, and his voice kept roaring loud. He barked at them to break apart and scatter in every direction. Then, get moving, run, because he was gearing up to strike. He stared down at that towering brute and wondered, was he swinging a log like it weighed nothing? Because I swear, no giants had ever shown up in this camp before. Hold up, where did he even come from? And who is this giant supposed to be? He's 5 meters out. He snapped for a retreat again, and his mind raced. The bigger the army, the slower they marched, the tighter their giant formations got, shouldering supplies and rolling forward like a living war machine, is always grueling work, and the Fountain and Rook clans know it. So they don't exactly ease up, they purposely leave the roads in ruins to slow the enemy down. Yet tonight's raid crashes hard into disaster, and they still walk away with something useful, starting with this. The Uruk clan's warriors, even in their bestial forms, possess. And the scary part, they've got insane sensitivity and brutal combat skills. Plus, hidden among them, a mysterious giant is lurking. They bolted for the castle, and the protagonist yelled that finding this out before the real battle even started felt like a win, honestly. A huge one. But seriously, what kind of giant was that? Was it even possible for some noble family to actually wield gigantization magic? Leon told them to wait and admitted he'd never heard of anything like that. Then his voice turned frantic as he said, "If it's true, this is already someone else butting into another claim." Pisha nodded and said, "In the noble magic world, turning into a giant isn't a thing. So that clan problem is its own disaster. So the idea of interference from other clans doesn't hold up." He said it's only possible if it's actually a representative of the giant race. That brute was impossible to miss in the ranks. Bite warned them that, even through a spyglass, you'd spot him before long. He thought it over, called in the MC, and told him it felt exactly like that warrior aura people talk about. Then his words stuttered, cutting off mid-sentence like something hit him. He gasped at what he heard, and realized it all turned out to be. Like with the Uruk beast form, he went back at it again. He had no clue about this world, and he told me, "If you know more, then speak up and tell me." Leon told him to hold up and said he'd never once heard of a noble house called Atmos. Then he snapped that these warriors weren't nobility at all, and they sure weren't from these lands. They came from the east too, just like him. Beyond Uruk's borders, where massive mountains rose so high they looked like they were trying to touch the sea. The sky, because those storms hit so hard, almost nothing from the other side of the mountains ever truly reaches through beyond. Beyond these mountains, whole countries clash every single day, same as the noble houses that rule them. And right in the middle of it all, the warriors of Atmos sell their blades as mercenaries. They look human like everyone else, but when they cast magic, they can triple their size and go from deadly to terrifying. Giant. They can't form, their bodies harden like living steel, and that armor is nearly impossible to break. While their home village, Atmos, clings to barren wastelands. So for them, war is life and pride is the crown. These are the warriors, and he knows what ours said. It's good that that wasn't noble politics getting in the way. Giants didn't show any obvious chinks in their armor at all, and he figured maybe they weren't truly invincible. After all, they were still human. But Leon couldn't bring himself to admit it, and the thought kept spinning in his head, and demanded they let a handful of Atmos warriors smash through these mountains and link up with the Uruks. Big plans, no doubt. He figured even just a handful of them would be useless. Then he admitted he couldn't be 100% sure, but his gut screamed it was probably hopeless. Even crossing those snowy mountains in the east was basically a death sentence. No roads at all, and most got crushed by avalanches or froze to death in the cold. And the lucky few who crawled back often paid for it with burned-off limbs from frostbite. Those mountains were pure cruelty. At least, that's what he believed, because no one had ever made it back after crossing them. Even the warriors of Atmos couldn't pull it off without a real fight. So the protagonist snapped at him to hold on, and swore he'd already crossed those mountains. He hauled himself up here, and he said he nearly died doing it too. But now that he could finally work alongside him, he was convinced it was all worth it. Totally worth the risk. He still walked away with frostbite on his nose, His lungs nearly gave out, and he shattered bones from the fall, but sure, those were just minor details. He stared at him with a puzzled grin, thinking, "So you finally get it." And realizing, yeah, he was still a little crazy, because if another noble family had stepped in, he would have asked. Carlos chased answers, but none came, so the plan got simple. They had to cut down the giant before it hit the fortress, and hunting it became their only focus, even though it wasn't strictly required, to finally square up with him face to face. After last night's attack, the Uruks tightened their guard and their push crawled even slower, giving them just enough time to set up. They laid traps along their route, especially for. After some time, Bite blurted, "Are we gonna run another night raid soon, or what, guys?" The MC snapped his head toward him and said their opponents didn't beat them by skill. There were just way too many of them. He figured this time they'd bait the giant out of their ranks first, then hit him for real, and take the attack straight to the enemy. Dawn ripped across the sky. He raised his binoculars to the camp and said, "I see." He spotted the Atmos warrior. He lingered nearby and asked, only now he's dressed like a regular guy, so how on earth did he recognize him? He cast magic on his own eyes and swore it was impossible to make a mistake. His magic isn't just stronger, it's on a whole other level, and it crushes everyone else's, even if he and his brother charged in, and if they can't handle that, then they don't have a chance against him. Because once he decides he'll just get bigger, it's over for him. They galloped straight for the enemy camp, convinced they'd strike from far away, until the Eastmen wouldn't even clock them. Using the Valkyrie's speed, they'd hit like lightning and strike before anyone could react. They edged into range, and when it finally clicked, he grinned. Because yeah, it was every bit as perfect as he'd planned. More guards poured in, but they still moved at a sluggish pace. He whipped around to his comrades and bellowed loud and said they needed to strike their supplies, provisions, then start loading incendiary bottles. Ours. Cars charged forward with grim focus, convinced they hadn't him trapped yet. But they had to force him to break through. Charging straight for the giant, he sprinted full speed to reach them, right now, and the Amos transformed in a flash, snapped into action, then spotted the threat, called him over and warned him, telling him he couldn't let his guard down. He'd been so buried in everything that he never even noticed what came last. Last time, and the giants were just naked, right? And was that bandage, like, made out of something that looked like a... He shot a question. "What kind of fabric is this?" Then demanded, "When I transform, are my clothes getting ripped?" No armor. So did that mean they just tore apart? Boosting his defense with magic swirling over his whole body, he heard his brother blare out in pure disgust that it was him who finally let his guard down, and he stared at He gripped it tight and thought he was about to swing that log like a weapon again. His strength was insane, but it was clear he didn't have any fancy gear at all. Just nerve. So he shouted his name at the top of his lungs, and the protagonist immediately told him they were ready to start. They knew it was dangerous, but they had to confirm just what kind of defense he packed when he went giant mode. Then they snapped into action with the ice spear spell, one strike after another, pounding the warrior without stopping. They kept hammering away for ages, until the war itself finally started to tip. The warrior flung the log aside and slapped his hand over himself fast. He threw his hands up to shield his head. Bite stared at the giant, and then he blared the question, "Did you pull it off?" and shouted back, "He called." He shouted after him, voice trembling with worry, and said, and this is usually the exact phrase that comes right after it, "The problems erupted out of nowhere." And right then, he finally snapped into action. He lunged for it, eyes locked on it like he was about to snatch the answer right out of the air. But then, he froze mid-reach. He shot a confused look and said he'd used way too much. Ice spears were flying everywhere, yet not a single one even nicked him. He walked out untouched. His brother snapped around, then shouted his name at him and told him to ditch that and go try something else instead. He snatched up his brand new sword, nodded in agreement, and they read it and said, "If this doesn't work too, then follow the plan, no hesitation." And he yanked the sword from its sheath. It tore the blade free from its sheath and galloped off at full speed toward. He charged straight at the giant and unleashed a blazing fire magic assault, left a burning mark on the giant's hand and made him think, damn, the damage hit harder than ice. But it still wasn't enough to do the full job, not yet. Burns. The warrior snatched the log in a brutal grip and yanked it hard, like he could wrestle the fire itself. With crazy speed, he lunged in and started the attack. He was terrified by it, but the Valkyrie still managed to. Bite hollered at Tim across the room, demanding, "Hey, answer this." Asked if he was okay. MC replied with a shaky voice, still reeling from a terrifying experience. He told everyone he barely touched him, but the truth hit hard. His shoulder was screaming in pain. Pain ripped through him. Then the Uruk warriors stared him down and roared, loud enough to shake the air. Told them they'd have to wait, because this blade out of 9 wild tails, every single unit, no matter what happens, has to come back. The sword, then his brother stared at it and said, "The moment we spot your blade." With that sword in hand, rage exploded in their chests. These knights don't just carry this sword. They worship it as pure pride, and he rode up close, saying that the moment the giant gets, they close in, so they have to pull back fast and lure them to that exact spot, just like the plan says. Planned Bite whipped around, shouted his name and said, "Don't stop yet. There's still a ton of." Knights came sprinting after the giant, totally out of the plan, because he insisted there was no way to drag the giant out of. They broke away from the Uruk army, and yeah, those guys had already scattered, so they had to keep moving, believing they'd reach the reading in no time. They pushed toward that brutal gorge, a canyon slit of stone, because that's exactly where their trap waited, ready to haul in the giant. And the knights at the same time. His heart hammered with fear they'd spot a trick in the terrain, but thanks to, with the 9 tails blade in play, their minds locked onto him alone. Then he shot his hand out and basically told the world, everything else can wait. Leon was left to deal with it. Knights came charging from both sides, and with their help, with magic-born walls, they slammed shut the entrance and sealed the danger away. Enemy soldiers were closing in on this gorge, and Hours just stared, taking it all in. And he figured everything had gone off without a hitch. His timing, perfect. He towered above, lifted his hand. He slammed his hand down and blared out, "The catapult should open fire right when it happens." At that very moment, wave after wave of catapults erupted, and every shot slammed straight into the Uruk army. He stared at it, sure they'd bolted on dozens of catapults thundered across the gorge slopes, all to make up for their painfully slow pace. They reload, slamming in hardened bricks like it's payback. The giant wouldn't survive that kind of assault. Then he spotted a massive hand coming straight for him. With a hard yank, he grabbed the top of the wall, and everything in him went. He was so stunned it hit like a punch. And in that moment, he just couldn't believe it was real. He ripped his way up a towering 10-meter wall. The giant clambered up the wall and stared straight at Leon, who was standing nearby, staring with a worried look right alongside the protagonist. Look thought him and the others were getting attacked. Then a wild idea hit him. He raised a fiery sword and shouted, shaking the air, insisted he chase it, then snapped into a full gallop and vanished into the distance, and blared that he should snatch it back if he even had the chance. That blade burned him, so yeah, it's him. The giant sprang off the wall and barreled after him. Then Bite galloped right behind and demanded to know whether he'd somehow angered him. He wouldn't touch it again. He snapped onward, didn't answer a single question, and kept sprinting like his life depended on it, convinced the first trap still hadn't been able to finish the jump. A giant brute, still dangerous, smashed into everything, leaving behind brutal damage that would slow the infantry's push in their tracks. The crazy part is, just like we planned, we pulled it off and isolated the giant. Only he was left, and that's exactly how it turned out. To speed up, he stretched those huge muscles, and with a body built like that, he was already in terrifying shape. While his brother shot a worried glance back at him, he shouted back that he was quicker than the Valkyrie, and he agreed, admitting he might have never pushed at full speed before, all because the Uruk Knights were always in the way. He was honestly blown away, because the giant's traits were even better than the one Grandy had. Grand story, and yeah, the second plan was already locked in. They looked around, then started to think like they were about to move. Once they touched down, everyone locks in and follows right behind them, No gaps, no excuses. Behind him, the road curved left in a smooth glide, and he was showing it off, right there. Sprint wide to the right, the pursuer burning to catch up and shut the distance. He'd shut the gap fast, grab the shortest path, and go straight along the. As soon as the turn hit, the giant sprinted through it and crashed straight into the opening he needed, straight into a ditch brimming with some thick, unknown liquid. The knights snapped around to face him, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, saying, he told them to swarm him fast and box him in with walls. They sprinted to the ditch and hammered up walls on every side, like the ground itself was trying to swallow them. He slammed the trap shut on every side, sealing it so he couldn't climb out. Then the giant loomed. The giant lunged to break free, but his hands kept slipping out of his grip. Living, then panic hit, and he frantically scanned the room with a worried stare. He suddenly realized the walls were closing in, like he was trapped in a crowd. Walls closed in as he started to drown. Bite watched from above, eyes locked on the moment, and he said it looked like he couldn't even rise in the water unless someone helped him up, while the MC stood right there and snapped that trying to move with algae and mud stuck to him was brutal. This was the backup trap. If he somehow busted through the first one, the next move was ready. They'd slam the giant into an existing. He crawled to the pond and tried to trap him. Then he swore that even though he'd sealed off the water surface with a magic light stone, that setup would have sprung open the second it was touched. Not on a night this dark today. He stared like the darkness itself was staring back, caught mid-step right as he stared hard at what was unfolding. Then his brother suddenly called him and said, he told them to stop, because this was the moment they had to unite with Leon. He refused, then swore they'd keep their promise and watch all the way until dawn. When dawn finally broke, he rode in at a gallop, shouted for the master at the top of his lungs and demanded, is he safe? They showed up and ours said they were fine. Because, just like we planned, the second trap finished the giant and he commanded everyone. With perfect calm, heat crept into his cheeks as he admitted it, saying he was just doing what he could, and that he did. He didn't need to play humble. There were hardly any people who could lead troops, so he stepped up and did the heavy lifting. Whoever fell for the first trap got crushed by the stone barrage. Then the whole thing got wiped out, and he stared at him like he couldn't believe what just happened. Leon noticed the embarrassment like he thought, I'm just a rookie, because he clearly wasn't used to praise. Leon said they'd also, and the infantry unit behind them was getting peppered with missiles. Then they pulled back with 0 losses, and the protagonist cheered him for it, until Bite stepped in, grinned, and said they'd wiped out the Uruk Knights and the giant, so should they chase the rest of them. He said not every Uruk Knight got wiped out by the first trap, and that the numbers across the whole army were wildly uneven. Leon grabbed his attention and said, I know it's a risk, but I think it's worth checking what happens next. Of the Uruk army, and with the knights getting crushed and bleeding out numbers, would the main force still march on, or would the whole line break? Offensive, so he paused, weighed the move, and asked if their retreat was just bait for a chase. Bite loved that idea, hopped onto a Valkyrie, rode forward and said he'd round up a squad of knights and head out for reconnaissance, and Leon was shocked. He called Leon over and told him to come with him, because he could take the horned ones, but don't chase them too far. After that, he knew he had to rush to Vargas and the others. He talked about how they'd crushed the giant, then snapped that every infantryman with him was falling back to Fort Einrad. In the office, a shocked Pizza blurts out, wait, did they really kill the giant MC? Then asks again, did he die? Only to hear him say he didn't resurface until dawn, so everything's fine, right? He said it's how it always goes. If they don't finish the job for real, they'll clash again on the battlefield. Even after getting hit with serious wounds out there, Holy Church healing magic works lightning fast. So when he heard that, pure shock hit him, and he blurted out, wait, does this mean my brother and Leon are in real danger? He claimed only bishops and up can cast healing magic. And honestly, it'd be a long shot to see someone that high-ranking step onto the battlefield to mend a knight left near death, if they even decide to. That Uruk army is definitely going to retreat, so he forced himself to calm down and asked, If he wants to push this through, he slammed the enemy back and demanded this truth. Leave half breathing, don't wipe them all out. He went pale, horrified, and then he said he was spitting out those brutal words with calm, like it was nothing. And Leon needed to finally get why killing enemies matters, and how healing magic fits in. Because that's all he could give. Ars told him to lean on his combat experience and trust it would give him an edge. Yet after all that, could he really slaughter a giant by himself, just like that? He smirked and said it was utterly impossible to pull off in just one night. Because Lord Carlos, the head of the house, can cast higher magic they can't even reach. He has no idea if victory is even possible. But inside the fountain domain, only he can properly face that giant. Because he's certain that this beast, brutal as it is, still matches the power of the head of some aristocratic house ruling the land. No, scratch that. A lord as strong as a giant. Realizing it too late didn't stop the aristocrats from being impressed, because he still talked to them in the most casual way, showing off serious guts, just not the kind of royal family magic that can wipe out a whole city in an instant. In this city, the aristocrats' heads are so ruthless and powerful they can swing the outcome of a war. Until now they've scraped by behind walls, but with the giants closing in, that defense is done. They've got to invent something new or they're finished. Vargas burst into the office, bellowed at the commander, and shouted that Bite and Leon were back. When he came back, they erupted in joy, and he told them the Uruk army had pulled back with 0 losses. With every blow comes a cost in casualties. But the hero's grin lit up as he said this meant Fort Anrod wasn't under attack right now. At least they'd caught it early. He raced early and cut the distance away from the fort, and Pitcha, grinning like a kid, called out, "Hey, where's the battle?" He stared him down and said, "Wait, did I really just say that? I meant the Caricia Road," and pure shock hit him like lightning. He listened to what he heard, then snapped that Brother Bite had launched on a recon mission in a Valkyrie, and came back saying it all went down, but the rest of the story cut off right there. Same day, right within his grasp. He forced himself to calm down, then told them that teaming up with him would flip the rules. Looks like he'll be running to Lord Leon more and more, because with every piece falling into place, they're inching closer to the real prize, defending Inrad Hill. He felt a wave of relief, but he didn't let his guard down for a second. He kept scanning everything around him, and then he declared, "Now we wait until the Lord sweeps in and seizes the northern city of Burma. Then Carlos, what happens next?" With wide eyes he blurts, "Wait, did I just hear him say the Caricia Road?" Under the night's cold breath, the kneeling messenger told him, "Our Bark army, led by our commander, smashed into the Rook army in a midnight strike, hitting an estimated 5,000 troops, and they shoved back wave after brutal wave of attacks from. It's confirmed, right from the enemy report on that road, that the Uruk army has already retreated to the second city, and he's staring in shock like, we only just spotted the Uruk. Uruk's reinforcements smashed in, then sent this 5,000-strong army tumbling back on the Caricia Road. He couldn't believe it, because, under normal rules, that should have been impossible. That road sat even farther from Einrad Hill than the route from the hill to Burm. What was he thinking? His standards were already ridiculous, and now the absurd part was that the reconnaissance zone was way too huge. If that massive Uruk army wasn't marching toward the hill, then there was It felt almost certain they were driving straight for the city of Burm, because if he hadn't shoved them back, their army would have been crushed. Enormous losses slammed down on them. He insisted they had to send a direct check to the Caricia Road, then go and pull information from Peach, since she stayed. They held their ground on the hill, screaming the news that the massive Uruk reinforcements had retreated, so everyone would hear, and he vowed to smash the besieged morale to pieces. Because if the enemy reinforcements had already retreated, and that was it, Einrad Hill, a spot even Raymond couldn't reclaim, would be his final shot at victory. If he slips up right here, everyone will start questioning the leader's power, and guys just like him will get the chance to rise again. Take Einrad Hill. This is unacceptable. Lives have to go on the line, and the capture of Burm is already breathing down our neck, all thanks to him, and the destruction of a detachment of Rook Dragon Riders, marching under enemy General Kim, slammed a massive wall and watch posts around the hill, trapping the Uruk rescue party in their sights. Then he not only held the line, but battered back every enemy reinforcement that came charging in. They kept piling on orders, who even told him to do all this. He's reckless in everything, no breaks at all. Sure, there should be a reward for his work, but when his service is that, so what's he supposed to do later at Bark Castle? Clarice rapped hard on the office door, burst into Lillian's room and announced that she'd gotten a letter straight from the master.